brutal. Faven down. Nice from Peter. Can he find another? The flash is suppressed. The smoke should allow a plant to be facilitated. So blind. Jonji in his hidey hole from heaven. Tamsin strikes onto 3.
S30.
And that's the dirty 30. In only 25 rounds of play, Tabson is not letting this slip. And it's Searson, no less. Can Pone alone pull off the 1v2? And that's lovely. 16-9. Tabson will make it 31-13. Certainly not unlucky for him. And it's a big W for the Big Clan boys. They have to weather the storm of party astronauts, and it did get a bit scary at times.
Yeah, looked good, looked good. You see Heku there lurking in the background. Going to see if she can grab an interview with one of the victorious big members after map number 1. We'll throw it down to her on the sidelines and see what they have to say.
What was it in cooking?
I mean, we're gonna have like a little interview. I know like before the series you said like, hey, like no pictures, but you didn't say no to a video. So like, right now like you did a pretty good job when it comes to overpass, but the next map is going to be Dust 2, and it seems like your team had some problems yesterday. Did you already figure out like what are you gonna do against party astronauts?
Yeah, we just rewatched the game and we saw like a lot of mistakes. We tried to fix them yesterday evening, so we should have a better phase today for sure, yeah.
On both like on CD side and T side?
I would say mostly on T side we did a lot of mistakes, yeah. We fixed them and we beat them.
Yeah, but it was like Tabson who mostly like just took care of like all of the problems, right?
No, it was like the whole team. We just rewatched it together and we saw like everyone is pointing out mistakes, so it's not only him or the coach. Like we are like working as a unit, so we saw all the mistakes and we just try to fix them, and let's see.
Awesome. Like, well, right now it is 5:30 and the barbecue just started. So like, you need to make sure that you're gonna close Dust 2 pretty quick so you can get to it. So I'll not delay you any longer. Thank you very much for the interview.
Okay, thank you.
Till I get up, time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make
performance, because when you go into a best of 3, the one thing you know is your map pick. That's the one thing you can really prepare for. They knew almost certainly they're going to start off on the T side, and I'm sure coming into this one they had 3, 4, maybe 5 set rounds, set calls they thought were really going to work here, and clearly, as we saw, they didn't translate onto the server. They couldn't break that defense. Tabs and Crimbo were too much to deal with. So I think they'll be a little bit disappointed, maybe when as we expected here on the desk, but for them as competitors, they would have wanted to get more out of their map pick.
Guys, let's focus in on a couple of rounds, starting with round 8. Tabson going absolutely huge with the USP, getting a 3K setup by a flash.
Tapson, as we also like to call him, just a one flashman, right? And with the USB, I mean, this is so. Look at this, and a third one.
So disgusting.
They have armor. It's not like they're getting gushed in the faces. They had armor, they had Kevlar, and that round just completely fell apart. If you're party astronauts, you can't afford to lose a round like that, Alan.
Yeah, it's just such a simple mistake not to have one player anti-flash, and it cost them enormously. And then here later in the game,
yeah, this is round 23, Alan. What was happening here?
Yeah, just a triple nade here onto the boost. You see a lot of the pro level, but seeing this one, my initial reaction was, what a typical way for Big to win a round off just a set strategic call.
And I love they do this play after the previous round where they went for the fast hit towards B, where they would just swarm the B bomb side, I think like 10 to 15 seconds into the round, and now they're like, all right, they might go for the boost, they're going to smoke off Monster, going to go for the boost, and boom, triple nade stack gets completely nuked.
Okay, guys, given that we've seen now party astronauts fall on their map pick, overpass 16 to 9, is there no hope going into Dust 2?
No. I really don't think it's going to happen. I don't see Big faltering twice back-to-back on their map pick of Dust 2. It's a map that they are very, very solid on. We saw the interview as well, one of the players, where he said yesterday, yeah, we made a lot of mistakes. The T side especially completely fell apart after the first 5 rounds they won, and Liquid had a perfect read on them. But that being said, I don't feel like they were playing a bad game, so to speak. Right? It was just Liquid being very, very, re-aggressing towards mid. We had OC with the AWP floating around a lot, and I don't think party astronauts have the firepower to do the same as Liquid did yesterday.
No, they don't. And even though maybe as analysts, sometimes we paint Dust 2 as being this kind of puggy map, I think the problem is, on an individual level, as we saw in this game with Crimbo and Tabson looking brilliant, Big were, for me, quite far ahead. And then we get into the strategic side. Big have always loved Dust 2. They've got so much depth to go into, so many set rounds. So I think all across the bases, we've got to be looking at Big, and certainly reflecting on Overpass. They just completely outclassed party astronauts for me.
Aim high head-to-head on screen, as Alan mentioned, Tabson with a Stormer, and then Crimbo on the right-hand side of the screen. Can we focus in on Crimbo for a moment? You know, a lot of pressure on this young man's shoulders coming off the academy, and it seems somewhat, at least today, he's rising to the occasion.
Look, if you look at his debut with this big lineup, it was online. It was just a couple of weeks prior, when they played the RMR online qualifiers. Man, he was just popping off, right? The team were looking fantastic. Everyone dropping bombs, and he was looking very good. And yesterday, it was a one map where he didn't quite show up. But then again, no one really did for the side of Big. So I'm not going to be putting too much pressure on him. No one should be based on that one performance. Heading to Overpass, he was fantastic. You had Tapson popping off, and you had Crimbo, his right-hand man, the youngster, joining in Big, showing that he's got what it takes.
Alan, are you impressed from what you've seen from Crimbo and how he's helping organize the squad?
Yeah, I feel like for Crimbo, the most positive signs are actually what we're seeing outside of server, what we're hearing from other players in interviews. And based off what I've seen so far, I am pretty certain he will pan out as a better player than Keto. I think he brings more to this team, and I do think his individual level is proving to be pretty consistent so far. So good stuff from him, and the only way it's up for a player of his experience is he builds it up on this kind of main roster now.
Yeah, as an interviewer myself, I was really impressed with how Crimbo spoke with Heku, because a lot of these new players, when they come in and they do their first interviews, it can be quite a struggle, but he was confident, you know, and he was able to speak well, and especially coming off the performance yesterday. Anyway, guys, final thoughts. Dust2, a big take in this.
Berlin International Gaming all the way, 2-0.
Berlin International Gaming, Alan?
Certainly, but give us something to, you know, shout about afterwards, party astronauts.
All right, it looks like this might end up a big 2-0, but we can cross our fingers, look to the stars, and hope that our astronauts can have a party on Dust2.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Making a pretty strong case. Yam throws it to the wind with 2, and it's going to be Sponge who puts a bow on it. 13 then for Renegades.
What the hell? Follow the brown bear? Who is it?
So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals
like you. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream.
Any nades you use or pressure around the map, and it's just those are my two favorite maps to play. I study the maps a lot, and those maps I can just keep going all day in a server and just making strats or defaults or anything, and it's just fun to me. Really fun.
Roll up, get your Counter-Strike here as we got some big boys walking on in with some synergy. Damn, we got party astronauts in the building. We are live from Dusseldorf, Germany. PTR taking a break from his poker schedule, retired but summoned last minute to sub, and you know, you gotta love him. You gotta bless him with your love hearts and your attention. Give him a social media smiley or something to make him feel like everything is right in the world. I don't think it's gonna be right in the server for these boys, as the desk has set the scene. We're heading to Dust 2. It's Big Plan's playground. Tabson has been having a whale of a time.
That was a dodgeball reference.
It was the Globo Gym Cobras.
Yeah, exactly.
It was either that or like some new age gritty, and I didn't know which one to call it, but it is the Globo Gym Cobras.
Well, I think big here would be the Cobras, and the party astronauts would be the average Joes, but maybe, just maybe, they can pull something out of their ass here. Save the gym, guys. You can do it.
God.
Big, well, they're the favourites now. They were the favourites before, but the odds are blown on out.
Wrong throw for the CT smoke, all the way from miles away.
I think they're ready for this. This nade is going to be scuttling right on the toes, perfectly placed, and, well, wasn't even needed. Favor dead, up short. They need to get on DJ's position, and now.
Yeah, DJ just needs to live, and already goosh down 4 HP. Respect to DJ. He actually puts one into Searson. Now, they've got a pop flash for the short.
Tabson has to plant safe here.
Yeah, not a short plant, and already up on Gandalf's side. There is a flash in the air. Oh, Tabson's fine. Tabson's fine. Handles business again on the USP. 2 taps, 2 kills. Problems now for Ben. Jonji's gone, and they can just isolate him. Tabson another 3K with the USP, this time up against pistols.
Yeah, beautiful. He did fantastic work on the overpass T-side pistol as well, and continuing the work here. Tabson is just an absolute beast. Somebody made a little tweet at me as well and said it's pretty funny that PTR and Tabson also played together back on NRG. That was when we had the Pro League season with the finals were in Brazil. You remember that one?
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's when it was like Godby, Legia, PTR, Tabson, and Fugly.
Gosh, Tabson's had some rosters, hasn't he?
Hasn't he?
Hasn't he had some rosters? There you go. PTR onto Searson. He's feeling himself. Feeling my.
Wow. Jonji gone, however. Now, 2 scouts out. Going long can be very sketchy against these scouts. They actually can be wielded like a little viper.
Yeah, and he has struck. Crimbo cut down to 30. Pone alone, going to be smoked off. Nade onto the nose of Faven as they cross through. He'll drop his little smoke to peek and divide around. PTR's second scout just to ward them off. Ben's not got any flashes to push through this, so he's just kind of staring at the potential.
This is it, right? If they wait out the smoke, Pone alone is going to have to either try and get to short or just stay Gandalf. It's a front side smoke for the CTs, though. It kind of helps Pone alone a little bit here. He can take a different angle.
Go on, go for the car bang. He's not far off the mark. He knows it's happening. They are hidden. Staring at the floorboards. More damage done. So Crimbo and Tizian are on notice. PTR finishes it off. Pone alone strikes as well. Problems. That bomb plant becoming a bit more difficult now. It's loose. 40 seconds. Faven has to hunt. Pone alone is going to surely be isolated here. 1v3 for Faven.
He can win this. He does need to scoop up the bomb. It's the biggest issue right now. But he has this smoke to do so, right? So if he drops this and flat... Oh, that's way too deep for where the bomb's at.
Yeah, how is he going to get this and get away? He's threatening, but PTR, what a round from him. 4 kills on the scout. He started with a banger into Searson. And look at him, absolutely feeling himself. Jonji cracking up. Yeah, that's a second round win. They put big on their bottom.
Yeah, having a smile about things so they can win some force buys back of their own here. Let's see how Big want to respond. Looks like they are going to force on in.
They just have to do that every round, Chad, and we get to see Nuke.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and Ben said that he likes Overpass and Nuke, so it'd be good if we got to see both of his favorite maps here.
Would be.
So Sirison, he's not a man to back down from a scout fight. We're not throwing wrenches, we're throwing bullets, and see how many they can dodge as Long smoked off. They can start corralling their way down through the mid corridor where Jonji is jump peeking, trying to see what he can find. DJ as well needs to be a little bit safe on the source.
Yeah, that's about the right time to drop the flame in a can. They will group up.
This is good though, because Jonji, oh, that smoke's even better, right? It's going to buy a bit of extra time. I was going to say he could take early contact, drop CT, and then Ponalone can activate with the scout from mid-long. But now with that smoke, it actually tends to make you believe there might be a bit more aggression, sure, and that's not the case. If they go back long, Ben and Ponalone should be able to deal with this. It's just the flashes they have to avoid. Oh, Ben's left pit. It's just on Pwn alone. This could become problematic now. And that smoke they can creep through.
Yeah, and that's what he's pre-aiming. He could get really caught out by this.
Oh, no.
Yeah, single flash and good damage. He'll at least confirm presence and be able to fall off. He's summoned Ben for support.
Have to fight.
They do. Here they come. Flash, they're nice and ahead of it. Ben can contribute and does. Finish off with a stylish one bang to the Searson body. Doesn't matter. Pwn alone's good for it. And so a pair of frags for Ben and John G. Not John. John G.
John G.
And yeah, we are going to be seeing, I would imagine, a third
Avi G.
quick conversion. Well handled in the end. And I'm not going to be ringing any alarm bells until we see the party astronauts with a full gun.
Oh, look at this. They're going to try and just scout down middle here, right? The scout takes an initial look and then he just starts barreling down.
Oh, that's info.
A lot of info. Here they come.
Lads, I think I saw the whole team. Nice catch onto the tip of the head. In fact, Pwn alone is having a scout party. Look at that. Lovely. It's the perfect weapon for the full Glock Eco. You get to feel like it's the best weapon in the game for one round.
And there it is.
There it is.
So if you do want to call John G. John again, his actual name is Jonathan. So that's okay. I just went and double checked because you've got me all confused about the names. I truly believed you that Pwn alone's name was Kevin McAllister.
Yeah, well, I think I am just triggering about 5% of the crowd who know his actual name. It's Josh, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh is... Pwn alone isn't actually called Kevin McAllister. I suppose the irony and sarcasm was lost in the sense that...
Well, I could have seen it, like with the whole name that he'd picked and everything. I was like, okay, Alex, I'm onto it. I believe you.
Yo, John is hanging out, and DJ has already made it a bit painful for this B present. They're 3 in tons now. Oh, okay. They strike in unison. Tizian loses his duel, so still a man advantage. And there's no map control. I mean, they don't have it. Big Clan have given it to them, but Ben completely unawares as to how much of the map is available to them.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? So the issue is if they do the hinge smoke, then they're going to have a good idea that Short's given up, which is probably going to thrust DJ MP to have to take tunnels control. So there's one spotted. Pwn alone is probably wanting to get across to A as quick as he can here. So can he manufacture a way across? He can't. His death could lure them into the stack here, Alex, you know?
Actually, yeah. In fact, it looks like it is.
Yeah, that has, because DJ just showed himself close mid, so they're going to think that B is relatively unoccupied. That's not the case.
Yeah, Thompson holding the doors and loses his duel. DJ big. B-side open. Faven a heavy price to pay, though, with 20 HP. DJ's got a nade. DJ's got a nade. Could have the perfect spot.
Oh!
Not quite on the money. Bomb to be planted. Crimbo, nice positioning. Gets it down, gets away. Ben.
Oh, that nade could be perfect here.
Oh, it's Crimbo down to 50 and a second on his nose. They're so low. 40 HP between the two T's and mantling up. They spot the leg. They know he's there. The pre-fire wasn't far off.
Yeah.
That's a mess. That's even better for Crimbo. Takes both of their headshots. Not a single point of damage inflicted. And the party astronauts let them bit of a screamer go.
Yeah, they did great there early, right? It was 3 on 5. Right, they were able to put themselves up a massive leg up in all of that here, and then it was 3 on 4, I think, after that exchange, and Pwn alone goes down in middle. So some problems really did start to come about, but all in all, big. They get the gunny on the board. Now, neither team looking too flush for cash here as we do get back into the buys. Tizian selling something towards long, 3 towards tunnels again. Sirison using the scout in lieu of the AWP, but Pwn alone's got his big green. Let's see if that can be a difference maker. Oh, the nades again.
They know he likes to play close. He just punished them in the previous round, and this time he's double naded right to his death, and this could be the end of the round. If PTR can't get 2.
Yeah, 2 is mandatory.
Well, that's the double. Maybe we got a game here. They will have time to rotate through. Bomb spotted, Pwn alone. I think he knows.
Creeping through, that's risky.
That's huge from John G, risking it for a biscuit. Good util, really nice util that denies the lurk smoke, and he might stop the bomb retrieval.
Tizian, you are so brave. He's going to try and get away when the molly subsides. And he has enough time to do so here. So,
wow.
Yeah, daylight robbery right there. If they're quickly able to get up towards Cat, Sirisen's holding the cross. So all Tizian has to do is run into the site and plant and let big brother Sirisen just cover these rotators back across.
One slips, Sirisen announces, and the bomb to be planted. Ben and Pwn alone.
That's going to send them towards long here. And Tizian and Sirisen are both playing ramp. They're going to call CT, well, clear with that smoke, but this is on to timing. Sirisen's going to get caught off guard.
Obvi scalp. Oh! Damn, he's ready for it. That's a big scalp to take, and there's more to come. 1v1 if he can find it. Does get it across the line. Kit present. Ben, 9 bullets. Dropped elevator. He's not going to be expecting that. That's smart.
Smoke for the bomb, though.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. It's up to Tizian now. Oh, it's a bit sus. Will he consider ramp or Gandalf? Ramp? No, he's thinking about Gandalf.
I don't know if there's time now.
Yeah, Tizian's got this one on lock. Nice play from the German squad. Makes it 3-3.
Okay, well, as I mentioned, neither team was flushed for cash. Only one man survived in that round. So the buys are not going to be perfect, right? They're going to have to drop a couple of guns across. And I'm curious to see if we see Party Astronauts go for another force here. They had success early on a force buy. Maybe they could just opt to go for something a little bit light. 2,400 in the next round. But they've already overspent here. PTR's only left with 1,300. Junji's only left with 1,500. So, that noise. Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble there. Well, this is the bread and butter of Big, right? Just these long maneuvers here. You're going to see how good their utility can be. That molly lobbing onto the side, the flashes as well to help them get across.
And it's only really to be stopped and foiled should Big's monitors turn off. Seems like Tamsin's is still very much on.
That's normally how you want them when competitive gaming.
Yeah, no, I was trying to do some analysis. It seems like actually, did you know that nearly 100% of all frags at Pro League so far have been with monitors switched on?
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, I was crunching it all last night.
Got any other fun stats for everybody at home?
Yeah, 99.9% recurring, of course, of the frags were also with a mouse and keyboard.
So no controller players.
No controller users.
That's crazy.
I know. I mean, like, the stats keep coming. I mean, even more interesting to me was that most frags involved a mouse and a mouse pad implemented in, like, unison.
Okay. Did John Harrington have anything to do with that?
John Harrington, of course, great-great-great-grandfather of Jon Snow, Kit Harrington, founder of the toilet that we learned today here on
locally known as the John.
John.
Had nothing to do with the mouse and mouse pad?
No, not at this juncture, but interestingly enough, he did, not only John Harrington found the toilet, he also founded the long commit.
I see, okay.
So you put 4 CTs long. He proposed it in one of his early works.
Scribings.
Yes, with a quill.
Indeed. Haven't written with a quill in years.
No, probably
ran out of squid ink.
Not until you were in school, I guess. It was the last time you used your quill.
Actually, true. I did go to Hogwarts. Now, up we go, over the Xbox, towards this A bomb site where there's no scoped rifle of any variety. Not an AUG, not a Scout, not a DAC, not an AWP.
But there is a John G.
But it's just, it's troublesome, Alex, because if they execute plainly, right? As I mentioned, in the last round when they had the upgrades, it mean they were going to be very light on in this round, and, well, they are exactly that. If they just plainly execute, just do the avant-garde, right? Get your little bridge smoke, get your little, your elevator smoke, and, well, get your little Pete over towards mid. Tizian will finish him off. Over towards A they go. Jonji, what are you going to do?
He's going to win the round, Chad.
I disagree.
John G's dead, and so is Pone alone. DJ not really in a position to contribute as he's jumped on and swiftly beheaded. Tizian not going to let them get away with much. You see, I don't know. I think NK's got some grounds for that mustache.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it with the glasses.
You know, dare I say it? I'd say it demands authority.
Yeah.
Demands authority.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that sentiment there.
You know, I think he's got a youthful face. I think the moustache perhaps helps him keep these very capable fraggers in line.
He looks a bit more stern as well.
Yeah, he does. You know, a furrowed brow and a complaint to file, I'm sure.
He does feel like he would have a pocket protector, though.
A what now?
I'll talk about this soon, because we've got Dirty Peak Pete out long with the P252 for him now. As you can see what I was building.
Oh, I loved it, bro.
Like it?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, a pocket protector.
You see yeah, sorry, what's a pocket protector?
It goes inside your pocket where you keep your pens. So if your pens leak, it doesn't leak on your shirt. But leaking right now are the brains of Big. Another one down. The flank from DJ's coming. But so's Christmas. Crimbo alive.
The holidays are coming. Holidays are coming.
They're not ready for this.
This
is the Crimbo 1-on-3.
It's the Crimbo 1v3 for sure. I mean, 33 HP, but that's not going to stop him. One click, and it's come early for sure. 4 kills from Crimbo. And dealing with what could have been something to celebrate for the party astronauts. It starts with a beautiful double from the P250 of Pete. Was he full blind, asked Tabson? The answer is yes, entirely. White screened. And the second, definitely inspiring. But we get to see how this one wraps up, and I do think you might be kicking yourself a little bit on that deep from DJ.
Yeah.
That was your opportunity to close the low HP. It could have been the beautiful 1 and 2, but yeah, you can't really fault Crimbo. He handled business, and this is this is where you do just have to be able to bring your boys back and say, look, listen, we weren't supposed to win that anyway.
Exactly.
And get yourself right into the right frame of mind to have a competitive Dust 2 here.
Well, it has been, 5 rounds now on the trot here for Big, and the scariest of the bunch have been that lower buy just there. So here we go. Dorps applied. It's the big red button. Let's see if the double orbs can profit here. It was working well for Liquid with Shocks and OC yesterday. Let's see if PTR and Pone alone can do the same. Nade from Sirius in there to... Oh, I was going to say shroud his position, but he actually uses that to find the pick. That was very naughty. Pone alone down. Ben has to rotate. And again, if they just go for a simple A execute here, Pete is over towards Pit. That's not where you want the AWP against a short push.
Yeah, that's for shizzle.
Even a B split right now could be big problems.
Flashed outdoors. Crimbo as well with presence. They can wrap through, but Ben has actually cut down one of the star players of the Big Clan boys. BTR running now into the Tizian lurk. And they're in.
They don't have to go B right now. Let Crimbo work. See if he can find this kill on the site. That molly's great.
That's a better frag. Yeah, but DJ down. Searson finds it. Well, we'll probably lull them into a full commit. Ben, got to be careful on his cross. Nice flash.
I don't think Searson saw this, but he felt it.
Knows his presence doors. Face, and that's as easy as it gets.
Tizian's not looking. He's getting flanked from Jonji here, so that's 1. Does Jonji want to give this a go? Looks like it. Spring in his step, Kit on his side, and 2 to find.
Searson is going to have this. If Faven doesn't beat him to it, Jonji would need to hit the Scorcher onto Faven's jiggle. As soon as he walks in, Searson, nice positioning, reads the room. And I believe that is actually German for good job, boys.
Yeah, it's a dialect.
It's a dialect.
That's from down south.
München.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Bavaria?
Bavaria? Yeah, maybe it's Bavarian accent.
Yeah, I think it could have been.
I believe. Translates to good job, boys. Nice round. Let's get the next one.
Oh, okay. I
Colloquially.
I got a dud translation then. Searson's also found a kill here to open up the round, guys. So I'll tell you now, in round 11, Ben's already dead. Don't worry about it. They're on a light buy.
Oh,
do worry about it.
Jumping SMG from Jonji. And now, this is very quick. 1 minute 35, folks. DJ can win the round on the scout. They're all so low. They are all so low. And look from behind. Peter's coming to lock him in. They have to go. Don't die, DJ. Your life is worth more than you know. You need to live so Peter can flank, and he has struck Searson and Tizian both low, now with the bomb committed to the B site. Searson's but flanking the flanker. PTR's dead. DJ in a 1v1, maybe some redemption here.
Very winnable.
Oh, he's already walked the blind spot. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? He has no idea. Oh, he doesn't know. Yes, indeed. The Pi astronauts just given a little bit of something special for a fourth, and that was economically revitalizing.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
It is.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, well, both teams have had some odd ones here. Here's the opener from Searson that y'all missed at home. Good at this one on the cross. Bang! See you later, Ben. Nice reaction speed there from Searson, and this was the biff towards lower tunnels, but don't worry, we're back in the action. We're out long. Space taken. Up cat, they trundle. Jonji's going to have to deal with this. He's dropped a defensive smoke. There no one's close mid doors. PTR covered shrapnel, but does get away with 75 points of health, and regardless, they make their way out long. So they couldn't get the strat they were looking for. They were looking for a long fake into a short rush, but they still get control and can still pull off something similar. Hone alone's AWP forward. Oh, now it's real issues.
Yeah, this is brutal. They can... Actually, the boosting. What was that? Pwn alone, one down now. Searson caught.
Tabson into the AWP. Okay, well, the boss man has the bomb, so he's going to need to group up with the crew, but the second AWP of Pete is here as well to be pesky. It's just Pete, though. Everybody else is dealing with mid, B, short.
Yeah, and Peter's going to feel a lot of util and pressure now. He's getting run on. Molotov down. Look at this. This execution puts him in dire straits, but that's the bomb carrier, and he gets away. What a quick solve from Peter Gurney. Oh, what a shot! Another one, this time to the dome of Faven. He is not going down without a fight. Some valiant play. Jonji won. Tabson is his next victim. Peter has a pop-off.
It's Dust 2, mate. This guy's been playing it his entire life.
He dreams of Dust 2.
Yeah, he's in here. This is where he feels comfortable. You know, none of this ancient nonsense. Don't worry about any of that.
And I'm pretty sure his mouse is from 2008 as well.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. He's had 2 massive rounds so far for the Party Astronauts, right? He had that scout round earlier in the piece, and this one here again. You can see that deeper smoke that he's actually playing around. That is one that has been dropped.
I knew I recognized it. I want to see when it was released. The MX518. When was that? When did it come out? Here we go. 2005. He's using a mouse from 2005, Dan.
Vintage.
Yeah, soon.
Oh, look at that. Glocks.
No, not Glocks.
Or as Dazed would say, Glocks!
And dazed and confused, perhaps a big clan as they kind of wake up from their slumber, and it's 7-6. I was hoping to hear if I could get any nuggets from the astronauts there, but some degree of revenge, I guess. Running down the AWP with the Glocks is going to feel some type of way. DJ with a lovely quick 3-piece feed. And we're on our way. Will this be easy? We'll see. Searson posts up and already Jonji's across. So a 4-man lean.
DJ needs to be careful when he crosses late here because he will want to cross. So he needs to be very, very cautious about this. Maybe a flash, well, fortunate now. And hasn't crossed indeed. He stayed towards CT spawn. So hedging that it will be an A finish here. Oh,
that's brutal.
Yeah, look, it's a good peak to try and isolate your long anchor, right? But the fact that Searson's here to greet you, that one there sucks. Oh, and another one. The AWP's just popping off here. Pete's taking down Fave and Flash. Now DJ over the smoke. It's just AWP after AWP.
We could have a full AWP feed here. Peter onto Searson next. Didn't see him. Peter did. And damn, Searson doesn't even need to see him for more than a half a second. Slaps Peter out of the server. GG. This one's done. Make it 8. And Ben at least recovered Pwn Alone's AWP for a moment, but now he's
looking for another one. The Dragon Law's there, you know, thinking, yeah, maybe there's a close corner, maybe there's not. But the money over there with the loss bonus going to be only 1,900 is going to come into question here for the final round of the first half. Map numero 2, and Tizian will remove that as well. So there you have it. But you got 5k on Ben at the high end, and then at the low end, it's 3.1 for DJ. So it's going to be a crushing buy here. But they've made scouts work, and they've made lower tunnels pushes work as well. Here's this one from Searson, and he was just boosted up towards mid moments before. but I really like the kill that he gets on towards Pete and Spawn. This one here, flashes, smokes, everything coming his way. And easiest kill of Crimbo's life there. Jonji kind of rocking a hard place, having a look in two different directions, goes on down, but here we go.
Oh, Searson set and match. Pone alone twice now meets him right at the start of things. There could be a second on the cards here, or retrieved. No. Oh, he's switched on. PTR, he's having some fun, isn't he? I think he's been given the green light to just play his game. And you know what? If this could lead to a 7th, this boost is going to be one that can put salt into the wounds. A shot through the smoke confirms Searson was close, and Jonji does go strafe into the double peak. He doesn't quite find lethality. Ben has to finish the job, and he will.
No!
But how does he not die to that?
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
How does he not die? Ben is screaming 1 HP. Oh, robbed. Could get worse. PTR has to be the hero now to defend this full commit. First found. He is hitting most shots. Not quite on the second, but he's feeling himself. He's put a couple wide. Now ready for long. Deals with Tizian. Piecing it together. Searson posted up. Gap closed. DJ does take down the AWP. Close, he's not ready. And just like that, Crimbo and tabseN make it 9-6. We reach our half. Dust 2 will continue in just 2 minutes' time. Grab your snacks. Get hydrated. Grab yourself a bottle. We'll be right back to see if the astronauts can take us to 3.
Hey Future Pros! Some people hate Dust 2. Anyway, here's a cool smoke that you can throw from T-spawn to land on the hinge of the mid double doors. Without going down a rabbit hole, you will need a scope to line this one up. To throw the smoke, get into this mini corner along the fence. Crouch down and double scope to find this smudge along the awning. Then simply jump through the smoke while crouched. By some miracle, the smoke will land.
I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved room. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
A full team effort from Big Clan has put them in the driving seat of Dust 2. A nice competitive half, a 6-round haul from the CTs of Party Astronauts. Now they're forced to attack, bring the fight to Big Clan, and only 2 kills separating top from bottom for Big. Good to see Pete at home and comfortable on Dust 2. He's been feeling himself to stand in the super sub, 31 years of age. We right charged up mid. We're going to be seeing a biff. And already bloodshed, Searson and bullet in his head. He lives on, and Jonji will finish Tizian. This is going to be an absolutely quick pistol. What's going on?
We call this one Fight Club, and well, the fight is on. And I thought he got that for a second there. I didn't know how.
Faven gets it, saves him from the flash push. PTR, though, he's still not going to give up without a fight. He is now. Faven forces his hand. Nice shot. Jonji could win this, you know. 1v3 ain't out of the realms of possibility as he retrieves the bomb and perhaps disappears.
Well, where's he going to go? Mid to A would be cheeky, but the footsteps are going to be heard from Crimbo, and he's just going to oversee business here. Jonji, you're going to have to hit a snappy one. Well, he knows now.
Yeah, Crimbo has not...
Get it down, son.
He's going to run him down. Oh, he's not ready for this. Not ready for both. Gets the info safely, but finished off. Nice reaction. Crimbo handles business, and so do Big.
I think this is good. The Big know that they can play rounds like that and be aggressive and win those type of fights. So it's nice that they're doing things in that fashion, not just always necessarily doing it by the book. But a fun one here. Tizian gets the opener onto DJ, and it's just a continued slogfest because neither team wants to back down from the mid control. One from Faven that caught me off guard because Tabson gets completely blind. So overseeing and helping out the Big Clan in-game leader here. It was Faven. This was the one. Yeah, I was very curious how Tabson got that kill because he didn't. But it's a light buy right now from the Astronauties. They've got themselves a Deagle, a P250, and 3 Gloxicals.
Eins. Und hier kommt die zweite. In 2 Sekunden.
2?
Ja, fantastisch. Und 3 mehr. 2 mehr. Und wir sind fertig. Wow, I cast it around in German. I've never done that before. Successful. It's just numbers, but I did it.
Yeah, well, you
give me a star. Where's my gold star from the sheet, Chad? Where did you put the sheet?
I don't show you guys anymore.
Oh, you didn't bring it.
No, it's here. It is here. I just haven't put it up publicly. I don't want everybody to have a competition against one another.
That was my gold star.
Look, we'll get you a stamp on the hand and a sticker for your shirt. So
please. Because I saw Maui had one.
Yeah, well.
You didn't tell me that was happening.
Yeah, well, you know, he joined me for some Faceit games.
Maui's going to be here, by the way, boys. You get to see Maui and Anders for your 3rd game of the day, and it should be a fun one.
Yeah. An American game.
Yep.
The Americas. Uniting South America and North America in a battle with some French flavor.
Oh, you really did sell it to me there.
Timeout called here from Big. Now, they're going to be operating with the interesting buy that they have, right? The MP9s, the FAMAS, the Scout in play. But let's see, because Searson has a really good spawn if he wants to go and take the mid-fight. He doesn't have a scoped rifle on the other side to have to concern himself with. And if anybody would like, you know, Tizian could or Tabson could with the MP9s push into lower dark behind the Scout. I think that's not a bad maneuver by any means. Tabson's going to use the long spawn, makes sense. Faven and Crimbo actually over towards B. So keeping the youngsters together here. Tabson with a set molly. Jonji ahead.
Absolutely run down. It's Jonji to kick open the site. And you know what that's going to do. That's going to force a huge rotation. I mean, surely this is a round set for success. More pressure. I think Big may have worked it out. Crimbo.
Yes, yeah. This is it.
This is the round right here. If DJ... Oh, he's got the bomb and everything. This is all about his read and positioning. Cross set perfect. Don't overextend here, fellas. Great pop flash, but Faven can still ruin your day. It's 1, it's 2. Searson a problem for a moment, but that's a nice finish. Jonji with the flourish. 3 kills from him in total. Puts him up to 7.
It's good to be able to send somebody like Jonji out long and he gets a kill, right? Like, it's one thing if your entry fragger like that goes out, dies, gets nothing, gives up the AK. This is it. Get on the replay here. So Tabson trying to get it all done on his lonesome. But remember, that was a bonus round. However, the Big that I know are quite conservative. They will wait until they get all their goodies to close this out. Good shooting from Jonji there to close things down. So you will just see more of a partial investment here. Scout and some upgraded pistols. Let's see how far they can get these to go. Great nade early. Heat doing some damage through the smokes. The flashes are coming, so are the pistols.
I'm scared for Pete. He's handled business. Everything's cool. Everything is good in the party astronaut hood.
And we'll call this 11 to 8, I do believe. Now, I did tell you before we started map number 2, I was like, I can see well we go 3. You know, I feel like there's a chance this one could go 3. There's still a chance this, yeah, and probably most people didn't, right? But things could still go very wrong for Big, right? I know that it seems like they can just coast through now like they did on Overpass, right? Because remember they had that on the T half where Sirison and I think it was Faven saved a Deagle and a Scout, and then it kind of
screwed them.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's going to happen again right now, but I also think that because this map, you can do some momentum-based plays like out long, right? If you scrim out long and you're able to trade efficiently, then you should likely be winning the round in those scenarios. So a couple of those could fall in the favor of Party Astronauts. And they're sticking together as a pack, right? They're staying as a unit. They're not overcomplicating things. They're just going to go trade out on towards B. Oh, well, Jonji has basically secured the round now. It is just Faven up close and personal, and he's not going to be given a kill. So good restraint from Jonji not to go looking any further.
Yeah, really nice. Because it could have led to that loss of the AK. Faven saves that. Everyone's winning. Lovely. Jonji just knows. And he's starting to feel himself. I mean, I'm sure it must be quite a payoff because you don't get it all the time with opponents in this group when you are party astronauts where you start anticipating moves and positions.
Yeah,
you know, like
precisely.
That's the payoff. That's the payoff. It's like, oh wait, that's exactly what I expected. And suddenly the game no longer feels like it's just out of your reach. You can understand and justify where your opponents are going to be moving to.
Now this is curious. It is the first time out of Party Astronauts here throughout the entire game.
On the win.
So yeah, and I think this is cool for them to be talking this through. They don't have long spawns, guys. Like I can tell you right now that the closest long spawn is PTR. Everybody else has a B spawn. So maybe that's going to be part of their conversation, but you know, Rush B, I know it's a matchmaking classic here, but it's something that's a little bit more difficult to pull off. They also don't have Jonji in a good position to try and find them an opening. We do take a glance in towards the dead eyes of the counter-terrorists.
Probably is a good embodiment of where Big Clan's concerns are right now. They want to finish it here. They've got plans. Maybe they made a little early dinner reservation.
I see the players going out for the Bulgogi.
Bulgogi?
Getting out to the KBBQ.
I'm well up for some more KBBQ in my life. Give me that short rib.
Well, they are heading over towards B with 4. They could do the classic play where they extinguish the molly or they run through the molly on the last tick because Sirison's currently busy in middle. If they just keep... Oh, they're coming in. It is a B rush.
You nailed it, Chad. They're in. Faven, lot to do. Jonji has opened up the site. They know there's an AWP close. Searson's filled the feed already. Smoked off. Glass cannon. He is very vulnerable to spray back, and they are looking to position for a retake. This is a notoriously difficult one. It's early positioning. Crimbo's got a nice nade onto the plant spot. So
they risk it all and go for this retake?
I mean, this could be where we decide how threatening Dust 2 will be. They re-smoked it. Check the util. We've got more smokes. 2 more smokes and a Molotov.
So risky right now.
Really go.
Big. I feel like if Doors is just going to continue to be smoked, there's no point going through the window molly now. I think they're backing off.
Yeah. Oh, Jonji's brave. You might want to try and catch one on the retreat, confirm their suspicions, but they are out. They are out.
And that's 9. 2 rounds the difference now.
Wow. I mean, I'm not ready to jump on your bandwagon, but I am certainly aware that it exists.
I've been harsh to the Americans over the years, right? So I'm trying to get them back on board.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the American fans back on board. We've had our runs in, me and the Americans. But that's great. And sure, look, the guns get saved, but Faven's only going to get hooked up with a FAMI here, so...
Dude,
rough one.
I mean, you looked at the spawns. I wonder how much was the driving force, especially with the timeout, time to think it through, to, you know, make sure you, allocate the roles properly.
Yeah, and the fact that Sirison stayed fighting mid there on the jiggle from Suicide means, okay, maybe it's a bit lighter, we can get on in, and they did, but here we go. Now towards long, Pwn Alone out with the AWP. What's he going to do there?
Die is the conclusion of that, and an AWP delivered, I'm sure, eventually. Wow, that nade... Oh no. Very suicidal maneuvers here. Jonji has to really be the hip fragging hero, doing it all here.
Guys, take a bit of sauce out of the round, just chill. Maybe don't chill, maybe stay aggressive, maybe stay in their face.
Or not.
Change the round now, don't worry about the win, think about the damage. Find frags, don't need to win, just do some damage to that CT economy because you just gave them a secondary AWP. Don't allow them just to have free upgrades here, just isolate some jewels. Try and trade.
It's very rare to see the AWP go for the blue bin cross.
Jonji can smoke doors here. Crimbo's ahead of this. They just... Oh, Faven's tucking in too. This one should be a lock, Alex.
I mean, they actually have a chance. They're ahead of the Incendiary, and there goes their chance. Jonji is good, but not good enough for Crimbo's peak. Quick one there, and yeah, as you discussed, Chad, this is the downside of opening deaths such as that. It was a bit of a light one, and now all of their financial woes have been resolved. 12-9.
All right.
All right. They can still find a route. What do you call it? Route.
A route.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know how I say it now. I forgot. I only know.
Say route?
Route. Thank you.
Yeah, you say router, I say router.
Router.
And here we go. Pete towards long with the AWP.
Not going to repeat that, are you, Citizen?
No, and that smoke as well means that Pete can just maintain this line. And normally you want to, well, do exactly this. Slip a rifle past in case of re-aggression. You can bring the rest of the troops. They have to be very careful right now. Oh, almost the double two.
Could have been. Won't be. Spreading forces of smoke. Searson doesn't have a line. He'll have to peek around and over, perhaps. High flash to punish. Yo, Jonji's taking some gambles here. What a shot onto Tizian! Actually catches him jumping for info. Searson's his next victim. Jonji doing so much work for the party astronauts. He's given him an opportunity. NS in the chat from Tizian. He's given him full credit for what he's just laid down here. This could rocket the astronauts into a 10th. Jonji's laid down the foundations. They just can't let it slip. Good. Double smoke. Only punish now is really going to be in the hands of Tabson. They know he's there. Trajectory makes it clear, and so does the frag. Ben can't respond. Ben doesn't respond. Tabson saves them. Big Clan was so vulnerable. And now DJ has to pull off a 1v2. Ouch. Do you walk or do you stay? It's the right call to anticipate long.
Oh, great stuff from Tabson there, yeah.
What a round from Tabson. Just switched on. Just switched on.
They're having fun.
I think...
Having a good time.
If you were guessing, who was that?
I think it's NK.
I thought that was NK.
I feel like he's just doing it just because, hey, the team are probably fist
me,
bump, but yeah,
NKJ.
he's just having a bit of fun with it. Keeping it loud, making sure that they can hear him, and also delaying the defuse, but they retain the double AWPs. That's good. The bomb goes down. It is going to make things quite difficult going forward here from the party astronauts, but at least they can keep rifles in their hand. Now, shot coming out of Jonji here. Yeah, that was a nice specky on the jump. He's good on the entries there. You know, I think Jonji thrives in the chaos of things, but Tabson, this is the reverse of what you're used to seeing from him. Normally, he's doing that from the A-ramp. Oh, and that is the vertical bomb. That's a rarity, guys. That happens. It's like once in a blue moon.
Yeah, it's the blue moon.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
He's had enough, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Ponylone's watching, though.
All right. All right. Tabson, bit of a game changer. And he's the first scalp, so Party Astronaut's given a leg up in this round. They just have to not fumble. Hinge smoke. Does Searson have the risk?
Oh.
He whiffed it.
Yeah. That right there makes jumping up Xbox a little bit harder.
Cappuccino in the chat.
Coming back towards B, look at this aggressive tunnel setup right here. Crimbo on that secondary AWP, and he has Faven who's anti-flash, so this could work.
Yeah, it's going to likely catch them off guard. I mean, this is not a setup they're encountered before. It's a question of how well drilled you're going to be. Peter's surely going to give him a bit too much hip. Pin pulled. Crimbo posted. Ponylones will try and take the fight, and they retreat. Oh, they do stand and deliver an equalizing set of frags. But Jonji, look at him. Look at Jonji. Trade. Oh, took his sweet-ass time. DJ's gone in the process. It's another Jonji clutch.
Hey, he's playing outside the bomb. It's still down towards tunnels. He might get a kill for free here. If they continue to scale forward, Jonji's above them. But he can't stay here for long.
So ambitious. Oh, delicious! Oh, it was nearly God tier. Jonji nearly just outbrained the Big Clan boys.
That would have been beautiful.
I swear, I'd have actually Had to change my pants.
That would have been a beautiful round right there, but this is feeling dire, unfortunate.
Oh, his brain was swelling, his cerebellum full of thought.
It was a great attempt, right? Just, if he had the bomb on his back, that would have been the best in that scenario right there.
Oh, dude. I want to see, I don't know if we get it. We'll find out. Let's just see what happens here. This is in reaction. Whoa.
Yeah, okay.
10 HP.
That's a clutch shot. Yeah, man. I'd be frustrated too. That's a big shot for Siriusson to hit.
Yeah, fair play. He's just saved Big Clan because Jonji definitely outbrained and gamed him.
That was a great attempt. Unlucky, mate.
Yeah, UL's in the chat, man. That's tough. NT. Ooh, I'm pissed off about that.
Yeah.
For him.
I felt the force at which he hit that table.
Yeah, I found myself doing it in sync after watching it again. Yikes. Ugh.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Party Astronauts are showing they got something. How much do they have here? It is one of the classic big 3B gamble stacks. tabseN is the unknown factor, and I think maybe just the short exec here. Bridge smoke, elevator smoke, and go. Siriusson is great at operating around these smokes, though, so they do have him to contest with. Good molly. It's going to buy 7 seconds off of those smokes, but they can still go. But there's no flashes either, so this is going to be, yeah, a tough one here.
I mean, a bomb plant would go a long way. Some people on 1K could really be the equalizer if they can get into the side. They have to get through Siriusson. And a missed shot is a great start. Tagged Pwn alone, but the bomb will go down. Mission complete.
Oh, the bomb didn't go down. What? The nade was perfect from tabseN, right on Pwn alone's head.
Oh, and the wallbang probably softened him up just enough. They get nothing. Wow, a combination of harrowing losses there.
It is NK.
It's me.
And this is it. Well, likely to be 16 now. Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? It really just does feel that way.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, boys. Like, put yourself in their shoes. Everyone here, all 58,000 of you. Put yourself in the shoes of the human beings that are wielding the mouse and keyboard just like you do.
Yep.
You're gonna be thinking about this for a few hours after this game. Yep. You're gonna be, oh, and that's a bugger, that is. Let's have a look at how it affected their finances. We will see AKs for everyone. It's just a little light Galil for Peter and no nades for DJ. So that was all that they were battling for in that round. There you go. I can kind of spit it like it wasn't all hell breaking loose, but I'm still thinking about a couple of rounds to go. 15-9. We got ourselves 6 opportunities for Big Clan to close it out. Series points, more than a handful.
Okay, well, they had the B-rush work for them earlier. I don't think that's going to be the play now. It's 3 through the upper tunnels. DJ and Ben to deal with any long and mid aggression here. The default has definitely changed on Dust 2 since the changes. A flash towards lower. Faven can stand his ground right now. He gets pushed back. Oh, it's actually 2 orbs bearing down on mid. Good catch there from Jakey. So the thing is, if you think that the mid orb's there and you try and scale up Cat quickly, you run straight into Siriusson. So that's where the issues are. Flash off. A warning shot will do a lot here. He's going to flash back for a peek. They still don't know that it is the AWP here. Should be getting ideas soon.
What is PTR going to do? He has to extinguish, so no CT smoke and a nade now on his nose.
Oh, this is bullying him right now.
Oh, they're suppressing him.
Another HE. That one's from tabseN.
Been given a smoke to go again, a deep, long smoke. You are in trouble.
If they wait this out and still go late long, it is just Tizian in this position. So an A split could actually work here, and tabseN's gambled again that is the B splits. This is more anti-flash and... Oh, he's just mounted up. Here we go. This is it. Oh, Molly's missed. They're going to have to worry about doors now.
Oh, he reveals himself. That kind of plays into their favor.
Sirisson's here.
Force him out. He's actually missed the shot. They need to... And the second. Sirisson's so low. Jonji can find him on the way through, all the way from CT. He does. The site's open. Party Astronauts say play on.
I think it might even have to be a save call right here from Big. So double digits. This is the first time they may even get to the double digits here for the Party Astronauts. Crimbo, as he spotted a barrel, he is very glued in on this position. So he might get the swing from the up-down, and oh, he gets one. Didn't account for Jonji though, did he? Punishment from Jonji. He's going to cop some bullets through now. Oh, well, I was going to say it's a 2-on-2. They might start considering things, but the low HP of Faven will change their tune. And they'll just sit and roost right now as, yeah, Party Astronauts have gotten up to 10. Yesterday, they only managed 10 over 2 maps. Here, it was 9 on the first one, and now 10 on the second. So, edging ever closer.
Yeah, and I will say, just on an individual basis, I think Peter's warming into it as well. Just individually, he struggled. I think 8 frags, 2 maps in their first debut game.
Yeah, well, it was against players,
And it's against players, you know, like, not only you taking a huge break from the game, you're playing against the guys who've been geeking it the whole time while you were gone. So that's definitely going to be a step too far, a bridge too far. We've got 5 series points now for Big Clan.
Yeah, and look, they can drop some guns and make this one work. They can even stick with the double AWP setup. It just means that Sirison is going to have to be on a glass cannon of his own design. So, look, it's not the best of buys, but it's still enough to close things here before they get too out of hand. Party Astronauts are having fun. There's still smiles on the faces, but we do have the serious nature of round number 26 ahead of us.
Oh, great shot from Pone alone. Down goes Sirison. We need John G alive. 25 and counting. Flashed off the line. Information Faven with the AWP. Confirms his presence. PTR flashed, has to duck, turn tail, lost his AWP.
He's hidden the Sirison AWP, right? So at least that's... Oh, this is getting awkward now. Pone's gone down. John G's found one. This is chaotic.
It is, and they are going to continue to drop back and forth. Tizian holds with just the M4. They're across. The CT's here to acknowledge, and they're going to swing in. It's a brutal duel. They need to win it out. DJ only posts 1. Peter has the clutch to play on. Jumping through the 1v1 now. He takes down Faven. Crimbo last seen on site, and he can disappear. Peter, what's your plan?
He has a minute to work right now. The bomb is at the feet of Crimbo, and Pete can go anywhere, right? He can go back short, he can go all the way around long. Crimbo, though, is worried about the ramp creep up. So he knows that he was towards CT spawn, but as every second ticks on by, you start considering, okay, well, where is he now?
Could be sure. I think you can see his movement acknowledging that now. He's going to be hidden. Newest addition to Big.
Near the keyboards.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, he's so close. Meets Peter and Crimbo secures it. Big Clan will finish in 2. The new kid on the block closes it out before things do go awry. GG's in the chat. A lot of fun to watch that one. Looks like the Party Astronauts definitely having a lot more to be discussing after that. Overpass, a good map. We see Big Clan pushed to their Dust 2 limits. It's going to be a lot more to learn from the demo review, at least of that one.
Yeah, I think here, look, if they continue to trend upwards, you know, they continue to get closer and closer to map wins. They have a lot on their agenda coming up soon. The RMR not that far away and plenty of spots there to pick on up. So this is great experience for the Party Astronauts. And look, we definitely saw more out of the individuals today. So things are chopping and changing. And check out those pants on Jonji. Woo, looking a bit stylish there with the checks, but the fist bumps come in. And yeah, Big do get an essential win. A hug from tabseN and Peter there. That'll be it. To me, going.
Good luck, man. I'm completely segregated. Kablamo! Ho, with the preach, holy moly!
Hey guys, how to preach.
Today we're gonna show you some... Never mind. Another? I'm behind him, he's like on the coast down here. Oh, 2.
Still not close enough to help you.
Okay, I'm nuts. You going for? There's deep people and close.
I'll go for the deep people then.
Okay, I'll go for the close. I've whiffed, I've whiffed, I've whiffed. He has no idea.
No!
Just spiral back around. Oh, I see 2.
Nice. Did you get a gun or not?
Yeah, I got one. I just see that one.
This guy.
Nice.
I'll go for a gun. 2.
Okay, 2 spotted. They're both like there on that ping.
Nice.
Easy.
It's over, everybody. The party is cancelled here on day 2 of Group C because I think our astronauts need to practice taking their BIG forces a bit better.
Hey! Well done. Well done, Parla.
It's all coming up, Parla. All right, everybody. 2-0 for Big over the party astronauts. Honestly, I think there are some positives to take away for the party astronauts, but in general, a dominant performance by Big.
Yeah, it was a dominant performance. It was a strange performance at the same time. That was the puggiest game, one of the puggiest games we've seen thus far, even though it wasn't Dust to their island. Like, there were moments where, okay, it's out of nowhere, party beats dropping, but party astronauts are out of this game at the very least, ladies and gentlemen. But jokes aside, I do like, kind of in a way, that how the individuals and party astronauts were starting to pop off. They were feeling it. At the same time, that also meant there were so many rounds where they seemed to have a man advantage, and it just gave it away because of some unnecessary overpeaking.
Yeah, I think the way we'd phrased it is that at times there, it looked like Big were kind of playing with their food, where they had advantages, but they just weren't playing as clean Counter-Strike as we know a team of their caliber can be. But I feel like we saw more of a kind of more of a performance, I guess, from the party astronauts guy. A bit more of a fight to them in this game. Certain players like PTR and Jonji putting up good individual performances. But overall, it was too much. They got sucker punched in this game, and I haven't seen somebody get sucker punched like I hit Parla earlier.
Check it out on @ESL CS Instagram account if you'd like to see what myself, the rest of the night shift, and Heku is up to as well. Guys, what do party astronauts need to do better in their next 3 matches?
Look, it's really hard to gauge.
Is it just class and quality? Is it experience? Practice against teams like this?
It's experience, and I'll tell you why. There were so many rounds where, like, for example, you see the Xbox smoke, and you just the player admit on the CD side from party astronaut, just like wide swing out and gets picked off by Sirison. They get caught off guard many a times. A lot of re-peeking coming out, which they got away with multiple times because of the individual prowess of a player like Jonji, for example, right? But these are bad habits which kind of get instilled in you when you've been playing for so long in North America, and you get away with going for these sort of plays. But you come in here, you get punished. That's what happened over here. It is going to be a learning experience. That's the exact frag I spoke about there. It's still going to be a learning experience. At the same time, though, seeing players like PTR, players like Ponlo, and especially Jonji wake up, that's a good sign.
Yeah, and certainly for players and teams coming over from other regions, it's normally the case that it's structurally, it's tactically that they're having deficiencies, and normally the individuals, they're fine. They're of this level. If they've certainly played here for a few months, they'd be fine moving forwards. But yes, as Blair mentioned, in this game, you could just see kind of the difference in class, and maybe, to answer your question, Parla, going into future matches, I'd like to see this team play more to their win conditions, get more aggressive, be more proactive, take more risks, because if you sit back and play a standard game, I'm sorry, you're just going to lose to these more structured teams.
Alan, you mentioned difference in class. I don't think there was a more standout example across both maps than tabseN.
Yeah, tabseN was just a class act. Right? This is one round I want to talk about, by the way. 12-9 Party Astronauts, kind of mounting a little bit of a mini comeback, right? But tabseN throws a nade, and all of a sudden, magically, he has a second nade. This is classic big, right? You talk about Dust 2 and how the H's can be stacked, can be dropped at the beginning of the round. This time around, they drop it towards short. So tabseN on that retake, a 2v3. There we go. The first nade gets lobbed in. The second one, Alan saw it, was Tizian dropping it for him, enabled him to deal even more damage in the direction of Ben Lead. Although that being said, headshots all around, so it didn't really matter at the end of the day. But that was more of a big-esque round than what we saw for the majority of that map.
Yeah, the professional level, most people would call those the OG nades. They came into kind of fashion just after the kind of the nade dropping change was probably about the same time, I guess, as the Dust 2 changes in general. But yes, as Blair's mentioning, it's just another example of another layer to Big's game that potentially a team like Party Astronauts doesn't have because they haven't been exposed to this sort of gameplay.
Guys, before we talk a bit more about this matchup, we have an interview ready with Heku on the sidelines with the new man himself on Big. It's Crimbo.
Hey everybody, right now I'm joined by Crimbo once again, but this time it's not going to be a pre-match interview, it's going to be a winner's interview because you just won 2-0 against Party Astronauts. Again, you decided to pick Dust 2. Could you actually hear what the enemies were yelling?
No, just yelling, just like woo and stuff like that, but not exactly what they were telling.
Yeah, so basically one of the players actually yelled like, oh, you picked Dust 2 into us? Oh, we're the kings of Dust 2. And I was like, whoa, like I wonder if you actually heard. But if you would hear it, would kind of like light up a fire and you'd just close the map even quicker?
Yeah, I would think so. Just win not that close and yeah.
Well, Crimbo, like right now, like if we look at all of the nicknames in your team, yours kind of like stands out. So when are you getting the capital N in the end?
Maybe sometime, maybe after the event. I don't know how it's like the rights for it. If I can even change my name, I don't know. But Crimbon wouldn't be so nice, I think. Or to speak it out, Crimbon. I don't know. But it's like, of course, it would be cool.
I mean, obviously, it is going to be cool. Well, tomorrow you're going to play against players, and today they kind of struggled a little bit. But the thing is, you decide, like, you like to pick Dust 2. They also like to play Dust 2. So will we actually see this map today, like tomorrow from you?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
But is there already a plan?
Maybe.
Crimbo, you're full of secrets. Okay, I'll not delay you any longer. There's still barbecue, so you can go and enjoy it. Yeah, so...
I will definitely will.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Merry Crimbo!
Crimbon. Oh, if it goes 007, that's yeah, Crimbon right there. I don't know. I think Crimbone can work, like a T-bone.
Oh, Crimbone, yes.
Crimbone State?
Yeah.
Talking about, like, no, you know what? I'm not even going to... Let's not go down...
Do it.
No, we're not going down that route of conversation. I'm just going to leave it there. I want to talk about PTR. I'm very excited to see him standing in for Party Astronauts. First map, not so much of a big performance, but that second map, Dust 2, Peter came out swinging, mate.
Listen, man, seeing Peter in the server, it feels like it's a bit of a throwback, right? The guy's been around for so very long, and seeing him coming in here and starting to pop off. We did AWP, there was a one round, I think he got a 4K, and it's the fashion in which he got that 4K, just aggression, hitting some nutty shots himself and Pawn alone as well. The boomers in the server showing up. It makes me feel so good, Alan.
Oh, that's good to hear, Grandbad player here on the desk.
All right.
The PTR, yeah, certainly yesterday, not the best performance, let's be honest. But for him to be called in so last minute and to be playing so many roles, he's not accustomed to. I guess Dust 2 is one map where he can secondary AWP quite a lot. It's not a big problem. It doesn't really affect the setup so much. But I just wanted to highlight PTR because a very commendable performance considering the situation for him. And it's just good to see a player that's been called in last minute having some good rounds, having some good highlights, and cheering us up here on the desk.
Yes. PTR definitely had some moments. Guys, I want to swing back the discussion briefly to Big to close out this match. Look, so it's a tough comparison to make, Party Astronauts and Liquid, but from what we've seen, a Big building in to ESL Pro League? Are they improving over yesterday compared to today?
Listen, it's going to be a big shocker for me, and I think everyone knows Group C is probably one of the more easier ones, especially if you're one of the favorites. And let's be real, apart from players, Liquid, Big are the other big name right now. And of course, looking at Movistar Riders, just today itself, pulling off, one might say, an upset win over the side of players, suddenly things can get a little dicey. If I'm Big right now, I want to win the remainder of my matches. The matchup against players is not going to be easy. Movistars have shown they have upset potential, so I would like to see Big continue on this trend and make things look clean.
Yeah, throw in GODSENT as well. They could definitely play spoiler to a better team in this group, even if they don't advance. But as we're talking about, as was mentioned earlier in an interview, the best thing for Big is just to get more match experience, more opportunities to reflect on rounds, think about how they're playing these mid-round situations, and then make changes. And particularly for a player like Crimbo, for example, every single game he plays is going to be so valuable when they watch it back from him and they say, you know, you don't play the situation like this. This is how we play at the pro level, you know. React to these nades in this way. When you see a player here, you do this. So for players like Crimbo, maybe Faven as well, this sort of kind of caliber of competition, every game is so valuable, and I hope for them they do take the time to review and then build up through this tournament.
All right, Big taking out Party Astronauts 2-0, and with that being said, let's take a look at where Group C stands. Movistar Riders with the 2-0. Big respect to them. Team Liquid, only 1-0 at the moment. We're going to watch them play shortly. Players 1-1, Big 1-1. GODSENT 0-1, and Party Astronauts 0-2. If you can tell from Group C, from looking at the table, it's going to be Liquid and GODSENT up next. Blair, Alan, you looking forward to this one?
Absolutely. This is going to be fun. GODSENT, a team I've always kind of enjoyed watching. They kind of trailed off, but now they got Henny back. Henny, baby. And against Liquid, who looked convincing yesterday, it's going to be a banger, Paolo.
Just think about the number of straight fire individuals in this matchup. We are guaranteed to have a good game to round out the day.
Absolutely. Everybody at home, do not go anywhere. This match kicks off at 7:30 p.m. CET. We'll be live about 10 minutes before then. So, you know, just kick back, maybe open a browser game in another window, and we will see you very shortly.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Playoff, maybe like a year ago when it comes to Colombia, like they struggled a little bit, but in the last few events, playoffs like was never like a question mark. Right now, they are really eager.
Days gone, I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. just shake the ground. Oh, this lightness, it will fill the air around. In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burning flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get you. I'm coming. I'm coming.
your superhero. Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Fearless.
survive each day? Yeah. CP3. He likes to punch tables. I mean, not in a negative way, but in a positive way. Let's go. Okay. You're constantly punching things and glass tables. We actually punch a glass table. We have glass tables. Okay. Especially glass tables. Why do you do this? What's the first thing that comes to mind that's odd about Phelps? It's too quiet. Too. You know exactly how this game. It's creepy and is scaring Barton. No, actually, let's not make it Barton, let's make it Demau, because they're sitting next to each other. Yeah, it's creepy.
You are a genius, Paolo.
Yeah. Are you hiding something from us?
He's really, really aggressive player.
Your strategy revolves around aggression.
When will you stop pressing W?
Yeah, when will you stop pressing? There we go. Perfect. Guys, let's head next door and see what's up. Alex.
Yes.
Some great questions here.
I think both players should be pretty worried. Okay, any first victims you'd recommend?
I would go with Demau first.
Yeah, all right. Demau, yesterday your team had to save you because you'd forgotten your backpack. How does it feel as the baby of the group that just turned 18 to rely on your team to survive each day?
I mean, it's hard for them, but they make my life easier, you know?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you pay them back with frags.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a two-way relationship.
Exactly, yeah, it's like a team, you know?
You get, you take, you give.
Yeah, exactly.
You're constantly punching things, especially glass tables. That sounds dangerous. Why do you do this?
I need to give the energy for my teammates. So if the table is like a glass, I need to punch.
So, Phelps, you're too quiet. It's creepy. And Taco says it scares Demau. Are you hiding something from us?
No. Trust me.
No?
No.
Not a dark past we need to know about?
I'm focal, guys, right?
Focus.
Yeah. That's why I'm so quiet. But I don't have that dark past or something.
You're not going to tell us where the bodies are buried, Phelps?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Phelps, all of your strategies for us revolve around aggression and rushing B. When will you stop holding W?
Because I'm only aggressive player this team, right? So I try to create a strat for this team is going to...
Liar.
No. That's the new culture, right?
Yeah.
So we need to create a strat for do this team aggressive a little bit.
Okay, good answer. Well, I actually feel like I've learned something. Thanks for your questions as well.
I think Liquid's just lacking time and reps of international Counter-Strike. At the moment, this is another odd mix, but Liquid always seemed to have an odd mix. When this team was at its prime, they didn't even have a star AWPer. They've always had some form of a European import, and this mix of players, you look at Elige, Naf, and OC as the star trio, and then Shox and Nitro to kind of refine their positions in the team. That's going to take time. So I think time and the reps of European Counter-Strike is what Liquid need to get the most.
Shox going to Liquid and being like a little spy from behind enemy lines, I think he's definitely going to provide a wealth of experience. Experience is kind of an unquantifiable in terms of how you're able to communicate it.
I believe what I can try to bring from the European side is something sometimes more structured about the game and trying to actually fit like individual talent into like a team system. This is what I'm trying, I would say, like to give as tips overall. I think it's definitely like the next step for the NA teams.
There's a lot of expectation because it's Shox. You know, Shox is one of those kind of legendary names that will echo through the halls of Counter-Strike. And I think seeing him go not only to a new team, but go international, go overseas, cross continents, it's encouraging in terms of seeing how much he wants to continue to sacrifice and pursue this game for the highest level. And I think it's still undetermined as to how much he can contribute still in this competitive environment with all these new pieces. And I just think it's a question of, what can Shox do individually, but more importantly, how well versed is he at imparting all of his knowledge into the younger boys in the roster?
I think my experience and just in general, like I think North America kind of lacks like in-game leaders across like Valorant and Counter-Strike, like whatever game. I feel like the experience I have from Valorant actually helps a little bit, because just building a new team, because we had to build our team from scratch essentially. It was really hard, but we're finally like feeling like a lot of progress as a team, and we're feeling like at the top of our game with this iteration of the lineup. Obviously, I've had multiple teammates that are not American in Counter-Strike specifically, and it's always nice to have that kind of the other perspective of things, and having Shocks on the team definitely helps with that team dynamic for sure. He's been a huge help, so it's going to take some time, but I think we're feeling really good right now.
I think saying that Valorant would have added to Nitro's experience tank doesn't really take in mind that the games, even though they're both FPS, are completely different. I think the only thing that Valorant would have done for Nitro is bring back his love for Counter-Strike and his passion for the game. So that right there is the biggest positive and the biggest takeaway, that he has that hunger again to compete in CS, which is where he did his absolute best work.
Our expectations for Liquid should be at least qualifying, if not first place. I think players are fair enough, probably going to be, if in form, a threat to Liquid's first place and getting the bye to the quarters. But if they're not in the top 3, I think something's gone disastrously wrong.
I think it's a curious question to ask what to expect from this team, because I've been looking at the social medias and they've all been getting in a day before the event, maybe 2. So for them, they're still going to be battling that whole jet lag situation. They're not going to be boot camping. They're not going to be prepped and ready for European Counter-Strike. Sure, the group on paper looks like it could be an easy one, but if you take a look at how some of these other groups that EPL have planned on out, nothing is simple here. So in terms of them being a favorite to go through, I'd say they're on the cusp. I'd say there's only one favorite for this group to go through, and that's players. Everybody else, their position is wide open.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 15. Up next, we have our final best of 3 of the day, and it's Liquid versus GODSENT. My name is Parla. I'm still joined by Blair and Alan. Guys, how was your time off? We had, 20 minutes backstage. What did you guys get up to?
I really enjoyed the meal you cooked up for us there, Parla. It was fantastic. I mean, who needs barbecue when we got you?
What can I say? We just spend all day filming Instagram content here between the games, and if you haven't, you should go and check it out.
Yeah, at ESLCS on Instagram. Guys, it wouldn't be a complete, Pro League event without casters, and we've had a little switch up from Chatty B and Machini TV, and now we can welcome in Daddy Anders, and of course, the snake himself that left us. He left hashtag the night. Wait a second. Let's forget my vitriol for Maui Snake and just notice what's happening on screen. Okay. Yeah, see, that's a perfect example. Maui left us, and he feels like he's made it for real, because he's casting with one of the greatest casters of all time, and he's off in a different city. What's that about, man?
Listen, he's missing out. When he was here, he was one of us Katowiceans, and now he's a Dusseldorf.
He's a Dusseldorf. Right, Alan?
Sounds perfect, and yeah, for Maui to leave us like this to go off and be with Anders, it's just shameful, and hopefully when he gets back next week, you guys can get him in line.
Absolutely. All right, everybody at home, don't forget, it's Liquid versus GODSENT, and let's start, I should say, setting the scene by showing you a bit behind the scenes of GODSENT.
At IM Winter, they pleasantly surprised us because they end up sharing 5th and 6th place with players. Now, at the conference, they had to go to a 3rd map against Wisla Krakow, to a 3rd map against Endpoint, and they didn't get a single map against Movistar Riders. Don't get me wrong, those are some respectable European teams, but if you're being called the 2nd best Brazilian team, we kind of have a higher expectation.
I think the reason GODSENT struggled at the last couple of events is probably just part of their path, part of their journey to growth. They are no doubt kind of second in command in terms of Brazilian teams that have our attention. They were grinding super hard last year and had some inspiring strategies. They seem to be really just grinding the game as well. I was following them on Instagram, you could see they're at this boot camp facility for months and months, just committed to development. And it is a shame to see that Phelps had to step away. I think they're really close to a breakthrough. Like looking at their Katowice qualifier, you know, you saw like they're pushing everyone, close losses to big names. And so I think for GODSENT, it's a question of, you know, maybe there's a missing piece, maybe that missing piece is within them, but it doesn't help that they've just lost one of their more star riflers and have brought in Henny, which, you know, is a bit of an unquantifiable, volatile presence. I'm excited to see what Henny does, though. He was always quite a showstopper.
2022, they did not qualify for the American RMR and they didn't get to the main event of Katowice. They just need to get more experience.
In this group, I think GODSENT's chances are there. I think they're really there. They can punish. I don't think that there's many teams that should stomp them. I think Players will be a hard game. I think Liquid will be a competitive game. Big plan too.
We have Movistar Riders, a team that they recently lost with a score of 2-0. So now it's more a matter if Henny is the key to their success, if he is the answer. Will he be able to help out GODSENT? Or maybe he already kind of missed his prime and there's nothing they can do.
If you wanted to flex, you've got a perfect path to flex against capable competition, but beatable competition.
Machine and Heku with their thoughts on GODSENT, and perhaps there is some potential and new heights to be reached. Nonetheless, it is fair to say that GODSENT have had a shaky start to 2022.
They have had a shaky start, and it's a bit disappointing because looking back in the past year and a half during the online era, you saw this experiment come into play with Taco at the helm, and you're like, okay, this team, let's see where they're going to go. It felt like they were going to peter out somewhere in the middle of 2021, but no, they defied all expectations. They started to come together. Phelps leading the way. They were looking fantastic, and then unfortunately, you know, ever since the major stage where they got knocked out, and it's just been kind of a downward trend. And now with them taking out Phelps, the best player, you know, a legendary name from the Brazilian scene, and slotting in Henny. Now, don't get me wrong, Henny's a fantastic player, but the roles they play in their respective teams they played in the past are completely different. So I don't think they've had enough time to really slot him in, and we could see that in the scoreline they had yesterday against Movistar Riders.
Yeah, just watching them play, you can see on some maps they look a lot more kind of composed and structured than others, and that's certainly because of this whole dynamic. Before, with GODSENT, had kind of this hybrid AWPing system. There was maybe 3 or 4 of them that would pick it up depending on the map and the feeling. But now with Henny coming in, of course, he's going to take all of the primary AWPing positions, and we're looking at some of the other players and saying, now you're being put into spots you haven't played before, you haven't played recently, and they're having to adjust on the fly because presumably they're on very little practice.
How critical is it that GODSENT come into this matchup hot?
Oh, absolutely. It's got to be imperative. And they do have a slight little edge, I might even say, right? Despite the fact that, sure, they've lost Phelps, they have, you know, Henny coming in. Now, Henny, quiet day yesterday, but you don't expect him to go the entire group without really showing up. He is going to be showing up at one point or the other. And you got to bear in mind for this Liquid lineup, sure, they had a pretty good showing yesterday, but still they've had more changes overall as a team. So a definite possibility of GODSENT to maybe try and shock and awe Liquid early on here in this series.
I feel like even in terms of play style for a team like GODSENT, CT side extremely proactive, like to push in and out of places, and T side a lot of grouping early and trying to force out fights. And if the individuals aren't slowing up, that machine grinds down. And then looking at a team like GODSENT, especially at the moment, I'm not sure they have a B plan to fall back on. So for them, if the individuals aren't finding entries, if Henny on CT side is not finding impact, they could be in real trouble.
Guys, let's talk about OC. We've started to see him find his form, and of course he is the star AWPer of NA at the moment. Is he going to be a big factor in this matchup?
Yeah, you have to say that, right? Because he is going to be going up against his counterpart in the form of Henny, who we just spoke about right now. Now, unlike Henny, OC had a fantastic game yesterday, and he had it against a pretty solid lineup in the form of Big. The way he was showing up yesterday, being very mobile with the AWP, looking to take those close quarter battles, which he's known for. And what I like a lot about OC is, look, there's so many times when you have these players from some of the more far-flung regions of the world, apart from EU, could be from Asia, from Australia, from South America, from NA, and they pop off in their own respective regions. They come into EU and they kind of falter a bit. OC hasn't seemed to miss a step. He's looking fantastic, and he is going to be critical in this game.
Yeah, I feel like for Liquid in the first few tournaments they played, so we're looking at the Blast groups in Katowice, I do think OC had a couple teething problems. Maybe it was just playing offline, maybe for the kind of the first time in a big international competition. But here he's looked brilliant so far, and as Blair mentioned, being mobile, being dynamic, this is exactly what we wanted to see for two reasons. First of all, Liquid are giving him the space. That's exactly what we needed to be seeing. If you pen him in and you don't give him the opportunities, it's not going to work with a player like OC. And secondly, he's already taking initiative and he's perfectly happy to call around himself.
And he's a part of the trifecta of the 3 stars of this team for me personally, right? You have Nafly, you got Elige, and then you got OC. So he is a very important, an essential ingredient of this particular lineup.
Blair, if what Alan is saying is accurate, which I think it is, that he had teething problems at IEM, how important is it that he finds his adult teeth here at ESL Pro League?
Okay, I'm just going to avoid that particular metaphor there. I don't know much about like adult teething.
Adult teeth are the ones that you get after.
I know, but sometimes, you know,
baby teeth fall out.
People can have baby teeth.
Then you get your adult teeth and you have a full bite.
Don't you know what people?
It was a metaphor.
I know, but it's a weird metaphor, right, Paula? Okay, jokes aside, I still feel that OC, he's really proven his worth, so to speak. Now going up against GODSENT, it should be an easier opponent as opposed to Big yesterday. That being said, I'm going to give the slight little edge to GODSENT because I feel like they, even though they're not really super strong at any particular map, so to speak, they have a pretty deep map pool, surprisingly.
Talking about maps, Alan, it's your favorite thing. You're always talking about, oh, I love maps. I want to talk about maps. It's the veto, mate.
Oh, I love them so much, Paula. We always talk about it in the green room. But going into this veto, as Blair mentioned, the big thing about GODSENT is a 7-map pool, and they can flex it wherever they like, and they flexed it right here by banning Liquid's best map at the moment. Almost certainly would have been their map pick. In this one, Nuke Permaban, no surprises there, and it's going to be Ancient for GODSENT, Blair. What do you make of that one?
I'm not too surprised. It's a map that they like picking at almost every single opportunity they have, and I feel like, especially in a matchup where they are the slight underdogs, it totally makes sense. I did kind of foresee GODSENT going for the Dust 2 ban early on because Liquid looked really, really good against Big, but it was either going to be Mirage getting picked by Liquid or it was going to be Dust 2, right? It's a 50-50. Ancient Dust 2. Inferno's a decider, no surprises there. I think it's a map that GODSENT, at least for GODSENT, I think they're going to be pretty comfortable on all 3 maps. But that being said, I feel the peaks of Liquid, especially on their map pick and Inferno, could be higher.
I actually, in this veto, don't think GODSENT should have let the third go to Inferno. We know for Team Liquid, their map pool at the moment is pretty shallow. We haven't seen them on the edge of their map pool. And with a team like GODSENT, which can go pretty deep, I would have loved to see them test the edges more, maybe put kind of Liquid onto a slightly more uncomfortable map. Granted, though, Ancient is probably one of those maps. You can't imagine they've had a lot of time to practice that one over on the Liquid side. So, given what we saw yesterday, they look pretty good on Ancient up against Movistar. But can they repeat it here against what I would consider a tougher team?
I mean, Movistar did look really, really good today as well, right? They were able to take down players on the map of Ancient, has showing up a really, really good T-side as well. So, yeah, I mean, at least based on that, those 2 maps can kind of show that, sure, you know, that they were able to take down a team who were capable of playing on that map. So, Ancient, I think, is absolutely a win condition if GODSENT would potentially pull off this upset.
Blair, Alan, as we approach the start of this match, can I push you both for some predicciones?
Well, listen, I'm not Ryan, so I'm not going to say it's NA versus NA. GODSENT are clearly from South America, but I will have to side with the NA boys here. I feel like Liquid, they just have the superior star power. I feel like Henny really hasn't been slotted into his role the way OC and Shox has. So, yeah, I feel Liquid's going to take this.
I don't know. I'm feeling the upset. GODSENT 2-1.
All right, we've got Blair with Liquid, Alan with GODSENT. I wonder who Maui and Anders think are going to take this one. Guys, over to you.
Well, I've got to say, I am shocked, Paula, that it was Alan picking GODSENT. Maui,
Do my ears deceive me?
Yeah, I can't make sense of it. I just can't.
I kind of get it from the stance that the veto for GODSENT went more or less how it should have or how they wanted it to go. But beyond that, Liquid has shown me so much to be happy about.
They've looked so exciting. I mean, yesterday, yeah, they obviously taken out Big in 2 maps. That was really, really cool to see. I reckon that it's going to be Liquid doing it again. But we're starting on Ancient with Liquid on the CT side, GODSENT on the T side. Classic smokes towards the middle, but oh, there's a lot of people running in here behind that smoke. I like this. Though pushing into T spawn is 3 members of Team Liquid, and they're going to be catching Dumao to begin with. Barton going down next. What an absolutely exceptional pistol round, maybe especially from the side of Liquid. Finding Taco as well, there is Elige. I think GODSENT must be so confused. I'm a little bit confused right now.
This isn't a game state you get very often on Ancient. Nice shot by Elige to close that one out, but that was a cool little play from Liquid. The triple push towards T-spawn through A main. It's almost like GODSENT didn't know if they could plant. It's already hard enough to plant on A, and if you've lost A main on top of that, there's pretty much no options for you, and you could see they were sort of searching, prodding for something, but as they're trying to figure out what's the answer to this incredible start from Liquid, Elige just snipes them all down.
Yeah, he got 4 kills in this game, and I think Elige has been playing pretty well recently, but I don't think we haven't really seen the super psycho level of Elige yet, which I think maybe it's a good thing that it's not always needed, because he's got NAF there, he's got OC to drop a lot. Even Nitro's been putting up more kills recently, but it is fun to see. I'd love to have one of those really overpowered Elige games as well.
Show it. Show NA's Chosen One at his finest. That's what we want.
We're back on board the NA train. All it takes is one game.
Don't sell me out. Yeah.
All right, Henny pushing into the bomb site. It's a good idea. Flashbang as well to try and set it up for him, but doesn't really work out. And all they've got is a kill on Shox in this round, running into the MP9. A little bit uncomfortable at the range. With a bomb time behind, this is a pretty respectable round right now for GODSENT. They could be happy about this. If they could get one more kill, it's going to be even more exciting. Doubt they'll win the round. It's going to be a little bit hard to hold on to this one, although they do get Elige and a lot of damage on the OZ as well. Team Liquid, they had everyone here. They line up and oh no, it's a disaster. Naf is low on health already. Dumao just trying to sneak around. He's got to be a little bit careful, lacking the head armor here. One bullet would do it, but it's Dumao instead. 1 versus 1 at the end. And GODSENT, that is a shocking second round.
Huge victory for GODSENT there. They went all over the map, had that lane pressure into Donut, and Liquid, they couldn't come up with it. Just the full retake from Temple is something that they probably didn't want to do, but that fresh smoke towards CT sort of forced their hand. So this is a cool round from GODSENT where they were just moving all over the place, and an unfortunate lineup for Naf right here. He takes down his teammate along with the opponent in Barton.
Yeah, that was, I guess this one a good example of sometimes even a couple of things like Nitro in the beginning only getting the 1 kill and not doing much more than that. Doesn't seem maybe like a big deal right at the outset, but some of those things compound over a whole round, and then at the end you're like, oh, we needed a couple of more people here.
We needed some more frags in some of these positions. Not quite the value they wanted. A few too many 1-for-1s. On Ancient especially, you're usually good for 2 in a lot of these spots. But we still see that Liquid force back into it. A few upgraded pistols. The scout on Elige is going to be something to keep our eye on if GODSENT even contests him, because Liquid are in a heavy A lean once again, and they're comfortable giving up this B site more or less.
Yeah, they're pretty much hoping, I guess, that it's going to be some sort of an A hit, which we talked about this yesterday. We were watching some GODSENT demos. We noticed that they like going for that A bomb site. It's likely a lot of other teams have as well, so Liquid kind of hoping that that's what's going to happen. I like this flank for Shox, but it's probably not going to be in time. I have to imagine that the fight will happen in this B bomb site before Shox get into a deep position. He's getting kind of close though. OC with a nice headshot on Henny, and now maybe that buys time for Shox. What an interesting twist this is.
Oh, another mid-round call from Taco and the GODSENT crew. Shox is good for Dumao. Now, 3-on-5 post-plant. GODSENT, they're not favoring their chances in this. They don't have the smokes they need to have a really strong defense in this one. And Liquid, they've got so many players.
Some good damage there. Martin dropped down to 30. Taco going to be found as well. Oh, this is not the follow-up round that GODSENT needed at all. From just winning that second round right into this, definitely shocking. I think if they would have either gone straight for the B bomb site initially when they were there, or maybe just were a little bit quicker to rotate back to A. Either one of those would have worked fine, but it's like they they were just slow enough that they were getting picked off in transition to the A bomb site. That's upsetting.
I will say Shox was the hero of that round.
Yeah, for sure.
Pushed through A to allow Liquid to rotate on towards B prematurely. And the fact that he even found a second flank kill, he gets this one as he went all the way through A, and he comes all the way back and finds another kill at A main. This guy's all over the place.
Yeah.
Mr. Worldwide.
And that's some wild output. Okay, so Liquid possibly right back in the saddle. Just immediately shaking off that second round loss.
GODSENT not interested in going for the force. A lot of teams would have gone for it. They want to control the money. They know that it's fragile for the CTs, but there's also a strong case to save here. Of course, you can get a better buy. And I actually kind of like that GODSENT don't want to play the scrappy econ game. They actually think that their game plan is likely good enough that once they get full utility, full weaponry, they'll be ready to compete with Liquid.
We certainly saw a lot of really cool stuff from them yesterday on an individual level. They had a lot of players that were having, I think, a really high output. Barton was one of the people we talked about yesterday, but also Dumao on this map as well had a lot of good rounds. So they shouldn't be lacking too much on that front. Single flashbang from Henny. Could throw that through the ceiling and set up something. I think it's worth trying.
Yeah, we're fans of the single flashbang, full save.
Yeah.
If it could find anything at all, it's value. Doesn't look like it'll happen this time.
That's a bit rough. Yeah, but one kill would have made the difference. We were playing matchmaking yesterday.
Yes.
I'm trying to say that to improve, people could listen to ASMR. Tell me about that.
Subliminals and ASMR.
Yeah, that's how you get into the...
It all helps. It all helps. Anything that gets the mindset right.
All right.
Mindset's so important in CS. You need to be in the right headspace. And if ASMR calms you down, if subliminals calm you down, whatever, take your pick.
Okay.
You gotta just be calm. Notice all the stone cold killers in CS. They're not the emotional types. They're brooding. They're quiet.
And you think ASMR is really the secret that no one else has really revealed yet?
Find out if Rops listens to ASMR.
Okay.
It'll explain a lot.
Oh, that is unfortunate. I actually think that's a wild position to get to for Barton so early in the round. If he hadn't got spotted then, he probably could have made his way really deep and blown open that whole A bomb site. Although it has caused an entire switch. What's happening on the Liquid side? Why are they all left the B bomb site?
They really sold out on this. Lado has some great advanced positioning. He should be good to catch a leash off. Yes, he does. And the flash from Nitro, a little bit too late. But Liquid are just not in the position to go for this. It's very tough to find an in. It does seem like they will still attempt it, but Dumao's spot should be good for a frag on a nav. It is, and now Liquid, they have a choice to make, but they're pressing on forward.
Yeah, I'm just as surprised as you are. I don't know why they're still doing this. Excellent gun work coming out from Taco. Big double kill right there. Shox, yeah, going to be forced obviously to back away, but that seemed like such an obvious time to, as soon as Dumao was in that position, you think, well, you're now controlling none of the avenues to get into the bomb site. Why would you keep going?
The retakes are very strong on Ancient. You can give up a lot of B and be comfortable retaking, but you still need that back lane or cave. You need something, and Liquid had nothing. They sold out entirely. They rotated all over to A. I feel like this position from Barton might have been actually the winning play of the round. It just made Liquid think that surely he's just not here by himself, and GODSENT just used that for a very strong mid-round.
That's where you really wish you could be listening into the comms of OC at that time, because
yeah,
he must have been shocked too, saying, wait, they're actually on the bomb site. They're not even just fighting at the initial entrance in the hallway there. They're really on here, so could have been that there was a little bit there. Elish, I think that's a nice attempt. Would have been really cool if he could have made it back around the smoke. Naf and Shox, though, still pretty forward position. It does get spammed down to 35.
Dangerous game that Shox is playing standing there. So many bullets flying through. GODSENT spent 2 whole magazines just to tag him down, 65 HP. And Elige, we want to see more from him. We want to see him pop off. He's having a good game thus far, but going 1-for-1 on a map like Ancient, when the crossfires can be so powerful and your life in the late round is so strong on top of that, that's not what you're looking for. You're not looking to go 1-for-1.
No, GODSENT have already proven that they can convert those into wins if they get that kind of opportunity. They call for a bit of a freeze, and I guess given the fact that they've been flanked by Shox already a couple of times, maybe it makes sense to just make sure that's not happening. Which we can tell them it's not. No. So right now they're kind of wasting their own time, but they have enough nades to go for a follow-up. Surely they can go for a full execute, nearly.
There's still some good counter utility on the side of Liquid, but it's not on the right people. Naf is more towards middle, OC on the A site. There's nothing to stop this B play, in fact. Just has to be the crossfire between Shox and Nitro.
Smoke almost in time. Didn't want to try and get the spam through with the MP9. He's doing it a little bit now. Looked like a good angle and a good opportunity there for Naf. Normally the kind of kill that he's going to get every single time, but he gets taken down by Henny instead. 10 seconds on the clock. They're trying to get that bomb plant, but they can't. The spam is in from Shox, and that delays things. 4 seconds now. They're getting the kills, but they need to find OC, and they cannot. Clock runs down. And Liquid should be real excited that they managed to win that round, because could have easily gone wrong.
Beautiful 1v2 from OC. Doesn't even have to fire a bullet. All brain right there. Good stuff. But also for GODSENT, that's a little bit of a mishap. It felt like they had every reason to get onto that site, to get that bomb planted. The only thing to say beyond that is that Shox's spam was perfect. That threw such a wrench into everything that was going on for GODSENT. This right here. So timely at that. 8 seconds left when he finishes it. Good lineup. Good. That's just good game knowledge.
It's one of the worst feelings when you're planting that bomb and you just there's not much you can do. Especially as a 7 seconds, even getting off the plant is super high risk. You know, it doesn't necessarily get any better doing that. So tough scenario. They're going to try and do it real quick. Bit of an off timing here, just early on in the round. Forcing their way through the smoke and checking. They're not finding anyone back here because Liquid are just so far back on the bomb side, but I still kind of like the attempt. Good kill for Elige. Lado going to follow it up immediately, and they should have a chance for a really fast bomb plant here.
Yep. Planted in a slightly different location to avoid the Shox spam. And Barton still lurking towards A. Nitro not expecting that, but now that means they know that there's a 2-on-3 on the bomb site. Liquid should be speeding up right now. Lado takes down Nav. Shox is pushing out forward. It does take down Henny. Now OC, he's still behind a smoke. Does he expect Lado to be here? Yes, he sees his butt, takes him out. Now Barton comes up the ramp, but it seems like they're aware of his position, and OC finds the final kill.
Ooh, I was cringing hard because I thought he was going to shoot the belt or the backpack or something like that. We saw that yesterday, but.
Yep, the hitbox this time worked out, though.
Good job. Good retake. It actually started off not necessarily that great. Shox, though, I feel like Shox is doing so much work right now.
Oh, Shox is having so much impact. Yes, I totally agree with you.
Just the flanks that are coming in. Obviously, the wallbang shot, but here, you can see how alert he is. He knew that there was a flash drone from there and his teammate died to that person, so he had a really good read on it.
Wow. Nice shot by OC. Oh, fast play towards middle, though. Elige finds Taco, but GODSENT, this is a round they really like. The fake towards middle with Taco and then sending it towards A, but Nitro's already in great position. Goes for the swing through the smoke. There's a flash to help him out, but it's actually Henny that team flashed, and now Dumao, the only player that remains in A main.
That push of the smoke seemed like it looked like it was slow enough that he was going to get wiped out, but then the flashes came in.
I don't know where the flash came from that blinded those players from GODSENT, and the only flash assist we saw on the kill feed was Henny, unfortunately. For GODSENT's sake, that is. This was a nice recovery from Elige.
Truly, yeah. It just... Oh, he's walking in through ice.
Oh, they were turning to wait for Henny's flash, but then they had to turn into it because Nitro swung right through the smoke.
Impeccable timing.
That's just good timing from Nitro.
GODSENT have been keeping up the pressure in terms of buying, and they've been getting bomb plants, so they've kind of been allowed to. Finally, they actually have to rest a little bit now. So Liquid, they're up 6-2, but they're probably going to get a shot here at extending that lead even further and maybe even building more of an economy. You could tell they don't have that much money in the bank at the moment, so it's pretty exciting.
It feels like GODSENT should have more rounds.
It does.
They've been in such strong positions in some of these. Shox? Yeah, he should pad his stats right now. He's done so much work, and in terms of impact, it almost feels like he should have 11, 12 kills. just how much he's provided.
That scoreboard can sometimes be a little bit deceiving, yeah?
Yes.
But, yeah, Elise just has got a fair few of them as well. And if they can put Naf into play again, there's not many games... Oh, okay.
It's not an MP9 shot.
I guess.
The jumping accuracy, it's not that great with that weapon. One thing I've wanted to see more from GODSENT after day one with Henny is a little bit more utilization of his op on the offense. It's so many rounds. I went back and watched his POV, and he's oftentimes having to throw the nades, hold almost the flank with the op, just coming in late to a bomb site. It'd be nice if they had a couple pieces to set him up. And the thing is with GODSENT is that they never had a primary opper, so I feel like most of their plays didn't revolve around having an opper as strong as Henny that they could rely on. And so Henny yesterday just had to make the most out of these awkward situations where he's not the focal point of a round. And it would be cool if Taco could evolve his in-game leading, if Henny could bring to the table some of the plays that he used to run in order to make GODSENT's offense just a more significant force.
I feel like what you're asking even could be done without even changing any of the strategies, because you could almost just say, let's call whatever we're going to call, but let's just do it 30 seconds later and give Henny 30 seconds to try and find an opening. And if he does, then, you know, we make the calls afterwards. You don't even necessarily, I mean, obviously you could, I guess, like go even deeper with it, but on some level you could just reserve some time at the beginning of the round and say, because obviously Henny should be that kind of an impact player, really.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it doesn't even feel like GODSENT is ever bad at defaulting. Nice deep smoke early on from Liquid.
Real geek stuff.
And look at how they stopped everyone from GODSENT, all 4 players outside of A main. They don't even want to push in just yet. It affords Liquid so much time to clear out cave and also have eyes on middle. But GODSENT, they might have hit a timing. It seems like they might have just pushed right through that, and Nitro, he's got to be aware.
Yeah, seems like it. Still could be very, very dangerous. One good flash out into the open. There's one of them there, forcing him back, and he still picks up a kill. It's pretty good. Some damage to follow it up as well. 4-on-4 in the after plant. It's going to be a double retake coming through Donut from the middle there. Both Naf and Shox trying to see if they can make their way through, although might not be easy. Molotovs as well to try and keep them back. Oh, it gets extinguished in the smoke. That's a little bit of an issue. Lado's still hitting the headshot, and that might be good enough. It might be time for Liquid to really seriously consider if they want to keep going here, because they are walking into a lot. They have some money in the bank. I guess they can afford to throw a little bit away here. Some spray from Naf will take down Taco, but yeah, that bomb is too far ticked already. That is a very good call. If they don't walk through that smoke, that timing window towards Nitro is going to be real different.
That could be a combination of things, whether GODSENT had some prep or a read on Liquid liking to throw that smoke, or maybe they've just seen other teams throw it against them in scrims before. Either way, good call from Taco. Good scaling, excellent trading. That's one thing that GODSENT has done so well on all of their side hits, is their trading has been on point. It's almost always a 1-for-1. The amount of times Elige has been 1-for-1, that time Nitro gets 1-for-1, that is ideal for what you need in offense.
Yeah, it's so repeatable. I mean, if you want to build long-term success, right, that's a pretty good foundation.
Yes. 7-3.
Probably a good time to remind everyone, this is a pretty CT-sided map, so 3 rounds doesn't look super impressive, but they're still pretty competitive if they can keep this up. And if they can win, maybe not quite the next round, but I mean, if they can keep the pressure on the Liquid economy, they have an opening for the rest of this half to do some work.
Yeah, it's the potential that this half has. Oh, OC can't quite hit that one, but Shox behind Totem, he's able to get one. Barton, again with the trades, GODSENT just all over the bomb site, swarming it, and Liquid, they're forced into a retake situation once again.
Yeah, Elige on a bit of a flank. Lado is watching for it, and this could be a pivotal fight right here. That is such a quick headshot. I don't even think Elige saw what was happening at all. That's pretty wild. Henny trying to take some shots to the smoke, not connecting with anything, but he's not under a lot of pressure to do that. I mean, it is fun when you get the blind shot through, but ultimately, just stay alive and make sure that bomb actually goes off here. They're doing a good job. Liquid are trying to maximize their potential in the round. It's kind of interesting. Definitely, there are some teams that would have called for a save already. Liquid not one of them. OC, oh, he's straight on there. Oh, but the wall bang is in. That is some fantastic revenge coming in from GODSENT. They lost a round early, obviously the Shock's doing that, so they're getting a little bit back. Nitro and Naf are going to have to try and escape. I actually love that from Liquid. If they failed that, and if they could have even just not heard the defuse at all, they would have been in trouble.
There was a lot of commotion going on, but GODSENT looked so comfortable just sitting 3 in cave. A lot of teams in that sort of situation might keep a player on the bomb site, but if GODSENT are comfortable enough with the spam, then they don't even have to take that risk. They don't even have to take the risk of having a player die on the site.
Alex, do you reckon... Do you think gun polishing ASMR exists?
Surely.
It must, right?
Any objects touching other objects has an ASMR.
Yeah.
That's almost guaranteed.
I'm just trying to think of what would be Counter-Strike appropriate if people...
A whole gun disassembly and reassembly noises. The reload noise. I mean, the noises in Counter-Strike are almost ASMR-esque, especially... That's why people love quick switching. It's part of the reason.
Feels like a million views YouTube channel idea to just
the sounds.
Take the guns apart, clean all the individual parts.
Right.
Just all that. That's, you know, that's Counter-Strike prep.
Someone out there make it.
There you go. Do it and tweet it at us if it exists already. Find it for us. Wow, 12th round is coming up, but that is... I don't know. I'm actually really impressed by GODSENT. I don't know if this is your feeling, but I feel like they're getting more rounds than I was expecting, and they're doing a much better job than I was expecting right now.
A lot of the rounds have been pretty... Some of the rounds that they lost were close. That's the way I'll put it. And it almost feels like they could have 1, 2 more on the board, and if they did, this would already be an excellent half for the T side of Ancient. At this point, they're not even upset about that. Again, the potential of this half is very strong for GODSENT. Some nades over towards B, but once again, GODSENT, they're favoring that A side. We've seen this a lot in their demos in the past. It seems like it's a hallmark GODSENT play.
Naf and Shocks are going to find out pretty soon, but I wonder if it's even going to be in time. But they know that there's no one outside. Yeah, OC's on that AWP yet again. Dumao with a good kill. Ooh, they don't even check it. That is so interesting. Barton was really occupied on the donut instead. He goes down. Dumao will follow afterwards. Elige has shown up to the party. He's currently got 13 kills and just 6 deaths, so he is a really, really hard opponent right now to take down. A little bit of a chance there, maybe, but it's a 1-on-3, and Henny is on his own. Low on health already. It's going to be OC to find him. Good triple for him, and obviously with Elige backing up on an M4, that was a well-defended bomb site.
Absolutely. The fact is that OC hitting that first shot just makes trading, getting onto that site so much harder. Getting stopped at the entrance right there, losing your first player before you're even out of the mouth of A main is something where you haven't even fanned out. That's quick. That's nice to see from OC. He's starting to make some people believe. It's obvious to most pundits by now that he is the best North American opper, but I'm glad that he's showing it on the server too.
I think, well, hold on. We'll see if they're going to go. I'll talk to you about OC in a second. Right now, they are all outside of the B bomb side. It could be a quick Elige taking a bit of damage, which surely they must have heard on the other side, but they only have Tech9s and Mac 10s to hold him back with, so it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade favoring Elige. Still well worth it. And Shocks, no fear at all.
Oh, wow.
Pushing through and getting a double kill. That's a very quick round. They didn't even let them set anything up. See, my issue is, when I first heard people talk about OC, it was all of the North American pundits.
Yes.
And I feel like you guys have poisoned the well for this. Because everyone's, at least a couple of times a year, someone...
This guy.
Yeah, there's this guy.
There's another Kusta.
There's another Kusta. Exactly. It's going to be awesome. And then you don't always see it. But so I feel like I'm always kind of a little bit disposed to thinking, I don't know, maybe not. But I've got to say, I'm impressed by OC right now. He's convinced me. Even through the hype and the propaganda.
What I try to tell people when watching OC is that just watch how many shots he gets in a round, because there's a difference between a flashy opper that hits 10 out of 10 difficulty shots because they put themselves in a bad position, and the fact that OC creates in a round sometimes upwards of 4, 5 out of 10 difficulty shots.
Yep.
If you're hitting 3 out of those, you're doing better than the guy that can hit the 10 out of 10 shot. You shouldn't even be in the position to hit the 10 out of 10 shot. You should be looking for easier avenues to consistent success.
Yep.
And OC's found a formula for that.
It's very dangerous because everyone, including the player himself, will remember the 1 in 10 that you hit. I mean, it's really, you know, incredible fleet. You think, ooh, I remember that. That worked really well. But
I can do that.
Yeah.
That's something that's in my playbook now. You should just move away from that.
Yeah, that's probably a really hard thing to. I mean, I think it's like an error in the human coding you remember those things, right? For anyone that's ever played any poker. Like, I remember that one time I got exactly that one, like, 9 that I just needed.
It's sort of Dunning-Kruger for your own abilities with the op.
Yeah.
Just you do it once and you think I'm a god, but it ain't really like that all the time.
They were almost out of position for this A defense, but they've actually kind of got back into place. OC, speak of the devil, back with that AWP, taking down Dumao. So GODSENT, it looked like they had a real opening here, but I think I think if they had been 3 seconds later to get back into these positions, Liquid, maybe this would have been a little bit more terrible. But good defense, 10-4 going into the 15th round.
Still not a bad half for GODSENT so far, but they'd love this last one. 5 rounds on the T side feels like a completely manageable game. 11-4, slightly different story. But yeah, Liquid have been doing a good job. The GODSENT playbook has... I wouldn't say it's been extinguished yet. There's still a couple things that Taco could throw out there, but Liquid have found a recipe for success when it comes to dealing with that constant A pressure that GODSENT so loves.
Definitely 2 teams that we're watching here that have prepared a lot for each other. OC down in the middle. Also, obviously, the classic way of playing the AWP is just moving around a lot on the CT side, making it really hard to guess. Taco would have loved to have... I don't know if he would have loved to have faced the Leash right now because he's out of control, but in theory, he would have probably rather faced an M4 on that side.
Absolutely, but that's just another example. That was probably a 3 out of 10 difficulty shot for OC.
Yeah.
That's how he starts the round. So just keep an eye on that, fellas.
Ramping up into it. Smoke there at the top of middle. Nitro playing around the donut, so he's able to keep an eye on it, and OC's now back in the A-bomb site. A little bit uncomfortable here. Critical victory if Dumao can get this one, but ooh, Nitro standing tall. That's a pivotal kill. Otherwise, he exposes OC to another angle. It's going to make it really tricky. And he's just playing hide and seek, buying time and nearly getting that kill. Nice little flick there for OC. He does spot out another one, but Henny is right behind. That is a critical shot to take him down. 2 on 2. 30 seconds left, and there will be a bomb plant here, although Shox is kind of close by. Doesn't necessarily want to just straight run for it.
The timing on Barton turning away there. Just missed that little window.
They're going to both double up, coming through the same angle. They have a smoke on either player and a diffuse kit on either one as well. Yeah, they're going to smoke it off. That's going to put a little bit of pressure on the remaining GODSENT players, although Henny has a pretty decent angle. I'm sure he's going to, get flashed eventually, so he'll have to turn around for that one, but they can't really run him down. They're going to instead sit right on the bomb, and with an AWP, that's a huge issue. They don't even know it's going to be a full defuse. Oh, they stole it right in front of them. 11-4 at the end, Maui. That's critical.
Well done by Liquid. Great retake between the 2 of them, but Liquid are going to be going into the half up 11-4. We'll find out how this first map concludes after a break.
My favorite map in the current pool is probably Ancient, because I feel like it's a map where it's not dated like the other maps, and it's a newer map. So like a lot of the time you're going to be seeing new stuff in the map and like new strats and maybe new grenades. Whereas like you look at Dusty and the map's just been around forever, so there's like not too much meta changing stuff on that map. But I think Ancient is really cool because it's just a newer map, and it's a map that we got all the guys to try, and we've been having a lot of fun on it, and it's just a cool change of scenery, really.
Hey Future Pros, during a game I was observing, I saw Astralis pull off a really sick run boost in mid. This run boost allowed Dupree to peek the B alley insanely fast. So fast in fact, he beat the T's ledge molly. An extra note, a fast mid molly or flash would help a lot as it's possible for T's to catch you out if they are fast enough. To pull off this run boost, you'll need 3 Future Pros, 1 flash, and just a little bit of movement skill. Future Pro number 1. You will be the lower part of the run boost. Run into mid, do a 180 and stand on the mid section of the steps. Time it right and start running backwards just as Future Pro 1 lands on your head. Then just do whatever. Future Pro number 2. You are the movement pro, so run into mid and jump onto Future Pro 1's head. Keep holding W and jump almost instantly. Now you can sprint across the ledge and get a really quick peek into the B alley. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing the supported flash, so try to get it right. To throw the flash, stand against this wall. Aim above this ornament on the right side. Then running throw your flash. If you all did everything right, you can get a really quick peek into the B alley and hopefully catch a T fully flashed.
Welcome back. 11-4 in the first half in favor of Team Liquid. We're on Ancient for the first map at a best of 3. Pretty good start for Liquid. GODSENT, I think, definitely deserved more rounds than the 4 that they got. Had very competitive. A little bit of a misleading scoreline, when you say, Maui.
Very fair to say that, Anders. I would say that GODSENT got so many opportunities on sites and even stole some rounds that they probably shouldn't early on in that half. But either way, it is Liquid with a heavy lead. But we have seen games like this before on Ancient. Nothing's over till it's over. The CT side is simply so powerful.
If they can win the pistol round, that's a good step in the right direction. Naf already on the bomb site, right behind him. They've got a Liege with the bomb, and he's going to be putting that down right away. Lado and Barton are on a flank, but they're quite far away. This is a really fast bomb plant and a 5-on-5 retake in a pistol round. You have a smoke and a kit on Dumao, so theoretically, they could try and go for something, but they are going to be under a little bit of pressure here in terms of the time, because that is a really fast bomb plant. And now, what a crossfire. To even get into the cave here, that's just going to be so tricky. Oh, I take it all back. Incredible headshots. Lado picking up 2. They're trying to get a defuse, but the wall banks are in. OC running out of bullets. They're back, and oh, he's going to take him down. Naf with a huge double, and Liquid, they win the round.
Naf used the diffuser as a meat shield for the other player. They're cracking up over there at Liquid.
Is that even legal?
I don't know if I've really ever seen that before. Just shooting the diffuser in the behind as you're using him as a piece of cover to kill the other player too.
That's what you see in movies where a bank robber will take a hostage, and
or usually you take someone, you hold them in front of you, and oh man, Naf is so creative. He's so creative for doing this. He just crouches right there. What? Taco's been Cold's meat shield for years, and Naf says, I want a piece of that.
Well, listen, I mean, that Taco and Cold duo really worked. I don't blame Naf for wanting that.
Yeah.
A little bit of jealousy goes a long way. All right. Taco's down in this round, too. What a way to get started. Shox jumping, pulling the headshot, taking down Barton. It's a 5-on-3 now, and they've pretty much taken control of this part of the map. Dumao, yeah, they needed a couple more deal headshots to make this competitive, I think. Gonna be tricky now. So with an 11-4 first half, and then you win the pistol round and you go into string a few more rounds, you're getting real close to winning this map in a big way.
Yes. Some would say that GODSENT needed the pistol in order to compete in this one, because this little buffer that Liquid's creating is very strong. GODSENT won't be able to buy in the next round, so you'd have to imagine this is almost GODSENT getting their first gun round at 14-4.
It's going to have such a solid lockdown, which I think you're right in saying. I mean, it definitely can happen. I don't know if we've seen maybe quite that string of, but we've seen some pretty good blocks of like 7-8 rounds where there's nothing that Seaside can do.
I've seen a 14-5 on this map.
Okay.
I'm all the way back.
There we go.
But I haven't seen a 14-4. But we still have to see if Liquid even hit that 14th right now. Henny does have a scout, and maybe with this freedom that Henny will find in this upcoming round, the fact that there's no pressure on his shoulder, there's probably no one telling him what to do, he can now create his own.
You'd love to see that. Oh, they're showing up towards the stack. Bit of a missed opportunity there, perhaps. Barton will still make a little bit of work. There's the tags that they need. Elige down to 29. Get a couple more scout shots like that in, and even the USPs could start to do damage. Wow. He just walking back, getting the headshot with the AK.
That was a fadeaway shot right there.
Peace.
Yeah, I'm out. Elige has been feeling it this game. It's been nice to see. Yesterday he was playing well, no doubt about that, but it didn't feel like he was that ascending player that we all have seen in the past. And there's reason for that to happen. It's not all on Elige. It's a roster that's gelling together. Sometimes you got to give some leeways. Apparently, we don't have Mirage in this series, but they've switched spots, him and Naf, so he's not even entirely in all of his comfort zones with this lineup.
Ooh. Okay, Elige taking it upon himself to go and check all the way across the map to find out what's happening there. It does go down, but at least they discover the scout is there. And they have everyone in position to do a little bit more. 2 versus 3. Doesn't feel like the kind of round where you're going to be successfully retaking this site. It looks like they're already kind of giving up on that idea anyway. Yeah, I mean, I think also there's probably a lot of games here where it's not strictly speaking necessary for Elige to be having this kind of an output, because a lot of the time Naf will take that job over instead, and we've seen OC do that. I think even between just Naf and OC, if they're playing really well, you don't need another player at +20 necessarily. So, but I think it's fun. I think it's really nice to see the confidence. And in terms of sort of the rest of the year for Liquid, right? Like, it's great if they can swap different people in and out of the hot seat like that. Definitely gives a lot to them.
They have a lot of weapons now in the 3 OC, Elige, and Naf.
Yeah.
It's about getting Shocks and Nitro activated too. In the early matches for Liquid, Nitro definitely didn't feel like he was ready.
No.
But what we saw yesterday made myself, and I'm sure many others, hopeful about the future of this lineup, and especially given the fact that Shocks is providing so much impact in this map. It does feel like Liquid's ceiling is potentially very high.
And he also, I mean, it's a one map. We don't have a lot of data points, but in this particular map, it seems like Sharks has had a lot of autonomy to go and do his own things, right? And when you have a player that experienced, it makes sense to try and say, yeah, you know what? We trust you to figure it out. Because he probably will. 14-4, 19th round. First real buy round for GODSENT in the second half. Boost going over, all right. Could have been fun to find someone there, but yeah, this has to be the start of a really cool comeback for GODSENT right now, or they're just gonna be wiped out on this map, picked by GODSENT as well.
Standard nades to get mid control from Liquid, top mid smoke, but Taco, wow, finds the spam through the smoke. Oh, he's looking for more. He has a good lineup too. Wow, tags OC down to 28 on top of that. Very nice. But is it enough? Because OC, he catches Dumao going for the swing. Questionable swing from Dumao. Felt like his position was pretty strong, but sometimes you just want that little piece of information. It felt probably low risk to him. Didn't expect OC to be posted on the angle.
Yeah, it's possible that if he's not up on that ledge, that it actually is a little bit more safe for him to do that, but there was definitely a lot of space there. Look at the clock here. 20 seconds. Liquid leaving themselves very little time for any kind of mistake. And remember that wallbang spam that's been coming out? I mean, that can be a huge factor when you only have 14. Oh, but it goes the other way. Nitro. Nice headshot to take down Lado. Down to 8 seconds, and they're going to try for the bomb plant. Taco, he wants to stop it, but he can't. OC there to take him down instead. And now it's a 2-on-3. Henny going for a swing, but it's not going to happen. Elige will take him down. Barton now 1 versus 3. He's going to find a way to get that first kill, but it's a long ways to get back here. And yeah, he's going to pick up the AWP and make a run for it instead.
No kit, no smoke, no chance. That's what Barton sees. Nitro, wow, oh, this is such a proactive play from Nitro. Is he gonna find him? Wow, nice job from Nitro there. That's a really heads-up rotation from him to stop that op from going into the potentially final round of this map. He's in the zone, Nitro. That kill at Cave was so important. It was paramount for their success.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. And that opening, this hard to explain, but yeah, this one is a nice swing. Just the opening that they needed.
Taco wanted that planner so badly.
I mean, at what, 7 or 8 seconds there, if he runs through to get that kill, it's
potentially round winning.
Yeah.
It is round winning if he gets the kill.
All right, Dumao's pushed out, Lado's behind him.
Legion's here so quick. They're not gonna expect this.
And he was
Flash.
flashed in, yeah.
Yeah.
That works well. OC throwing that flashbang from really far away. That actually would be kind of fun to see again. 4 on 4 now. And GODSENT just they're not finding their footing. They're not being allowed to find any comfort in the second half yet.
Liquid using some utility to be methodical about their clear. It seems like Shox has a bit of a feeling that somebody could be there. But they're gonna have to hard clear it. They're not using any mollies for that position just yet. Now Taco could be activated. The flash is there, swings out, gets 2. That might be enough for Taco, but Shox, nice tap onto Dumao, makes this a very doable 2v2.
Mechanically right now, Shox is looking really scary, which is, it's a nightmare for anyone that's going to be playing Liquid in the future. It's been a long time since we've seen Shox really put up that incredibly high mechanical level, but he's definitely got it somewhere hidden in his mind. Going to swing for it and take down Barton. It's a nice little cover, little trade there. 2 for 1 now, and Henny alone to try and save the map and just keep fighting a little bit longer. But with an MP9 at range towards Donut, it feels unlikely. Clock is with him, though. 13 seconds right here. Bomb is still kind of stuck on Nitro. And they're checking everything. I guess they have a little bit of time for it, but it is risky. And now they're probably thinking, yeah, right, the one spot we haven't checked is going to be Donut. 4 seconds. They're going to have enough time for the bomb plant, just barely, and they double swing. Nitro to take him down 16-4 as they win the map pick of GODSENT.
That was perfect time management from Shox. He made every peak the way he should have. He was able to clear out all of CT. What an excellent job from Shox right there. The impact that we saw from him in that game is something that we should be hopeful for when thinking about the future of Liquid. We're going to get a post-game interview, though, from Liquid in order to hear more of their thoughts. Heku is on the scene with the big scoop.
Yeah, Maui, more than 20 kills. I mean, only 6 deaths also. That was very, very impressive. We know that you don't have too much LAN experience. I think in 2021, you didn't actually have a single game actually on a LAN. How do you feel right now? Do you feel comfortable playing in this environment?
Yeah, it's honestly been a really good experience so far. Like, playing at LAN is definitely different from playing online, of course. There's no crowd, but still being at LAN, just being here, it's really fun. And yeah, I've been having a really good time just playing here.
Yeah, I mean, I get to hear like what you guys are discussing, and it seems like you are having a lot of fun. Next map is going to be Dust 2, a map that you won yesterday against Big. Did that win kind of give you confidence to actually pick this map?
Yeah, definitely. Big is one of the best like Dust 2 teams. They are always like picking it as their map pick. So we knew they like had a lot of stuff on Dust 2, and us beating them, it was really good for our confidence. And coming in, I think, yeah, we'll do pretty well against GODSENT.
Great answer. Thank you very much.
Yep.
right? Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. Perfect. And, all right. We're all set here. Should we kick things off?
Live in 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the ESL studios, actually, and we're here to learn a little bit about observing today. I'm joined by none other than Alexander Rush. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
So tell me, observing, it's the new craze. What's it all about?
Yeah, it's observers. They like work in tandem with the production team and the casters.
The production, the casters. Now the casters, they are the top dogs around here, aren't they? So well known in the area, and someone like yourself, who's perhaps a little, unknown, they're giving you a chance to shine out there, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm actually.
Don't worry. Take your time. Just try and explain a little bit about the role, and we'll get there.
Explain about observers. You work. Well, they work with production.
Don't worry. Let's run it back a little bit. In terms of the production, what do you actually do?
Well, me.
Hi, I'm Rush. I have a 12:30 with you.
Rush?
Yeah.
Well, who's this then?
This guy? Someone irrelevant. Get him out. Security!
No,
You got it, boss.
I'm there. Please, someone must know who I am. I'm here every day. Every day.
Wait.
Get him out.
Look at the camera. Look at the camera for a moment.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Why they all been on me? No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win.
Wake up, put the work in. That's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication. No time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience. A lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you're feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice. Never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them.
Team Liquid looking absolutely brilliant on map 1 Ancient. I'm assuming they run at a pretty low temperature, those Liquid boys, because they had ice in their veins over the course of that first map. And GODSENT, no, they were not looking like they were sent by the gods. They were sent straight to hell. 16-4. That is a tough pill to swallow, Blair and Alan.
It was a dominant affair coming in from Team Liquid here, especially the second half. They kind of closed it out without really making things look even competitive. But that first half, honestly, that scoreline, even though it was 11-4 for Liquid, let's be real, a few of those rounds they were fortunate to get. I think Shox is very instrumental in them stealing a few rounds away from GODSENT. So if GODSENT, again, these are all ifs and buts here for me personally, Alan, but if they'd managed to get a couple of those rounds going their way in the first half, they won the pistol round in the second half, maybe you're going to see a different result.
Yeah, early on in that first half, they lost out in the Force by War, and as we're talking about all the time in the green room, on a map like Ancient, it's almost an old school nuke status where if you're losing out early on both halves economically, it is so tough, and especially on the T side, to grind out any gun versus gun rounds can be really difficult. And as we're talking about during this game, players like Elige against OC, Shox as well for good measure, mid, late, and even early round for some of these players, they were just brilliant and overall outplaying GODSENT just by a tiny part, as kind of Blair mentioned. It was a fairly back and forth first half in terms of frags, but late round seemed to be all Team Liquid.
When Elige came into Team Liquid, 7 years ago, the anniversary was recent. I saw it on Twitter. There was a lot of hype behind him, and honestly, since his introduction, I think he's kept a very good level of form, and we're seeing that now. On the new side of things, OC, yes, and now on the first map today, he's firing off too.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are the two players we didn't want to touch upon in the beginning of the game, right? Obviously, Elige and OC, the two players we did speak about, but I want to actually talk about, again, Henny and OC, the two primary operas. OC popped off, so did Elige, and OC over 100 ADR. I think he had like 20, 23, 25 kills almost, barely dying at all. Henny, on the other hand, struggling a bit. That being said, there's a caveat that he did start off on the T side, right? So not really having too many opportunities. I'm going to give credit where it's due to. For GODSENT, they won 3 opening duels out of the, 19 rounds they played right there. But the trading was so very on point. So some good signs, some glimmers of hope there.
Yeah, some of the set rounds were nice, but as we're saying, the kind of star power trio, Nafly, Elige, OC, when they're all playing brilliantly on a CT side of a map like Ancient,
so hard.
It's just so difficult. And even if Taco was making brilliant calls, as you mentioned, if you're just losing out with too many of the opening duels, getting those rounds close, let alone winning them, is just an absolute nightmare.
Alan, you mentioned NAF. I'd like to officially announce that NAF is the first ever official professional Counter-Strike hostage player. Because what happened in the second half, Pistol?
This was the bomb getting planted, a 5v5. And a 5v5 retake, it can get really messy, but GODSENT do a fantastic job, especially Lado with 2 opening picks. But witness the chaos that unfolds on a bomb site.
Absolute madness is about to ensue here. Multiple GODSENT players trying to stick the bomb. NAF comes through the smoke, spraying away. What's happening here? And absolutely typical
Look
Ancient.
at this. NAF jumps through the smoke. A beautiful strafe jump. A bunny hop.
He
uses Taco as a hostage, as a meat shield, and then fires off, gets the frag, and then finishes off Taco.
I gotta give. I feel like on this particular map, a lot of autonomy was given to the individuals of Liquid to do whatever they wanted. Shox, obviously, we also heard that he's been doing a lot of talking in the game, in the server, alongside Nitro as well. And he's been just lurking around, winning rounds pretty much by his lonesome. And again, over here, NAF, I mean, if you're going to entrust a player to pull off a round like that, it has to be someone like NAF.
Yeah, and on the Shox front, obviously yesterday we saw Mirage, standout best map for him. Ancient here looks good, and I don't think this is any mistake. They're both maps where he's given a lot of space, especially on the CT side. As we saw here from Shox, when he's allowed to play out of Jaguar, kind of juggle between mid and that B lane side and really play off feeling and kind of intuition, that's when you see the best Shox, not when you pen him in to really kind of slow, anchoring, static anchor positions, which maybe he does on some other maps. So maybe a rethink might be required on some others.
And that's why they picked him up.
Feeling and intuition, Alan. Where are yours leaning for Dust 2, everybody? Is it 2-0 for Team Liquid?
I am sticking by my predictions. I feel Liquid's going to make this a quick 2-0. We might be out of here by 8 p.m.
Yeah, my GODSENT prediction was predicated on winning that first map, so unfortunately I'm going to have to switch it fully. Liquid 2-0.
All right, Blair and Alan.
A flip-flopper.
Yeah, Alan's allowed to do that. All right, this is the night shift. Anything goes. My analysts think it's going to be 2-0 in favor of Team Liquid. Let's not forget, Team Liquid just took Ancient, which was GODSENT's map pick. So me personally, I'm leaning towards my analysts. All of you at home, take a think, take a guess, and we'll see you shortly.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
choose nades.
Stay rush.
Nice. Nice.
Doors, not looking at us. I'm going for this.
Nice.
Inside, inside.
Yeah, I see him.
Going.
Oh, I can reach him in the hole. Oh no. How have you managed that?
I didn't know you could get stuck here. Did you know you could get stuck
I
here?
had no idea. Alright, should we see if this works?
Yeah.
Oh, saved. Oh. One more.
Yeah, hold on.
Strafe, strafe, strafe.
He's looking at us.
Okay.
I would have gone see it takes that. Parachuter bird coming in. Commander.
This guy on top of the tower parachuting up as well. There's so many parachuters.
We're gonna try and pluck him out of the sky. Oh, he's got a shotgun!
Nice. Get out of that, I'll be impressed. He was shooting at me, but I don't see him.
Yeah, he's somewhere in the trees.
Yeah, he's down, I'm good.
Out of the... Oh!
Perfect. How about that one?
That's pretty nice.
Impressive performance. Thank you in advance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second map is coming up. Now we've got GODSENT versus Team Liquid here at ESL Pro League. And this is going to be hopefully a little bit of a redemption for GODSENT, even though this is actually Team Liquid's map. But we're going to be on Dust 2. Didn't work out the way that they wanted on Ancient at all, Maui.
A lot of the rounds for GODSENT look competitive, but they weren't quite good enough. And that's what matters in Counter-Strike. Actually completing the objective, getting it done. Liquid, on the other hand, looked fantastic. And yesterday, versus Big, on this map, they look good too.
And we were surprised by that because Big is a team that played us 2 super well. So we were kind of expecting probably that Big would maybe even win that map entirely. Oh, that's nice. Always good to get those headshots through the smoke, although Ladder was going to get overpowered down in the pit. OC able to pick up the kill. So 4-on-4 for the minute. Nitro, yeah, he's got him out in the open, putting on some pressure and finding the headshot. And down the middle, Naf, he's holding it. We didn't hear a lot from Naf on that first map. On the second one, starting well with a double kill, and Nitro comes swinging back in. And they clean up this round real nice on the side of Liquid.
That was a great push from them. What's cool to see about Nitro is that you got 2 kills there. Nitro's a guy that got brought into this team for leadership's sake, to help be a glue guy, to help manage emotions, personalities, and he just outdueled Henny, a guy that's brought on his team for firepower. It's pistol round. It's a pistol round. Not getting ahead of myself or anything, but
no. But I think that has been one of the really exciting things about seeing Nitro back here is that he actually looks like he's staying really competitive, even just on the mechanics of the game.
Yes,
he's got a lot of firepower behind him already. Oh, I'd love to see it. You want it to work so badly. The taser, though.
Not quite. Not quite this time, Dumao. But yesterday versus Big, one thing that I really loved about Nitro is that it wasn't necessarily the entry fragger, because sometimes on Dust 2 you just don't get the best spawn, but anytime he had to push on forward, mostly long A is what comes to mind, he was good for a couple of kills. If there was a flash for him, he was getting up there. Kind of harkens back to the days when he was the entry fragger for Liquid, when he was popping off at some of those ESEA lands. That's when Nitro was a very sharp individual.
And he had some moments yesterday when he was holding that pit long position on the CT side of this map where he was kind of facing off against almost the entire big team and could have called in some backup, but you could tell he actually had confidence to do it on his own. He actually sent a couple of times, sort of sent shocks away and said, you know, don't worry, don't really need you here, and it worked out all right. So yeah, it seems like he's got the confidence for it. Liquid, they avoided stacking the A-bomb side this time. Not too much to talk about on that front, so they're gonna be fine in this round. And GODSENT will have to wait a little bit longer before they can start to really have an impact on this particular map. And obviously OC on this map is going to be a force to reckon with. Between him and Henny, yeah, you want to see Henny have a really huge output for this to be even competitive, you have to assume.
I simply love the fact about OC that when we watched him versus Surson, there were more memorable moments from Surson.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong about that, but OC's consistent output round to round was higher, and he was the better opper in the server by the end of it all. That's something where, once again, it's this flashy sort of opping style that has captivated the attention of a lot of the Counter-Strike audience with people like m0NESY, but when you look at OC, I wouldn't put him on the same level as m0NESY today, but I don't think it's as drastic of a comparison as others may think.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of agree. I think that consistent AWPing is just, it is a quality that's a little bit, if people underestimate it, they don't notice it or they don't remember it after the game is over. It's like, yeah, okay, we're not seeing the same flicks. This is actually pretty impressive here. 3-on-3, fighting to try and get away. Henny, a lot of Molotovs raining down, but he's going to put all of them out with one single smoke, trying to see if he can get the shots through, but Nitro able to find the better angle for the headshot. Oh, hold on. Dumao, is that an attempt to basically play a really deep mind game and occupy a position where a teammate just died? But you have to get there unspotted, otherwise now it just feels kind of like you might have dug your own grave, although does take down Neff. Follow-up smoke from a teammate. Oh, this is such a close round.
I don't think Nitro can justify going for that swing. Red HP, no way. So he's going to want to escape right now. Elige might have an idea that both of these CTs are here right now. I don't think Barton's completely given up his position. No, he definitely hasn't if Nitro's coming back right now. But either way, Dumao, yeah, he wanted to reclaim this space by car, but he was spotted in that process. And now Liquid, without much utility, it's tough to flush him out. They basically just have to bang him out with an instant headshot.
Yeah, shoot for the car if you need to. It's totally doable. Glass does allow for a lot of damage to go through, and those windows, you could see the material differences there. Taking down Dumao, but ooh, Barton, yeah, more health from us. He was in position. Good round from GODSENT. They come back into it already in the third round. That's huge.
It looked like it was a pretty good long take at the beginning from Liquid, but Dumao reinserting himself into car and finding 2 kills. It was a bold play. It was probably meant to be a mind game of sorts, trying to find a timing to sneak into there, but either way, he finds 2 kills, and sometimes things don't go as planned, but if they have the same results and he overperforms like that, then no credit to him.
OC with that AWP. Worried that there might have been a third man there to try and take a late swing against him. Neff, he's close. He jumps the corner with the MAC-10. I think that's a high chance that he wins that fight another time, especially with another flashbang maybe behind him. They're trying to get out long, and the bomb is out there as well. But it's a pretty solid defense. Elige is up on Catwalk, the only one maybe that could help to break this up at the moment. But they're kind of slowing it down.
The smokes are right there at the foot of Nitro.
Oh, they're going to
Boost over, Shocks. He's coming up right now. Oh, almost both teams are trying to boost right now. Taco, he spots him out, and he still keeps going for it. Nitro takes his head off. Lado's right there to find the trade, though, and Shocks falls. Elige is all the way on the site, though. He's made it so deep, but how do Liquid even want to play around this? They're thinking about pressuring towards middle, but they're sending the bomb up catwalk. That's a wise choice from Nitro, and OC will be able to cut off the rotations with this op positioning.
What a crazy round. I can't believe they kept boosting out as long as either. It looked like that was a big mistake for Taco there. Missing the shot as OC, nade onto Nitro, and he's down to 3 health. He needs to find a safe spot to be in. And good news for him, they don't have any more nades on the CT side currently, so at least he doesn't have to deal with that. A little bit of an attempt at setting up a flashbang here, but they have a pretty good position, Liquid. With that ult, they could make it work. Elige gets one, keeps tapping, picking up a second, but he's on his own, and they're going to find him. Barton right on top. And that's another round for GODSENT. They're fighting hard to win some of these early rounds.
Yes, they're scrappy ones at that. Elige did so much in this round. The way he was able to sneak up on a catwalk, the 2 kills he found late there in the post plant, but it wasn't enough. GODSENT, they held very strong. That long positioning, despite the fact that Elige was able to dispatch those players, it just put so much pressure onto that bomb site. Made the angles that Liquid could play, it really just took a lot away from them. This was such an interesting interaction around the blue bin. Both teams trying to boost simultaneously. Don't see that too often.
It's very awkward to begin with, having 3 members of Liquid even standing out by that contender to begin with. It's just that the whole thing made me uncomfortable. But GODSENT are going to be excited about this. They've not really managed to carry any money forward so far, but that's like a secondary objective. Just winning the rounds is probably fine for now. But this is a chance for them to do that, so hopefully they're going to be able to. All of them down the middle here, Liquid. Deagle's in play, so you never know what could happen. Taco's kind of holding it, ready for a B-split, and he's in a pretty safe position back here. It'll be real hard to find him.
No, he's playing very passively, very safe. Liquid don't want any business with this, though. They came out mid to support Elige's pick towards the window, and unable to find anything, they reroute. This is the contingency plan for Liquid, and it's being combined with a mid to B fake. This is nice. This should definitely draw the attention away from the catwalk. And oh, Shocks, he just passed Taco. Doesn't get the better of him, though. Taco's able to recover. This is a nade ready to stop the plant. A little early, though, and that should allow Liquid safe passage onto this site. OC will be getting that bomb planted in just a moment. The molly comes out, but just a second too late. And at this point, Liquid, they're in a post plant. It's not likely to actually net them around, but any damage is good damage.
Yeah, should still be doable here. Molotov still on Barton. That one grenade could make a big difference. Henny goes down to Elige. Oh, they throw it right away. I thought they would have saved that Molotov maybe for the catwalk, just in case. OC with a good shot. Barton gets one, and a big double there. That might just be what they needed. It's going to be Lado to close out the round. Man, I was getting a bit nervous then, because they didn't have many nades. If Liquid could have escaped back to the catwalk, they maybe could have held it for a while. No more smokes or anything in play here, so that could have been dangerous. But ultimately, or maybe Lado picked up a second one at the end. But still, it's a round for GODSENT here. 3-2 in their favor. They suffer some more casualties than probably they would have wanted in this round.
I think that's
job done.
More because of Liquid constructing a pretty nice cat take. A lot of teams are very straightforward with this. They just throw the Xbox smoke, a rail smoke to gain some extra space, just force the plant at all costs. But a little bit of a layered approach from Liquid. The fact that they go for a fake mid to B, combined with the fact that Elige was going for that middle pick earlier. Oh, wow. Okay, we're already into the thick of things. Double kill from the B players on GODSENT side.
Liquid wanted to test that B defense, which is, I mean, that makes sense, right? We're in the 6th round. At some point, you'd like to know if they're going to be a little bit asleep over there. They definitely weren't. 5 versus 3 now. What is it? What's a good call in this kind of? You tried something, it didn't work. You feel like the round, you know, if this is a matchmaking game, you say the round's over, we've lost already. But professional game, probably not so much. So what's a good call now?
I'd say the 2016 call would have been just send the op up cat, contact play, just clear the angles out one by one, and hopefully you find an entry into the bomb site. Nowadays, people have been sometimes throwing a combination of the rail smoke with the corner smoke, and that can give you a series of one-ways that you can actually approach the bomb site a little bit more safely with. But sometimes teams just call for a save, and I think Liquid might be exercising that option.
Yeah, they lost another player before they even really got. I guess they wanted to do kind of what you were saying. They wanted at least to get a catwalk to have that control, right? But
without that, there's just not any feasible option, though.
GODSENT looking very disciplined at the moment. This is their first real chance to build some money on their side, so I don't really blame them for not wanting to go out and hunt and search for too much here. Probably worth it to just stick around, so kind of a quiet end to the round, but still, good job. GODSENT about to be 4-2. I think that's impressive. That's especially on the CT side of this match, sometimes I think can be a little bit tricky.
Especially given the fact that this one was a flawless round. In fact, every consecutive round that they've won, 4 in a row now, they've had more players alive. First one, 1v1. Second one, 2 alive. Then 3. Now 5. In fact, they have to start spawning players if they want to continue with this trend.
Yeah. It's a technology that we haven't seen yet, but you know what? I don't even know if it's in the rules. If you find out a way to do it, maybe you just have to get away with it.
Yeah, we'll see what the ruling is on that one.
OC quick with the AWP. Got the spawn for it. Wanted to see if he could test them a little bit here. Get some shrapnel for his efforts, at least for now. A bit of a jump, and there's a nice peek again. Not necessarily a flashy shot, but he did get the job done. He's ready for more, and that might just win the round. They're not even they're already running in the pit. They're saying, all right.
That's it. That's it. Double kill from OC. Round-winning play. Ooh, just barely dodged that flash, too. Sort of fortunate with his angle, sort of unfortunate for GODSENT that they don't throw a more precise flashbang. Works both ways. But that is the OC impact. And again, I mean, those two shots, they weren't super easy, but he just positions himself exactly where he should be to get the kills.
So valuable. I mean, what a luxury.
There's almost something more impressive for operators that can make the game look this easy for me. Because this is replicable, and it means that if the game comes to you this easy and you don't have to hit those hard shots, you're going to be relevant in the space for a very long time.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's obviously this kind of thing you can try and avoid if you wanted to. GODSENT could have been more careful, smoking or Molotoving or whatever. That's fine, but he probably has a bunch of those plays up his sleeve, OC, over the span of a whole game on Dust 2. So really good stuff. Holding it here, trusting his teammate to clear every other angle on that left-hand side. So Liquid getting around just based off a couple of kills. Interesting stuff. Ooh, double up down the middle. Gotta be real careful here. One of them already showing himself, OC on the other side. Definitely on alert once he hears that shot ringing out. So far, no one wants to challenge him, at least not straight up. Setting up. If the hinge smoke comes in, we've seen quite a few attempts to wallbang that immediately. None this time.
But it gives safe passage for Liquid up catwalk. They haven't been afforded this sort of position on too many rounds thus far, but they want to combine it with a long play. And Latno's here and waiting. OC will aid NAF in clearing this position out. The question for Liquid becomes, how do they get the bomb back towards catwalk? They do have a few smokes, but you'd probably want to use those in order to take space towards the bomb site itself. But instead, they actually just shift the numbers over. Move Nitro towards long, and OC, he'll be helping set up this late long take. Should be a corner smoke and a flash over the doorway.
Lado is probably the key to this round. If he can stand tall out here and defend this a little bit, it might work out. But he goes down, and Henny now has basically to hit every single shot, and with the flashbang going off in his eyes, it's not going to be possible. And you can see now they're just falling like dominoes on the bomb site. Taco going down next. No chance for anyone to help each other out. There's no... I mean, if Lado gets a kill, Henny can probably swing back, and then they have a crossfire that could be established afterwards. But instead, they just go down one by one.
I'm just fixating on the fact that OC smoke was actually a top long smoke. I know some teams have used that lately in sort of the tier 2-3 space. I haven't seen it in a tier 1 game for a minute, though. That's cool, and it's something that was actually pretty prevalent back in 2013 and 14. for late long takes, and people kind of moved away from it, and they just favored the solo flash through the double doors and just a pop out with a couple players. But that's cool. That's a nice little insurance policy from Liquid, and something to take note of if you want to do a late long take for any aspiring pros at home. Hey, future pros, check out that smoke.
Always something to learn and add to the Arsenal. Nitro, great entry on that one. Really impressive stuff. Yeah, and this is just it's a miserable position to be in, especially, I think, if you're Henny playing that long position and you suddenly have to try and adjust. Oh, round starts with OC down the middle, taking down Taco. Trying to see if they could do some damage with a scout down there. They're still trading it back and forth, but OC is super quick.
Super fast. Speed demon.
Yeah.
Oh, good flash. Edelige. Oh, Dumao had the taser again. Nice try.
He managed to get to at least make a bit of lightning down there.
Yeah. He's really committed to that cause.
I can respect it.
I think I've seen 3 tasers from him in the last 2 days.
It's because you just know it's going to be worth it if you can, at least mentally, for your own sake. Like, yes. Got him. Barton is holding the B bomb site on his own with a scout, now walking down the middle. Even if he got that headshot, it wouldn't really change the outcome of the round on any level. Lado is going for a bit of a flank, but again, it's just a P250 coming in from that position. Not much that he really can do here. Oh, he's so confident. You know what? We're going to go fight it. So Liquid are back in the lead now. Going to be 5-4 in their favor.
Yep, nice clean anti-eco for them. Small clap comes out from the Liquid side of things. GODSENT might have to change up the formula here. Might have to put emphasis on a new part of the map. There's a lot of new plays that you can do with this rework of Dust 2. We did see one right there, a guy jumping into lower immediately. We'll see if GODSENT want to risk something like that on a gun round, though.
I haven't seen them pushing upper dark from the V-bomb side either, so it's definitely, even in the standard realm of things, some stuff they could try out. Oh, OC again, opening it up. Last time it was on the B-bomb side, winning the round, but this is super impressive, and he's going to find that shot on ladder as well. What a terrific beginning here.
Battle Opper OC.
Yeah, throw him in. Just throw him in. No parachute needed. It's going to be Henny and Barton holding on the other side. Dumao is kind of checking. If he keeps going, could be a nasty surprise if he runs into Shocks, who's holding that stairwell.
Unfortunately for Dumao, if he pushes anywhere, Liquid players are watching their flanks. So he would just have to win a duel on a player that's holding him. But the other GODSENT players, they're expecting the late long play. They're already primed and ready for it. This could be a pivotal fight. Shocks? Oh, turns away. But at the same time, Liquid, they're pressing on forward at long. Should be a flash coming out from OC. In fact, it's going to be a molly onto Henny. Henny does have a smoke to put it out.
Yeah, but it has to get him off the angle, right? Ooh, up close, Barton gets traded in OC. He's not missing anything right now.
That's so well done. That's so well done from Liquid. Just so methodical.
Yeah, it looks like something they practiced hundreds and hundreds of times.
Yes.
Well-oiled machine. 30 seconds. Dumao's kind of got into position now, but he's still got the trouble of playing 1 versus 3. Shocks is walking down below him in CT spawn, so he's in a lot of trouble, and I don't think he necessarily realizes exactly where Shocks is, so very, very hard to adjust for. 15 seconds on the clock now, throwing grenades at him as well. Yeah, pressure is all over, and Shocks will find the kill on him at the end. And it's another good round. A little bit expensive for Liquid, but I don't think they care. And money is going to be out for GODSENT, so they're marching back into the game, winning 4 in a row.
Liquid are doing such a good job in creating pressure by just sitting around. GODSENT there were holding that long position for such an extended duration, and then Liquid still just put together the best possible way to clear out the angles. Very nice to see. It's tough to play against a team that does stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting, kind of a subtle weapon to have in your arsenal, the ability to call for a freeze for a long time and just having the pressure built on the other side. Very frustrating. It seems like it shouldn't be hard to just wait, but yeah, it can feel like you're doing nothing feels like you're doing something wrong, basically, on the CT side sometimes, right?
That's why you usually see people thin out their numbers, go for aggressive pushes, and The thing is, Liquid were playing to punish that entire time. Oh, good flash, though, from GODSENT. Very nice setup from Taco. Barton is able to find Nitro, and oh, Elish can't quite connect with Barton, but he will be challenged by Taco, and Taco wins out the duel.
Even looked like Elish kind of was pre-aiming that a little bit, or at least had his cross in the right position, so probably a fight that he wins almost every single time. Although Taco did have some body armor, so at least the aim punch wasn't necessarily going to ruin his day. 4-on-3, still perfectly winnable on the side of Liquid. One more headshot from a Deagle could instantly change the odds. They're doing it again, though, slowing the game down, taking their time. They're all grouped up, so they can kind of afford 2 nades. Landing in Barton. I don't know if he's going to be burned out quite, but they are all around him. He's not finding a lot of real estate back there, and the flames will finally consume him. OC, the one to get the credit for it. Dumao and Henny now 2-on-3, and Liquid, just slowing it down like that, it seems to be paying off really well for them.
Dumao will still be prodding for something. Shox doesn't seem to expect this. So now it's suddenly a 2-on-2. Range game isn't going to be favoring Henny, though, only wielding a P250. Naf considering that lower option, and Naf just goes for the swing. Wow.
They're confident right now.
I gotta say that Liquid are doing a really good job in segmenting the map out on Dust 2. They've done it now 2 rounds in a row. They had some space towards long, and then they put together a really strong play in order to dislodge those players that were just around the corner. This time they had that cat control. They knew exactly how they wanted to use their utility and take space towards that bomb site. It's very impressive to see this from a team that a month and a half ago, essentially just put it together. Just put this roster together.
And I mean, I guess what GODSENT did here is one of the tools to try and disrupt what Liquid are trying to do, getting a pop flash in during the setup phase of a round. So if you can do that, that'll take some of the tools away for Liquid, right? But they only had pistols that round, so the effect just wasn't felt nearly as much. But I think it's a cool idea I like that from GODSENT. So also why I mentioned earlier the upper dark push.
Right.
Another attempt to try and say, let's make sure they don't feel so confident, because it really feels like right now, if you give Liquid catwalk or long at the moment, they're going to win the round behind it.
Yeah, you're almost doomed. You're almost just doomed. Once they have that sort of space, they just put together a good exec or a good finisher, and that's not going to bode well for the future of GODSENT, because once again, we're in a 5-on-5, and Henny, this is the only catwalk defense we're seeing from GODSENT right now.
Molotov not really designed for his position. He can stick around. Flashbang, though. Always good to have more contingencies if you're going to be making that angle, so that you don't get down by the AWB.
All right, we'll see if our theory's true. Liquid have catwalk. Oh, but they are going towards long. It looks like they're favoring the single pop flash out the doors.
Ooh. Very important kill there for Lado. At least going to buy some space. Henny also gets one with the AWP, but he's inside of the bomb site on his own. He has to get a little bit more. The bomb, though, is kind of stuck out there, so they have to go challenge it. Missing a shot, but getting the follow-up. Elish goes down. That is a big kill for Henny. Might be asked to do a little bit more out in the open. What an awkward battle. And it gets even worse. I think the bomb dropped down. Naf coming in from the middle, and what a spin. Barton turning around. That was lightning fast. And Liquid finally going to fail at it. GODSENT finding a 5th round. Man, that was close.
I think at the same time that long engagement began, there was a bit of a cat engagement too. There was fights in 2 spaces at the same time. GODSENT threw a little bit of chaos into the mix here, but this is a nice hold from Lado, I have to say. The molly's there to try to force him back, to make things pretty difficult on him, but Henny, he survives with 1 HP in this fight with Elish.
Oh, you're right.
That's tough. But Nav even had the flank here. Oh, okay, that's quick. That is quick.
Incredible save. Ooh, and I like this. Henny, you mentioned this earlier, that he didn't feel like they were using him in the way that he was really sort of designed to be used. That's what you meant, right? That's what you want to see.
You gotta see him going for picks like that. If you're bringing in a primary opper, you gotta trust that he's gonna be finding kills in ways that those players that you had before that are more comfortable just holding the angle, hitting the easy shots, they're not going to come up with those, but Henny's a guy that has a proven track record of being able to do that. It's nice to see him be able to thin the herd early.
Oh, this is a cool call there. Very, very quickly for Liquid. Kind of a pace change for them. Right into the B bomb site. Nitro, another good opening, and Dumao, he can't really survive this. Yeah, there's nothing he could do. They're coming in from Upper Dark as well at the same time. Flashing their way through OC. Probably a shot that he could have hit, but either way, this is a very hard round to win in terms of retaking it. I GODSENT. If they get a kill right now on Shox, maybe it's worth it, but it's going to go the other way. Timing is impeccable. There's no chance here.
I can't believe Shox just walk peeks into that angle. If he dies, this becomes a doable retake for GODSENT all of a sudden, but either way, he wins the fight, and yeah, I think you nailed it, Anders. The fact that it was a quick pace change from Liquid, that's everything. Man, Shox still just being very annoying to play against. Just hanging around, just finds a three-piece, and he wasn't even that involved in the site defense. I mean, he just instantly went to lower after they had it.
Do you think that call is basically based off of sort of the nature of the crime that Henny was committing in Lower Dark? That they have some sort of mental image of the idea that he's going to get that peak and he's probably going to run back long. So if we walk out middle, we do the double smoke and Molotov towards CT spawn, and we just go for it. It seemed like if he was holding CT spawn instead or anything like they would have probably lost another player even getting there.
If he was in the B window,
yeah,
they would have lost that round potentially. So that's a little bit of a read coming out from Nitro, whether that's prep on GODSENT in particular or just reading how Operas likely rotate in general. Either way, it's a very strong call from him. That kind of there's a good information game, and there's a lot to unpack about that sort of decision-making from Nitro, and it's pretty cool to see that he has sort of that foresight into how a round should play out based off of where an Opera is likely to move.
Because that looked very, very well designed, like almost like they knew, all right.
Snap call after that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool to see, because we've been praising them again for the slowing down of the pace and everything, but if you can add another dimension, which is obviously that one, it's going to be scary. 8-5, 14th round here. Not that many weapons on the side of GODSENT here, trying to defend with some deals in play. They need some really quick defensive kills right here. Oh, actually, Liquid. Okay. They realize this fight has already taken maybe 5 seconds longer than we wanted.
Liquid are happy about that, though. 2 smokes burned in the first 15 seconds of the round. You'll take that. The defense is now very weakened in terms of utility.
And they already didn't have a lot, so...
There's no more smokes. That's it. It's just, it's essentially all on Henny.
Yeah. He either has to go find a kill or cross his fingers and hope that he's going to end up in the right place at the right time. Shox does take a lot of damage in Upper Dark, and he's going to fall back down towards the middle instead. Lado's out long. If he goes down, then I think Henny's chances drop almost to 0 at that point in time. So, and I think that's been true for a lot of this long A defense, is a lot of it has been on Lado to try and hold his own. It's a pretty tough... Oh, what a flashbang. Takes him down. Like I said, now Henny, he's going to have to face way too many players. This is not impossible, but bordering on being 30 seconds. Oh, Shox letting one pass. That's interesting. Taco's gone down in the meantime, and they're waiting Liquid even with 20 seconds left. They're just adding so much pressure. Now showing the gun barrel. Absolutely bullying him, Howie.
Lige right there knows that sometimes the best thing to do is just stay alive and maintain that pressure. It's exactly what he employs against Henny right there. Makes it so difficult. Dumao's doing a good job to inflict some damage here, but the round is over, and Liquid came up with a very nice pinch onto that A site. You could see the pressure in that moment. Everybody's been there when you just know you're getting collapsed on, and the guy that you want the fight from doesn't give it to you. It's so infuriating.
If only he could have put like a sock with like a poorly drawn face on the tip of his gun to like just stick it out from the wall.
Just to add even more insult.
Actually, it's so funny. You just see the gun barrel and Henny's like, can you at least just peek so that I have it? Like, at least give me the chance to do something.
I know.
He's just not getting it.
Yeah. Peek me, please. Okay. Oh.
Nice.
Taco just ran through that smoke at the corner. Finds a Lige, but there's a fast cat play going on for Liquid right now. Good molly to slow these players down, but Nitro still takes out Henny at Goose. presses on forward, but he knows he doesn't have to face entirely. Okay, he's still just going for it. There was a flash setup from OC. That's well done on the fly from Liquid.
Doesn't have to, but he really wants to. Also, the way that he peeked Henny in that corner, doing that crouch crab walk spray is really annoying to deal with. Because if you miss a shot with that AWP, you're dead instantly.
Yes.
So, not a good time. 4 on 3. I'm a little bit surprised that Liquid even got into this position. It seemed like this hit originally from catwalk wasn't looking that good. But right now, they're in a prime position to try and get to 10 rounds. Shox just has to stand up and look over this. Oh! Barton finding him instead, sees the helmet, takes him down, and he's going to follow it up. Excellent retake work coming out. OC on his own, 1 versus 1, and real low on health. Dumao on the other side shoots him through the box instead, but he doesn't have the defuse kit, so it's going to be the round for Liquid anyway. 10-5 at the end. And what a gut-wrenching start here for GODSENT on the second map.
Love how Liquid change up the pace there at the tail end of that half. We'll see if they keep up the speed going into the second half after the break.
Shox, can you clutch? 26 and counting. Bob has a kit. He's got an angle for it. He has to run it down. Covered once, needs the bullets, needs it, done it, got it! Shox crunches up!
Call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
Welcome back, everyone. 10-5 in the first half. Second map here. Liquid doing really, really well. This It almost seems too good to be true. A little bit of a rough start at the beginning of the year, obviously with the change, with the roster change and everything else, but this is a North American dream right now.
To see a North American team playing this brand of polished CS, Anders,
yeah,
it's everything that we wanted for the NA fan base. There hasn't been a lot to celebrate lately. We'll see if Liquid gives us something here. Nice. 4 for 1. Just down to Lado.
You peek that corner, you're peeking 3 people, but they're all at different elevations. It's not a good time.
It's like the classic VP on Cobble.
Yeah, it really is. Gonna try and flash his way into it, but they're just all there. Naf is making sure he can't escape. What a miserable position to be in.
There's not a lot he can do here. He has to hit some shots incredibly fast. It looks like he's looking for a P250. I don't know if there's even another pistol around, but...
Either that or he's mourning the death of his teammates. I'm not really sure.
Paying his respects.
Entire squad is down at that.
Whole squad down bad.
Incredible scenes.
I had to do that.
Oh, 11 to 5. Yeah. Oh, there's not. This is not even precision. They're just
spamming.
Yeah, fish in a barrel. You're gonna hit something eventually.
Yeah, it's like they're in a pillbox, just all firing out of one little hole. Not a lot you can do. But okay, Liquid. Cool little idea to get themselves the pistol victory here. I don't know what the idea will be for GODSENT in this round. 5 clocks, Anders.
No, but I've 5, all of them with burst fire.
Make it a laser.
Yeah, just try and... Like
15 bullets are better than 5.
Yeah, quantity over quality, right? You just try and you brute force that problem.
Is that how you live through life? Quantity, quality, or are you a quality over quantity guy?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I want to say probably my whole life probably can't be boiled down to that, but I guess quality probably, to be honest. But
I think that's the mature choice.
Maybe it is.
It's the mature choice.
And in Counter-Strike, I don't touch the burst fire at all ever. I don't think I've ever even got any kills with the burst fire. I think.
There we go. There we go.
But I still think they should do it.
Yeah.
All run boosts, those are always funny, especially with Glocks. The chance of success practically 0. Oh, all right. There's a little bit of a start. In terms of the acrobatics of it, that's like an 8 out of 10 in terms of range.
Yeah, that was a good run boost. Look at the distance on that one.
Nice.
I think that would qualify for an Olympic record long jump.
I think it would. Why don't we have that, actually? Why don't we have...
There should be a long jump competition. That should be a side content piece for sure.
Yeah.
Like the 2-man long jump test.
Yeah, try and see if you can get... How far can you send someone?
Yes. Someone get on that.
12 to 5. GODSENT have picked up rifles here. And some pretty good rifles against the 2 MP9s, maybe especially. So there is a chance here to get back into the game early on. Although I think the comeback, again, we talked about it, we were pretty optimistic on Ancient. In the second half, they could have done it. It's different on this map. It'd be real hard to make up that 12-5 difference here.
Oh, well, Shox is stuck right now. Oh, he makes it out, and he can't complete the kill. What a shot from Elige. From downrange, snipes Henny. And Liquid want to keep up the pressure. Elige is still fighting there, Nitro around the corner, and that leads to their demise. Barton says, you shouldn't be testing me like that. And he has been a bright spot for GODSENT on this map. This round is as good as over as long as GODSENT walk into A. They just aren't sure yet.
They're not quite there yet, but they're slowing it down. Yeah, I mean, it's true, right? I feel like, especially now that Henny's on the lineup, because Henny and Taco, in terms of name brand, just suck up so much of the energy.
Yes.
Barton's probably a little bit easy to overlook, but the last couple of days have proven that's probably a big mistake.
Oh, yeah. Barton has been a guy that's been tearing up the premier space, ESL Challenger space for a minute in North America. Once he got added to this project, I think a few more people learned his name, but yeah, he's been a very strong piece for this roster. Plays a few more of the anchor sort of positions. Would say sometimes those poor, the weaker lurking spots, not the fun ones, but the ones where you just kind of have to hold. The one Rops somehow gets a 1.2 rating from, but everybody else fails to even find a 1.0 at.
Yeah, that's true.
Those are the ones Barton does.
I'm going to be bored for a long time, or I have to try and basically win this round 1 versus 3.
Yes, yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Exactly.
Oh, nicely done. That's a sick recovery in this round, because GODSENT were, if they'd have lost that round, it would have been probably not possible to really make it back. But now, I don't know, 12 to 6. It seems a little bit overpowering, but not a lot has to change for this to be made up. What a great fight.
That looked great from his perspective.
Yeah. Elige, by the way, who was obviously doing very well on the first map, he's back at it again, 24 and 12. These are going to be some of the best maps out of Elige that at least I remember for a while.
Yes.
And I think he's been playing well overall, but this is obviously a level above.
Especially factoring the level of competition. He did do well at the NARMR, but this is a...
Go on.
That's different. That's just different. It's just different.
Oh, they're walking through the smoke. I like this. They're going to be exploding onto the bomb site. This is going to be hard to hold. Barton, he gets the opening, but Naf follow-up spray, half blind the whole way through, turns it into a triple, and he really wanted to buy a little bit more time there. Dumas will take him down, but still, Naf able to put up a solid defense after the fact. Dumas going to spin around and take down Elige, and it's going to end up a 2-on-2. The bomb is kind of lost to them at the moment. It's between the two players. Nobody wants to move and actually pick it up because it's so out in the open.
Oh, that's really tricky. OC throws the lurk smoke out of the double doors right now. He could be popping out of either side, but Lado still holding this angle. Dumas gave that up, but they still are aware of the fact that Liquid could be pressuring from that side. And it's nice to see that Nitro does that, given the fact the bomb is in the middle of the open. He knows how much pressure that creates for these GODSENT players. But finally, they're going to be retrieving it. 30 seconds remain, and Nitro, he's joining up with OC at the double doors.
No grenades left on anyone right now, so even getting through the window or the door could be a bit tricky. Looks like they're going to try and see if they can double up on that door position instead. Lado's covering the one position. Dumas all the way at the back of the site, so if they take Lado, it's possible. Great entry. Nitro, he's been so on point with the mechanics, and he gets the headshot. Taking down Dumas. He's lightning fast. He made that look so easy. That is not an easy retake at all.
That is some sharp shooting from Nitro right there. That was very swift. It felt like Lado couldn't even peek. He couldn't even move out of that backside position. But this is the NAF special. 3K side hold, all body shots.
Yeah,
only NAF things. Only NAF things.
So efficient. The fact that it's 20 bullets is not even a downgrade from him. He doesn't even care. Oof.
Oh man, Dumas got deleted.
That is unfortunate because that was a really good setup for... I like the whole idea of walking through the smoke and getting the surprise. They got the entry, GODSENT, so if not for NAF and that 3K, they probably just win that round. I don't even think Liquid try and go for any kind of a retake, so I think the whole foundational idea of that round from GODSENT's point of view is all there.
Yes. That wasn't poorly played by GODSENT whatsoever. Nitro, at the end of the day, just hit some sick shots.
How do you like this?
Liquid are doing a really good job of being proactive. This can get you into trouble if it's too much across the map, but we see that early mid pressure into a retake long with 4 players worked out perfectly. They have so much space. They threw GODSENT in for a loop in terms of the information that they lost in this round, and now they're retaining map position towards long, despite the fact that they put all their eggs in a mid-push basket early on.
I mean, going 4 long like that, or at least 3 of them deep long, is the kind of play, obviously, if they go for a really fast mid to B split, you're way out of position. But it is somewhat unlikely, so I guess they're just saying, yeah, you know what, doesn't really matter if you spend the first 20 seconds doing this, because they're probably not going to do anything. Speaking of seconds, it's only almost 30 of them left, and then now bringing the bomb out long. I actually hate this from GODSENT. I think this could really end badly for them. Nitro with a double spray, just waiting behind the smoke, and now we're down to 20 seconds. They can't win the round any longer. This is just so crazy. I don't know why they wanted to wait this late, and another headshot. The newly returned North American hero.
Captain America.
Yeah, truly.
He's back from cryostasis.
It's woken up.
Yes.
I think this is... There's a lot that I don't like about this. Think about the way that we spoke about this Liquid when they're on the T side, how they would use that deep long smoke set up from outside. They would have flashes, but they would have Molotov spot. There's a lot of tricks and tools to to open that fight long, and GODSENT say, how about we just walk in front of the smoke and see if we can...
Yeah, let's just hope we find a timing. That's... Yeah, it's a lot less creative, a lot less imaginative, and therefore probably just less protocols than what we saw from Liquid. And Liquid now just back off. They had such an active previous round. This time, it's a very standard setup for them. Couple players towards long, couple players in B. It's affording GODSENT a lot of space, and GODSENT are probably a little bit surprised that they're even finding so much. But it looks like GODSENT's objective in this round has to be the plant for Cat.
Yeah. Get that down. If it's one of those Magic Deagle rounds, then we'll have a follow-up conversation. All right. Not quite the flick there, but Elige doesn't get down at least immediately. Bart's in there. Actually, a nice find. Not even the Deagle, but the P250 instead. Tapping away is Nitro. And OC, while all this is happening, is just... They're trying to duck down to avoid the AK, and that makes them slow for the AWP. Lado on his own, and he's going to be going down 15-6 now. And the Liquid's well on their way to winning this map 2-0. They had a 2-0 yesterday or against in every which way. This is looking impressive.
In the second half of both maps, GODSENT have only achieved a single round. It's been Liquid doing an excellent job of closing these maps out. We'll remark on the fact that that little corner rail smoke did such a good job in creating crosshair disruption for the long player. That was Nitro.
Yeah. Man.
This is a very tough situation to be in for GODSENT. Plays you've been running on gun rounds haven't really been working. The only round that they have found was off the back of Liquid probably overstaying their welcome towards middle just a few rounds prior to this. And it doesn't seem like Liquid are keen to make that sort of error again. They've been proactive in ways that have exemplified teamwork along with a wealth of ideas.
Yeah, it's actually that right now the Stratbook looks deep on this map, and again, that's usually the thing that takes the longest to try and develop with any new team. So it's exciting to see. Elige down in lower dark, and OC is up on the catwalk next to him. Not that they can actually help each other out too much. Gonna jump down. Good trade for Barton. I think that's probably still worth it. And OC, it's probably the expiration date on how long he can stick around here for before he has to worry about top mid, but he's pushing it as long as he can. Oh, he's got shocks there as well, actually, so maybe he can stick around.
Oh, wow.
Dodging the flashbangs and hitting those AWP shots. Henny will take down shocks on the other side, though, but not bad. 3-on-3 now. Dumao trying to sneak in. If he could find Naf, he almost had a chance to find him out in the open there, I think, but now he's stuck back down into the... Oh, we didn't see that.
Timing.
That is...
Naf, that jump up is not always advisable, and Naf somehow catches the perfect time to get the kill. Now, Henny, he's just struggling to find any impact in this series, and he'll have to find some if they want to have any chance in this round. Lado's going for a solo walk play into the site with the bomb. If he falls, then Henny's simply left out to dry. And Naf, he is lodged into this car. Such a strong angle. And Nitro already on the flank to find Henny.
Classic, yep, he spotted him, so there's not much to do here. Henny, no time and no teammates or anything. It's gonna be Mr. Ohm providing the resistance to take down the last player, and that's it. One map on Dust 2 for Team Liquid, a 2-0 as well to take down GODSENT. Super, super impressive stuff. This is the kind of Liquid we just want to see.
Incredibly convincing stuff. And on top of that, we saw so much individual ability flexing for the side of Liquid. Nitro had some great rounds. Shocks with so much impact. And OC is making some people believe. It's good to see.
Absolutely impressive all work coming out from him. Yeah, the future of NA Counter-Strike right here, if I do say so. It's looking good for the start of the year. Exciting stuff. We'll be back with more, of course, analysis and breakdown after the break.
I think the style that we're going for as a team is like a style where we can be dynamic, where we can be slow and fast. So a team that comes to mind is like Outsiders, where they play super slow and they kind of thrive like with sub 30 seconds left in the round, and like that's kind of just what they're going for in each round, it feels like. Whereas like if you play a North American team besides us, I feel like most teams want to just end the round like really fast, and they're like super quick with how they think, and that's just how they are, and that's how they approach the game. So I think the style that we're going for right now is we want to just have both styles. We want to have our slow game. We want to have like our set strat game, you know, which would be usually like in the beginning of the rounds. So I think that's just the main style that we're striving for right now.
Thinking, moving, touching, and well, all of the other things, all of the other pieces that you need to compete in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Welcome back to CS Psychology 101. Today, we're going to be going over a very important subject, XXX Heyman 420. In 2012, he had a 4K 1D clip that really was overly edited by an equally talented friend. Now accumulating only, and I mean only, 1,372 views over 8 years. The taste of success that followed led to the creation of the monster that we now know as the Movie Fragger.
Clip it, baby. This one is going viral. Top 3 Reddit easy. Zai Wu, Zai Whom, or like it. Check out this shit.
Oh, don't you worry, Movie Fragger. We are definitely watching. In fact, we'll just start on the appearance. We'll note that the cap is backwards, albeit he doesn't have a headset on, but don't let that sway you from the idea that this guy means business. But is it serious business?
Yeah, we can edit that out. It's all right.
Some general traits about the gameplay can be observed, such as the famous buy an op and then use the deagle. Take this example. Where an ordinary player may see this round win as a certainty, the Movie Fragger sees it as opportunity.
Can't blame me for that one, boys. It would have been sick, right?
You are dog shit. Everything he does is for Reddit. Everything he does is for the comments, for the likes. It's all about the endorphins and everything that he gets from the moment he wakes up in the morning.
They come and beat. I'm going for the cold, boys. I'm going for the cold zero. Oof, that's close. Oof, that's really close. Oh, that's so close. I'm so close. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was incredible. Oh.
Liquid win out over GODSENT 2-0, closing it out on Dust 2, 16-6. The cherry on top, of course, another monstrous Elige performance, and just generally speaking, good, thorough teamwork. You know, I was not a full-on believer when this new Liquid roster formed. At this point, Blair and Alan, I'm sold.
Sold? That was, listen, Anders is going to love this one. That's an actual Newtonian Liquid in action. That was smooth. That was beautiful to watch. I'm even going to say that was the best we've seen from them thus far. They haven't dropped a single map yet, Alan, but that was the best Liquid we've seen, at least thus far. Small sample size, I agree, but holy hell, GODSENT, they didn't have a chance in hell.
No, that was real kind of utter domination, that series. And for me, watching that game, I think Liquid have brilliant communication. They look so composed in so many situations where they're spread out. One player gets some information, the other kind of teammates know exactly how to react. They move up and they're kind of playing really well off each other. And for a team that's only, what has it been now? Just around 2 months as a lineup, maybe slightly longer in terms of practice. That's really brilliant to see. And of course, some concerns and maybe shocks, culture clash. In terms of communication, they look perfect.
And speaking of perfection, I mean, this round, right?
Yeah, Blair, please go ahead. Round 10 OC. This was a round you picked out, so please talk us through it.
No, nothing. This is something we were watching in the green room as well. Just, firstly, OC getting some crazy kills, but just the way they were able to just kind of segment the defense from the side of GODSENT. I mean, and OC as well. He's missing nothing, but at the same time, it's kind of the cherry in the top over how well they're playing as a unit. And of course, him popping off, obviously, it's kind of like the smackdown at the very end.
Yeah, I just think this round is a perfect example of this whole new dimension that OC brings to Liquid's play. He gets so aggressive out there towards blue. It's such a kind of bold, wild opening. And this is perhaps something we didn't even with Fallen, to be honest, we didn't see this sort of play around their AWPer. And now with OC, now he's getting more confident, getting vitalized in this lineup. It just looks brilliant, doesn't it, on the server?
Absolutely. And Elige also, as I mentioned, was having a stormer of a map. He's been so good for so long now, and yeah, he's still able to produce these fantastic performances, Blair.
Yeah, like we spoke about a trifecta of, the 3 stars on the side of Team Liquid. We're talking about OC, we're talking about Elige, we're talking about Naf. Now, Naf had a quieter game in Dust 2, mainly because he didn't really have much to do, but whenever they did hit that B bomb site, he still was able to shut it down. Shox as well, I think he's been showing, apart from the first map he had yesterday, he's been really showing why he's in his lineup right now. And Nitro as well having, look, his calling was fantastic on this map, but apart from that individually as well, Captain America, he's back.
Yeah, Alan, I want to quickly jump in there and get your perspective as a coach, because you coach Endpoint. Heku told us that she heard Shox being very vocal at points in place of Nitro, the IGL. I think that's a really great sign that Shox is bringing some extra veteran leadership and jumping in when necessary. As a coach, what do you think?
Yes, certainly, and for a player like Shox, as much as we may have doubted his individual play on the server, these intangibles are so huge in teams, and for a team like Liquid, which in the past maybe has had too many kind of silent figures, a person like Shox is always going to be vocal, he's always going to be talking, and even at times there might be rounds where Nitro, he's a little bit lost for ideas, he doesn't know where to go, and Shox pipes up and says, I'm on this side of the map, I can see these nades, I can see these players, let's do this, and let's just commit behind it.
Do you guys remember that legendary video of Shox giving a speech? I can't remember for which team and which teammates, but one of those very well-known French lineups. He's talking about, like, we're each a finger on the same hand, we've got to work together. And so, yeah, fantastic to see him starting to have an effect in Liquid. However, across the 2 maps we saw Liquid play against GODSENT, it was Elige and OC that were really the standouts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, OC firstly with the AWP, we talk about how dynamic he can be, and again, delivering time and time again. And I'm especially loving the consistency coming from the man, of course, Elige as well. Yeah. He is a star player for this team, one of the remnants from the previous lineup as well. So things looking really good in the Liquid camp right now.
Yeah, for sure, and certainly in this series, Naf didn't really need to do anything because the other players are fragging out so well, and it's just in games like these that you just see this Liquid lineup and something kind of clicks in the back of your head and you think, this could really work. It really can make sense.
I mean, I was one of the initial, I wouldn't say critics, but I had a big question mark about a Shox pickup coming in, right? And obviously, the language barrier, Shox coming in, whatnot. But yeah, they seem to be answering quite a few of my questions. Still early days for me personally, but I'm starting to believe a little bit, Paula.
Talking about answering questions, Heku is down on the sidelines for an interview with one of the winning players of Team Liquid.
Hey everybody, right now I'm joined by Elige from Liquid. Elige, that's another win in your pocket. We all know that you have experience actually of playing with Taco, and knowing how he likes to maybe play and maybe how he might want to guide the team, did somehow help you today?
No, I think that he plays pretty different actually from when we used to play together, but I think we're really familiar with his calling style, and it gave us a lot of good reads, and I think that we were pretty well prepared on Ancient. Unfortunately, I haven't played Dust 2 in a really long time, but we played pretty solid on it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like yesterday you won against Big, like a really impressive score, and right now you had no problems against GODSENT. I've noticed that Shox is actually pretty vocal in the beginning of the rounds, so I'd like to know, like, do you kind of share responsibilities of who is calling the beginning, mid-rounds, and who is calling the execute?
It's pretty much just like whoever is feeling it between like me, Shox, and Nick. I'd say definitely like Nick and Shox are way more vocal right now. I think that Richard brought on a lot of stuff in the past couple weeks that has improved us a lot as a team. I think that he gave like a really good like I guess structure of like how we want to be playing for like our team identity, and I think that's been like the biggest like factor for us recently in like our big growth.
well, even though you're the ones who have like a horse in your logo, you're going to play against the real dark horses tomorrow. Of course, it's Movistar Riders, because today they managed to win against players, which was kind of unexpected. Do you think it will be one of the hardest series of this group?
I think that Movistar Riders is actually really good. We played them in a lot of practices in the last month, and I think that they're really, really strong. So, I mean, I think Gambit is strong. Obviously, Movistar has played really well today. It's going to be a tough game for us, and honestly, it's hard to like even predict the veto against these guys because they pick so many different maps. So we're just going to play our game and try to win.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just going to try and play our game, guys, and
Classic.
win, says Alish to finish off his interview. Thank you to him and Heku. I would like to point out that he says that Nitro and Shox are the most vocal, and if I understood correctly, that's one of the reasons that they're seeing growth.
I think one of the words I want to pick up on what Alish said there was identity, right? Team identity. And one thing we saw in the server here today was it looked like the team were on the same page throughout. Everyone knew what they were going to do. Starting from the pistol round on the Dust 2 side as well, they had a plan in mind and they executed to perfection. Everyone seems to be looking good. Shox as well, the fact that he's giving so much input, is being given the reins of the team at times, so to speak. I think it's a great sign, and I think that's the word we got to be harping on a little bit more. Identity, team identity, and it's looking good.
Yeah, a lot of the time, Counter-Strike really just boils down to A, being proactive, and B, all being on the same page. And don't underestimate the power of certain players being vocal, coordinating their teammates, and just doing something aggressively, proactively together. And certainly during this game, the whole way through, Liquid were dictating the pace. There was no window for GODSENT to make their own decisions because Liquid were always making the choices first.
Guys, can I get some final thoughts on GODSENT? 0-2 in the group now. How can they change this trajectory? Can they?
I mean,
perhaps is the most important question.
I think they can, right? I think Taco's proven me wrong quite a few times in the past as well, where I'm like, I don't know if this team's going to really do much. Earlier, he managed to make it work. Now you have someone like Henny in the team. We know what Henny can do, man. We know how good he can be in the server, but right now, he's missing. It feels like, I don't know, maybe it's been quite a while since it's been in a server in a top-tier competition or whatnot, but he was just like, we're talking about OC. Where was Henny? He was nowhere. He was given the multiple opportunities to find some kills and whatnot, but he was just, he's bottom fragging alongside Taco, and that's rough. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, I think we just need to face kind of the realities of the situation that Henny looks like he has very much come in last minute. He looks a little bit out of kind of form individually, which we can't blame him for given the situation. But for GODSENT overall, losing a player like Phelps, you're losing a lot of your kind of aggression, your opening picks on T side, as well as CT side. Rolls are all over the place because Henny, of course, has to take that primary AWPing position. So I think it's a combination of a lot of factors, but ultimately for GODSENT, their boat was rocked just too close to this competition, and I don't think they can recover.
Well, Henny has 3 more matches to find his form. That being said, GODSENT did fall this evening to Team Liquid 2-0. We can see Group C standings now on screen. Movistar Riders and Team Liquid sitting at the top, and then we have Players and Big in the middle, 1-1, and GODSENT and the Party Astronauts at the bottom.
I gotta say, the GODSENT, if they're looking to at least, you know, it's always nice to, even if you're not gonna make it out of the groups, at least to get a nice win would be kind of the morale boost you'd be looking for. And they have an opportunity against Party Astronauts tomorrow. But that being said, we saw Pawn Alone, we saw Peter get a kind of pop off today. So even though those are the 2 underdogs, it could be an interesting game.
More than anything, Alan, again, I hate to always do this, but I love to get your perspective as a coach. I'm being serious. Like, Party Astronauts, what we did see on the positive side of things, other than the in-game stuff, is that they're still quite vocal. We saw some images and doing a little dance outside in between maps. Is that a good thing to see if you're like a coach or a fan of them?
It has to be. You have to still bring the energy, and even for a team in their position, like, let's be realistic. They're not going to make playoffs from here. It was always going to be a long shot, especially given the subs. But for them, LAN experience, you are guaranteed 5 matches versus top-tier competition. The amount you can learn from these games is kind of immeasurable, especially for them versus the region they play in domestically, and probably even then, they're not playing the Liquids, the EGs, the world all that much in competition. So for a team like them in their position, you've still got to play out these games, give it your best, and try and learn as much as possible, because this might be their best opportunity, honestly, ever, to kind of learn from top-tier teams of how to refine their play.
Everybody at home, we have the schedule up on screen for tomorrow. We'll start off the day with Players versus Big, then we'll move into Liquid versus Movistar Riders, and finish out the day where we'll be back with Party Astronauts and GODSENT. Yeah, for those first 2 matches at 12:30 and 4 p.m. CET, it's going to be Trace, YNK, and Cassard once again. There are names. You can see him on screen. Parler, Blair, and Alan. Those are the people we have been. Thank you for joining us, guys. Any final words whilst we listen to some sick rap?
Hashtag night shift.
Hashtag the night shift.
The party tunes for Party Astronauts, and we'll be on that game tomorrow.
Woo! With that being said, I don't think I can do anything to put a finishing cap better. Thank you, Alan, so much. Blair, everybody at home, we'll catch you tomorrow. Peace!
And you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must see the progress. Got a ball till you get it hit. They can never do what I can do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah. Always showing your integrity. Yeah. If you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you're feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man, no campings. Like
no guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. That's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
I'm gonna...
No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry by the soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. Mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must see the progress. Got a ball till you get it hit. They can never do what I can do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah. Always showing your integrity. Yeah. If you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
So let it be. Are you ready to fight? Moving towards the daylight. Oh, oh. Towards the daylight. Breathe it in. Are you ready to fight? Freedom is on my mind. Oh, oh.
I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. There's my decree. There's my burning like a flame. I'm coming a train. I'm coming your way. Your way. Thunder with the rain. I'm flooding the game. Start running away. Away. Battle through the pain. Transforming again. I'm storming your way. Your way. take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. That's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming a train, I'm coming your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the Takes more than money to foster change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to cause a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the
peace of mind. Ain't gonna stop until I get what's mine. Oh, 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 Lord, won't you set me free? I'm only happy when I can be me. Oh, show me my destiny. Hey, oh, ready to fight. Hey, oh, you can't hold me down. You can't hold me down. light, breathe it in. Are you ready to fight? Freedom is on my mind.
Give yourself some love. Let the beat go hard. Say something, run it from me. See the smoke from a gun. Feel your heart's first burn. Game on, get it from me. Stop the feet down hard. Feel the shake from the ground. Let's go. Are you ready? Start it up, turn it up. Get your game face on. Get crazy with me. Yeah!
Don't show your face and let everybody see you. You're gonna tell it to the world, even when you might get hurt, but that's the price. But you feel so alive when you only just show it all. I just keep running around, but I can talk about it. It just feels like it's true, and I keep running, but I don't wanna talk about it. Let me try just a little bit of what you think might be the next thing. You wanna keep it to yourself, but you're never gonna tell someone else. And you feel so alive when you only just think about it. I just keep running around, but I can talk about it. It just feels like it's true, and I keep running, but I don't wanna talk about it. I just keep running around, but I can talk about it. It just feels like it's true, and I keep running, but I don't wanna talk about it. I just keep running around, but I can talk about it. It just feels like it's true, and I keep running, but I don't wanna talk about it.
You lied to me, said what you wanted to hear, lost in between two worlds and two dreams. Saints or sinners, losers or winners. Hell or hell, hell or hell. Saints or sinners, losers or winners. Is this heaven or hell? Fall down to our knees and pray for a moment of peace. Sweet memories tear us apart at the seams.
find the heart of a dragon. Got gasoline in my gut. Get in my way, you'll regret it. Red devil blood runs through my veins. Red devil blood. I'm the hunter, you are my prey. Red devil blood. I'm the hunter, you are my prey. Everything will never be enough for me. Hungry, and I can't quit. Always, I'm gonna be the one to be tested. You always, I'm unstoppable. I guess I'm unattainable.
heavy days weighing me down, trying to take my soul, leave me alone. You won't bring me down. These darkened days blind in my way. I shine the light on through, light up the room. I'm rising from the flames. Please don't get in my way. I'm reaching higher planes, and I can't stop this train. I'm rising from the flames. 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 These heavy days weighing me down, trying to take my soul, leave me alone. You won't bring me down. These darkened days blind in my way. I shine the light on through, light up the room. I'm rising from the flames. Please don't get in my way. I'm reaching higher planes, and I can't stop this train. I'm rising from the flames. I'm rising from the flames. I'm rising from the flames. I'm rising from the flames.
One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for us to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes.
and I keep falling down. I go and pick myself up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the ESL Impact League this evening for South America. Of course, getting through the day. We've had the European game. It is going to be myself and Sam back on for the action here on this fine Thursday evening. It's been quite a nice day. You know, trust the Brits talk about the weather, of course, but yeah, it's been quite nice. And hopefully we're in for a nice game, I think. And at the end of the day, yeah, absolutely right. Just on paper, if you caught us last week, if you've been following the scene for a while, you'll know this is kind of the marquee matchup of this group.
Yeah, I will say it seems quite odd for Brits to ever say that the weather is good.
True.
I mean, the weather there just tends to be quite cloudy and grim. But today's match certainly shouldn't be. MIBR versus Furia. And I mean, we've been saying this since the league started last week. This is possibly the most anticipated matchup, certainly of this group, but possibly of the whole tournament. There's been a huge rivalry between these two teams for the longest time. A lot of tournaments that have happened, Furia will snag that first place, but in order to do it, they have to beat MIBR in the grand final. So there's a little bit of a grudge thing going here, a little bit of a revenge potential for MIBR.
Of course, to be sure, guys, we're introducing the Twitch vote in the chat that you guys can get involved with. !FUR, I guess, FUR for Furia. And then MIBR, they get their full name if you are a fan of that squad. So do be sure to get that in, and hopefully we'll get that involved, and you guys can see how it weighs up. Because I think for this matchup, it is going to be quite close, right? Obviously, two of the bigger organizations within South American Counter-Strike. So I feel like we're going to have a lot of fans out this evening in support of the games. But yeah, ultimately, there's a good number of storylines coming into it. Like you say, the kind of competition element between these two teams historically. We have a number of individuals, which I'll kind of leave to yourself because you wanted to throw that in, right? And I think that seeing them perform again might be difficult here because, the kind of caliber on the opposite side is also relatively high. And then the big one for me for MIBR is we had Little Z in for the interview last week, and she said that we were ready for Vertigo. That much was evident. The Dust 2 that they played, it went to overtime. And she said that they hadn't really practiced it at all.
Yeah.
So that's probably why it ended up being so close. There was a bit of a comeback mounted in there. So I'm curious to see as to whether MIBR have been putting time into some of those maps that they're less confident in. Maybe, we'll have a little bit more from their better maps. Maybe they have indeed tried to expand the pool. We do have the standings this week as well, of course. We'll give a bit of a picture, if you didn't catch it last week, as to how things went down. And I think certainly to be expected, MIBR maybe a little vulnerable against QSE on that second map. But at the end of the day, no real surprises here so far.
Yeah, I think just kind of circling back to what you were saying about Little Z's interview, you kind of have to remember that part of the reason they only really focused so heavily on Vertigo was because, of course, they had brought in two brand new players literally the day before. So they needed to kind of put in a ton of effort. You can't really split your attention too much because you don't want to be like jack of all trades, master of none. You want to try and get really good on at least one map, have that map be your pick, and hope to God it doesn't get banned out. And that's what they did. And okay, Dust 2 went really, really close, but they were able to come out on top of it. So like you said, it's a big question of how much have they improved since then. We already know they have a pretty good Vertigo. And I will bear in mind that Vertigo was one of the maps that Furia, well, I say one of, it was the map that they floated in their series last week. It wound up being the decider map, so we know that it's a map that they're not necessarily uncomfortable on. So that could be something to keep in mind when we eventually get into the veto. But what you were saying about some of those star players, I mean, Olga, holy, what an outstanding performance from her, particularly on Nuke last week. It is so rare to be able to see one player completely shut down the outside of Nuke all on her own. She got so many multi-kills just on that map. It was gross. And you can't mention multi-kills without once again mentioning Little Z. She had an AWP ace in a 1v5 clutch. And that wasn't even the first time she went 1vx with an AWP. Okay, I think the following time, she wasn't able to clutch it out. But she had a 1v4. I think she had a 1v3 at a point as well. I mean, she is a monster with that AWP. But we kind of spoke about how it was a little concerning because MIBR had lost their AWPer. Well, they picked up 2 new players. They moved Little Z onto the AWP, and she just absolutely dominates consistently. So there are some really standout players here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these 2 teams are going to match up against each other, particularly because, as I mentioned, with this being sort of a grudge match for MIBR and for them having just made a lot of big roster moves, there's so much more to prove here, but it could be that much more difficult being a new squad.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is as well, right, this Furia team have kind of been the tour de force, as it were, you know, for a while now, even before the MIBR changes. So I think there's certainly that to consider, that maybe, yeah, there was a rivalry beginning. And again, I think we quizzed Little Z about it. How do you feel coming into this matchup? And she was kind of relatively realistic and whatnot, you know, not too brazen with the comments and things like that, because I think they know that it is going to be a challenge. At the very least, I think that's what Furia need bringing to them, though, in the early stages of the group here, right? Because once again, to highlight for people, this double round robin, so knocking their confidence early. You might get close this time, you're going to have another shot at it, right? Is maybe one way to look at it. So we'll see indeed how things pan out, but I think that Furia, super scary team, stability very, very important, right? And there's going to be goings on kind of behind the scenes in the scrims, that sort of thing, that Furia know more about maybe what MIBR are going to pull out than we do, you know? So I do feel that Furia still, for me, have a bit of the upper hand here. But this MIBR squad look good out of the gate on that first map. Yeah, when they're on it, they're really solid. They did, however, indeed look kind of shaky. And it's interesting, we talk about the overtime. As soon as it got into overtime on Dust 2, they actually went back to looking pretty calm. So that's certainly something that they need to work on. Another role that was changed around was the coach. That's always going to be a bit of a weird one, you know. How do I deal with these players on the mental side of things, you know? So very, very curious to see how it goes. I think we should have the veto just about ready, though, which for me is where things really start to open up, right? Are we going to get to see another Vertigo come out? Are they going to kind of remove it away? The nuke that we saw last week that was really, really effective from Furia was banned out, in fact, by MIBR on the first rotation. Is that going to be the case here once again? I think the door is pretty open on this veto.
Yeah, so if we go based off of what we saw last week, so we had Furia ban out Inferno and MIBR ban out Ancient. Those were their very first bans. And then we move into their picks, and they came out on Mirage for Furia and Vertigo, as we saw for MIBR. And well, there you go. Nuke, in fact, getting banned out very early on there. And yeah, Furia with the solid Inferno ban. That seems to be their main choice in the matter. So curious to see what that first map's going to be. Looks like it's going to be MIBR's choice. So very likely going to be going into that Vertigo, and then very likely heading into Mirage for our second map.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of agreeing with you on that case, to be honest. We'll obviously see the things that get a little bit weird is definitely where the decider ends up. It actually is that, but seems to be the other way around than we were expecting. So that's kind of an interesting one. Of course, again, bear in mind, folks, that MIBR, they were able, I believe they decided on the Mirage decider, if that makes sense, right? They get that final ban.
They floated it,
So you essentially kind of pick it. So again, got to be a confident map. Also, maybe playing the veto a little smart here in a sense, where it's like we know that Vertigo is going to come out if we leave it open, so we have a different avenue of attack. The decider for me is maybe where it gets a bit more interesting. You know, you reckon we'll see an Ancient, or is that maybe a bit out of left field?
I don't think so, because both of these teams like to ban Overpass. In fact, for both of them, it was their second ban last week. So one of them is likely going to ban Overpass. If it's Furia that does that, I think MIBR gets the first ban here. So if they ban it, maybe we see an Ancient ban out of Furia. But if they don't ban the Overpass, if they choose to ban Ancient expecting Furia to ban Overpass, then we might be seeing a completely different final map there. Oh, it is actually MIBR banning the Overpass. So now I can't wait to see what Furia bans out.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, all right, fair enough. There we go. We do indeed get the Ancient. That's kind of cool. They're not wanting to chance it on the Dust 2, as we've talked about many times, you know, across the course of the years, to be honest. Dust 2 is always that difficult one to predict, right? And it does seem that especially the teams in this region are comfortable to play it, but don't necessarily want to pick into it, right? It doesn't look like there's any super confident Dust 2 teams, which is kind of fair, right? And as we saw last week, it kind of deteriorates into a pretty puggy kind of style, and as soon as you lose control of the economy, things can fall apart. Well, the Twitch vote there, I was expecting maybe like a 70-30, but yeah, that's kind of crazy the way that it's panned out. A lot of Furia fans in the chat, as we've kind of said, as we've kind of alluded to, maybe you and I are also favoring them, but I don't know about this heavily.
You know what? A part of me kind of wants to lean into MIBR. So you kind of spoke about the scrim potential and how they might know a little bit more than what they're letting on, and it's a bit of like an up and down, because usually if you know you're coming up against a team soon, you don't scrim them in the week or two leading up to that, because obviously you don't want to give away what you're likely to be doing in the match. But I think that the pool of teams to scrim against is so small that maybe you don't have that luxury. Now, if they have managed to avoid playing against MIBR because there's this huge rivalry between the two teams, then maybe MIBR kind of eke something out here. And I gotta say, based on what we saw last week, I'm feeling a lot more confident in this MIBR squad. So I'm going to go for a little bit of spice on this desk. I'm going to go for a little bit of excitement in my prediction. I'm sorry, just kind of jumping the gun a little bit here. But I think I'm going to give this one to MIBR. I think it's going to be a 2-1. But you know what? I think they got the stuff.
Okay. I mean, I think I can definitely see where you're coming from. I think there's an argument to be made for it. I love to go with my heart, but I think that's kind of what you've done a little bit. So maybe both of us can't be doing that. So I've got to give it to Furia. I think where I will send it, though, is I'll say it's a Furia 2-0. Wow. We don't necessarily have to give the scores here for, you know, putting our money where our mouth is on the all bottom third. But I think I'll go for the 2-0 in that sense, because I don't know. I think that they're capable. They're very, very capable indeed. And it's a good couple of maps coming out for them. MIBR, they're going to have their work cut out. It's not going to be an easy 2-0, though. Let's say that. That might be my one caveat, my one saving grace. But, of course, folks, before we get into the game, we are going to have a quick break. When we get back, it'll be time for that first map in Mirage. See you in a bit.
Hey Future Pros! Are those pesky T's rushing banana literally every round? Well, if your teammates really are Future Pros, then this nade combo should help shut down your rushing counterparts. For this, you'll need a total of 3 Future Pros, 2 incendiaries, 2 smokes, and 2 HEs and a flash. Let's break this down. Future Pro number 1. Your job is to throw the deep smoke and incendiary the close push. Do this by lining up with this point and then run through your smoke. The close incendiary doesn't really have a specific lineup, just bank it off the wall and make sure it's close to the choke. Future Pro number 2. Your job is to throw the deep molly. To do this, simply run to the corner of this wall, crouch down and throw the incendiary while aiming at the top left side of the wall. Future Pro number 3. Your role is mainly just a backup player. You can sit in this spot holding a flash. If you aim along this line of the antenna, you can flash the whole of Banana without affecting your teammates. However, be ready to sprint to A if your teammates call any T aggression on that side of the map. Now that Banana has been blanketed in flames, both Future Pro number 1 and number 2 can throw their HEs. You can choose to double nade tree or double nade the entrance to Banana. That choice is yours. Once the HEs have been thrown, Future Pro 2 can throw their smoke at the entrance to Banana, locking the Ts out for even longer. From here, you can send one of you to push down Banana while your teammates rotate over to A. There are many options at this point depending on the situation, so don't make the wrong call. Hey Future Pros! Back on Inferno, and I wanted to show you the deep mid smoke that G2 popularized. To throw the smoke, get into the corner next to this bench. Aim at the top right corner of this support beam and jump throw the smoke. This smoke will keep the Ts a bit further back if they were planning on doing something fast in mid, and will also block some smoke setups the Ts like to use. If you have a spare HE, you can use the cover of the smoke to get some really deep nades down mid. This one is too easy, so I don't think you Future Pros need any luck here.
Hello, folks. Welcome back. We are just about ready for our first map, of course, here between Furia and MIBR. Really looking forward to getting into this one here on the desk. We're a little split in terms of, you know, the predictions, which always makes it nice and interesting. But all the same, it should be an awfully close matchup between these two teams, right? MIBR, still, I would imagine there's some work to be done. You know, it doesn't happen in a week or 2 weeks or whatever. And I think if we're going back on timelines, they've kind of been practicing, together, as it were, for about 3 weeks or so now. So, you know, there's still going to be a lot more time, I think, spent in on this roster. But at the end of the day, Mirage getting it kicked off, I think it's a great map, right? Because it's one that obviously has been around for a while, but it's not super complicated, therefore, to get your kind of executes worked out and whatnot, right? And I think that MIBR will have that down pat. Obviously, they've picked it. It's just kind of a case now of getting some official experience on the map.
Yeah, I think, see, this is a bit of an interesting one because obviously MIBR, or rather Furia, played Mirage in their first matchup on last week, Thursday, versus W7M. And they looked pretty solid on this map. And to that extent, I'm a little surprised to have seen that it was actually MIBR that picked into it. So that tells me there's a lot of confidence behind this, that they've really put in some work on it. They've watched that matchups. You know, theoretically, they've found some of the chinks in the armor and they're hoping to be able to exploit that a little bit. And, you know, we talk about Mirage, and the player that really stood out on Mirage on Furia was Izza. She was an absolute demon. She topped the kills. She was consistently a menace. She was consistently shutting down rotations in towards the site when they were on the CT side. And when they were on the T side, she was kind of a tip of the spear, and she was getting all of those really high impact frags that gives her team the opportunity to get themselves in, get that bomb planted, and then, of course, you know, win out the round, get those post plants. So this, I think, is going to be difficult for MIBR. But again, it's that confidence play. It's that thing of, we're picking into this. We've practiced this. We know you're good on it, but we're bringing the fight to you. And something about that just makes me think, you know what? Maybe they've got this.
Yeah, definitely has that energy about it, right? It's going to be kind of a tough one. One of the things with picking is, of course, you've got to be aware of the fact that you will most likely, if not, you know, all the time, be starting off on that T side of things, which again can be a bit tougher. Getting comfortable with the roster, getting comfortable with the roles, which have, you know, been changed around, callings being changed around, and everything. So it's certainly not going to be easy. And again, as mentioned, this is kind of the first official match for them on this map. So it's really going to be a bit of a scary one. I think we're getting some reloads and stuff like that. So apologies for that. We were hoping that was it, that they were ready to go, but apparently not. Bit of a server switch up, maybe. So back to our faces. You know, I'll leave it there. Usually I like to self-deprecate and whatnot, but I don't think I'm going to do that tonight. But yeah, I do feel that, you know, Furia here, indeed kind of the team to beat, but MIBR, like you say, we focused a lot on Little Z as a player. Obviously stole the show with some great highlight moments, but also Fly, I think, was looking really good kind of in the mid-round and bailing them out of a lot of tough spots. That's something that's probably going to happen here. Mirage, a great map that's always open for a good number of clutches and things like that, or a nice solo play over towards A, you sneak up connector, you catch off the rotators, that sort of thing. So looking forward to seeing how that pans out as well on Mirage. I do feel MIBR have a pretty decent chance on this map. It kind of gets scarier for me maybe moving on to Vertigo. They look good on it in their own light last week, but that's a map where it's a lot harder, I think, to turn things around, to figure out what's going wrong. Always said it's 1.5 times speed, you know, so this map, certainly, obviously it's your pick, you're expected to win it, but I think they need to be taking it in a decent fashion as well to really build up a bit of momentum moving forwards in the series.
But I'm kind of looking forward to seeing this matchup on Vertigo, particularly because, so we haven't seen Furia on Vertigo yet, but we saw MIBR with like a phenomenal round, or I say round, a map, which sounds weird to say, but y'all get what I mean. So Kiza was like a supreme standout as well, but then you had that Little Z AWP, had these amazing moments, and they played this, it was so difficult for QSE to get value because or QES, because they were playing such a passive game. So I think that when we have MIBR versus Furia, we're not going to have that problem again, because Furia are not scared to get aggressive. And I think that that's going to, as good as MIBR looked on Vertigo, as much practice as they've put into that map to make sure that they're really good at that map, they're not playing into a team that's going to take that super passive stance. They're playing into a team that's going to bring the fight to them. So that's going to make it that a little bit more difficult. And that might be why they didn't initially pick into it. They want to try something different, somewhere where they've seen Furia play before, where they might have been able to anti-strat a little bit, where they know that Furia has no info on them, and they can kind of try and be a little bit more surprising in how they take these fights.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting narrative, isn't it? Where, you know, the previous week for both of these teams, you're kind of the team in control, clear favorite, that kind of thing, right? Where it's a very different mindset, very different position to be playing from. This week, there's obviously a lot more of a challenge for both sides, right? But in particular, like you say, MIBR, with still the underdog status, not as massive maybe, but it still is there, right? And I think that for me, that kind of first outing in that sense for a team, it can be difficult to get to grips with. You have to kind of believe in yourself, but also be realistic. You know, it's a fine line to walk down, really, because you have those sort of high highs and low lows, as the cliche goes, right? And I think that for sure MIBR could struggle here if they get off to a weaker start. So I do feel that that's where maybe the coaching comes in, and how well has that fit in. As far as I'm aware, kind of going back, trying to find the information, I think the coach that's stepped in now was part of the staff. So it's not like a completely new shift, right? So that's certainly something to consider in that sense. But, last week moved very quickly, I think, for both of these teams. We'll probably see a lot more timeouts into this matchup. And maybe indeed, as you can tell here, folks, getting into the game a little bit slower, they're going to have a bit more time, I guess, to get in the zone, really.
Now, my big question mark is going to be map 3. Because obviously we don't have a ton of information on either of these teams on what they're going to look like if and when we go to Ancient. Because I can definitely see this going to a 3-mapper. I did kind of predict that. I know you kind of put your weight behind the 2-0, but I do think that a 3-mapper is possible between these two teams. Like we said, I mean, this is that highly anticipated match. It's the one that we knew was likely to go the distance. If any map was going to in this group, this was going to be the one to do it. So I think that we will likely find ourselves on Ancient, and that's going to be the big one for me, because again, much like Vertigo, it's one of these kind of newer maps. It's not as set in its ways, so to speak, as some of the other maps, like your Dust 2, like your Mirage, that has been around for so long, that has been so heavily stratted for so long, and teams know exactly what to do, exactly what to expect. There's still a lot more room for creativity on a map like Ancient. And both of these teams have shown that creativity, that dynamicism, the ability to make those mid-round adjustments and give themselves an opportunity to try and claw their way back into something, doing surprising things to catch the team off guard. And I feel like Ancient is going to be the perfect map to do that. But unfortunately, before we can get there, we've got to get through these first two maps, which again, we have that little bit more information on both of these two teams. And I'm curious to see if they kind of stick with what we've seen before. Furia likes to play a fairly aggressive play style, but they sometimes do struggle a little bit in that mid round. I've said that they are able to get creative in their mid round, but finding that stability hasn't always been the best look, right? So now it's about how capable are you of stabilizing, and then kind of getting into that creative group, and then kind of knocking MIBR off their game a little bit, and giving yourselves that opportunity to try and take control of the round again.
Yeah, it's hard, man. It's really hard for sure. And I think certainly in a game like this, there's way more resistance, as it were, right? We did see a couple of individuals looking good, but there were certainly some struggling last week as well, where you can maybe pinpoint an area. Here, I think that's maybe going to be harder for them, right? But I'd love to see where these CT sides are going to end up as well. A little more scope for originality there as well. Creativity, as you say, right? Where you can kind of pull out a mid-rush, a mid-stack. That area obviously hotly contended most of the time. So I'm curious to see whether Furia are on the CT side, obviously getting them starting there, if they are going to pull out some of these different moves, right? Because that was one of the things I think the T sides were the more interesting last week, where a little bit more going on, like you say, in the mid round. Some executes dotted about to keep, you know, your opponent on their toes. But it was the CT setups that were maybe a bit samey. Now, in all fairness, we had some relatively one-sided maps. Perhaps you don't have to change up your CT side if it's working, right? So we'll see here. And touch wood, as we say in the UK, should be all good to go here, as it does indeed look like we're getting into the pistol.
All right, so we're finally going to find ourselves here on Mirage, and wow, it's looking like a pretty quick hit through apartments towards the B site from MIBR. And of course, on our pistol rounds, we do somewhat kind of expect these 5-person rushes. But Furia are kind of keeping an eye out here. So at least if something does happen, they should more or less be on top of it.
Changing it up, though, going via the underpass here, straight into car. Not really looking too good in that sense. First kill comes in, but that is a rough spray down for Gabby there on that USB. And all of a sudden, the defenses have fallen. They left Fly in towards that connector area. See whether the car can get anything done here. Chilling, ready and waiting. Drop the bomb. And in isolation, it's a nice moment. Allows Olga in. Of course, that bomb's still down. I mean, how do you play this? Got to be so tough. Straight into the crosshair of the USP, but it's not quite lined up for the head. Olga, though, no need to rush. No need to get over aggressive here. Just play the timings. Keep tapping away is also one way to do it as well. 5 HP now for Kizia. Good read here for Olga, but again, the bullet somehow just missing. Kizia going to try and come in, but has to find this headshot. Catching her, reloading, but it's not going to happen. Olga will come away with the pistol.
This was a really, really good stabilization from Furia, because one of the biggest issues with this first pistol round as a CT side is that you have to split yourself up quite heavily across the map, right? And 9 times out of 10, the T side is going to be rushing one site. So they're likely going to get 1 or 2 picks on that site, get that bomb down, and then they're at a 2-person advantage. So for Furia to be able to stabilize so well, to deny that bomb from actually getting planted, and then Olga, I mean, we spoke about what a star she was last week, and for her to just hold that down, as you were saying, you know, she doesn't need to be aggressive. She doesn't need to peek out unnecessarily. Yes, she does have to kind of jiggle a little bit, make sure that the bomb's still there, that it hasn't been retrieved, but she knows time is on her side. And again, that little bit of chip damage does so much to just kind of deter and then give an opportunity to just keep that bomb in position and get that final kill.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to be on the end of as well, right? 3 quick kills out of nowhere for the T side, but maybe overthinking it a little bit, right? You get into a scenario like that where you have a solid advantage in the round, and then it just becomes a game of trying to figure out actually where you want to go, because both A and B are somewhat vulnerable, kind of split on the CT side. And yeah, I think maybe a bit panicked, right? The bomb leading the way around the corner is certainly an oversight. Things like that are tough. So yeah, it's a shame, I think, for MIBR that they can't quite get it done. Obviously, we're running into a few technical issues here, folks. So you know, we want to get into the Counter-Strike as well, cast the start game, all that. But at the moment, seems to be a bit of an issue server side, I would guess.
I wasn't given the start game button. Were you given it? I'm sure. I know they're supposed to give it to one of us before the game starts, but I didn't get it.
I think they sent it, but I have misplaced it, unfortunately. So you know, yeah, unlucky. I'll have to find it. We are going to take a quick break, so maybe I'll find it in the break, and we can get back into the game ASAP. Thank you for bearing with, folks. We'll be back in a few.
Demons and ghosts, cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. We both know we're not the same without rock bottom. Let it go, but we come back to
I've been lied to, I've been cheated, but I'm never coming to my knees. Needing a way out, needing a way out, needing a way out, needing a way out. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. They tried to lock me in. They tried to lock me down, but I ain't never giving up. I ain't never giving up. I ain't never giving up. I ain't never giving up.
Your touch, divine. Your feel, sublime. Come close to me. Be here. You got a little bit of magic I can put my finger on. You dance with fire. You taste desire. No fear in your eyes. Come here. You got a little bit of magic I can put my finger on. Just a little seen it all. Got my scars down the road. Been working hard to the bone. I'm moving on, heavy load. Life is long, and don't you know? Being wrong takes a toll. Wear you down to the bone. The things you love, they keep you going. Crack that whip, ride like lightning. Go on, get roll like thunder, break the sky, live it all up until the day you die. If I reach the end, find a place to rest my head. Travel far down the road, moving on is all I know. Crack that whip, ride like lightning. Go on, get roll like thunder, break the sky, live it all up until the day you die. Crack that whip. I thought that I was in the dark, so lost, trouble. I thought that I might fall apart. And even though I'm just a fool, I'm so blue, yeah. I know that I can make it through. I'll keep on fighting. Watch me go. I'll be living in a better world. Ooh, you never bring me down. You never bring me down. You never bring me down. Listen up, I hear you talking. Put my stride in where I'm walking. You never bring me down. I thought I never understood the rules, yeah, yeah. Standing up for something good. I know that it might take some time to believe, yeah, yeah. But maybe I can make this right. Oh no, I'll keep on fighting. Watch me go. I'll be living in a better world. I stay when I can't breathe? There must be more for me. Been here before, I'm locking the door, hide away the key. This hopelessness is hard to swallow. Your heart of glass, empty and hollow. You're so cold, a black hole, a dying star. That's what you are. You're so cold, a black hole, a dying star. That's what you are. Out of my depth, can't catch my breath. Felt like I would drown. Been here before, I lock the door and turn the lights out.
Oh my goodness. Welcome back. This time will be the time. I'm sure of it. Thank you very much for your patience, of course, everybody watching in the chat. We should hopefully be into this game. Furia versus MIBR, in case you are just joining us or you may have forgotten, on Mirage. We did, I think the HUD will update afterwards, right? We did get the pistol, and it did go the way of Furia. You can tell by the buy that they have. You know, we 100% have that. So, after a bit of an extended pause getting everyone sorted, let us see. MIBR, are we expecting big things here on the Force Buy?
Well, there's a heavy presence over here towards mid, so they are expecting at the very least a lean towards B, which is what MIBR have started with, but a lot of opportunities to try and turn that one around. I love that little Z is bought into a scout on round 2 here. It's a bit of a high-risk play, but we've seen what she can do with some sort of a sniper in her hand, so I think that this could be so spicy.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one on the T side as well, right? On the CT side, it can kind of reap rewards pretty easily. Few tags work with the Deagles, but on the T side, it's harder to approach the angles with the scout, really. You have less room for error, but we have indeed seen Olga get taken down. Maybe a bit of an oversight. However, Furia, the B defense, has managed to get themselves in pretty deep here. Maybe need to be finding these kills early. The A1S comes up big. Gabby uses the fact that they're distracted by her teammate, though, to her advantage. Now just 2 remaining with the rotation coming in. There's that scout coming into play. However, the bomb is up in the apps, I think, and both these players that are down, unfortunately, nowhere near it, right? So going to be very, very tough. It's an interesting game state, very hard game state to deal with, and maybe even MIBR changing their minds on what they want to do in this round, right? Try and look for a bit more damage rather than going for the round itself. They go for a 2-person approach in towards the market, doesn't work out, and they are just stacked on top of each other here. 10 seconds left. I don't think this is losable now for Furia unless everybody goes down in the final few moments of this round. Trying to throw yourself at it, though. You don't necessarily want to save and get that 0 loss bonus. However, Fly, it's kind of the only option.
It was a solid attempt there. But yeah, I mean, we mentioned how it was a bit of a high risk. That being said, it feels like that they probably wouldn't have come out on top of this one, just given the fact that they were at a huge deficit. And while she does get a lot of damage off with it, and they do put a lot of damage into Furia themselves. I mean, Furia, they've got 2 USPs here where they might have been able to buy up. Okay, so they do buy in a little bit more there, but they might have been looking a little bit better here if they hadn't lost so many players in that previous round. So they do some damage, and we'll see if they can pivot off of that here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough moving forwards, but indeed, keep it into this round. See what the game plan is. Curiously enough, Hera getting the MP9 dropped across clearly got a small plan for that, and it was the underpass. However, she's hurt, she's mollied out, can't really help her teammates here. So, going to be tough. First kill comes in. Olga on this A1S, holding it down a little better this time. Not going to get caught off. And the assistance is on the way. Flash over the top, but there's too many smokes around. So looking relatively good here. Furia, you know, don't overextend. Don't get too greedy to try and find the frags here. Weird timing there. That's unfortunate for Little Z. Will lose her head. And now things look even better, right? 5 on 3, 4 HP for Fly. Not really expecting much from MIBR. And again, the bomb has found its way into a very awkward spot. So, kind of unlucky in that sense. Couple kills come in. Hera might be able to do some more damage. You're not really banking on it.
I feel like Furia have such a good read on this defense, though. Like in the previous round, they've got a very strong mid presence, kind of expecting a potential B lean again, and it works out quite nicely. And this time they play a little bit more spread out. Of course, it was a far faster rush from MIBR because they were just down onto like next to nothing. So immediately you get that information across, and Furia just completely locked down mid really, really well. Now is where MIBR actually get a chance to get back into this. They've got a little bit of an advantage here in terms of weaponry. Okay, we do have an op-v-op potential battle here, Car versus Little Z. So we'll see which one comes out on top of that one. Let's see, Car obviously posted up over towards the A site, nowhere near, as Little Z starts to rush over towards the B site. Hopefully they can kind of wedge themselves an opening here, because there's a deep push into apps, looking for this player that they know is consistently holding down that sight line, seeing if they can get that opening.
So regressing towards middle here. No presence. The one player has drawn a bit of a rotation. Solid rotation now. A full commit from Car is quite deep. They are still banking on it. I don't rightly know. MIBR, you know, it's difficult to tell where even they are going. They are starting to approach up short, so it might work for them, this little gamble. Maybe they've seen the early stages of this round in a demo somewhere. Car going to find the first and the second. Those two short players going down. Again, the bomb leading the way gives the game away quite early, and the setup is just going to be too strong now for only 3 players left, right? I think that Furia once again are in the driver's seat here. Should be all said and done, you would assume. However, Little Z, we've seen her in these types of scenarios before. When the pressure is on, maybe it can work out. Now, not going to be the crazy clutch coming in. It's actually Arkinya on that A side of things who has managed to find a kill, free up some space, but Little Z can't get away. Only 10 seconds left. Arkinya looking for damage and probably now on 17 HP trying to survive, or I guess, yeah, indeed, throw yourself at it so that you get the loss bonus. Still, though, Furia, really clean opening rifle.
Really surprising to see a little bit of a fumble, I suppose. You know, we have one player in Hera who manages to draw out a 3-person rotation from Furia all the way over towards the B site. And that information, it takes too long to feed back. MIBR kind of stall out a little bit. They don't push that advantage, and they just wind up walking into Furia's crosshairs. So I want to see a little bit more of actually being able to gain that info, being able to kind of push in on it. Because if you're stalling out, we mentioned this has been a big problem for some teams last week. And if you consistently find yourself in that position where you're not actually pressing in, you give the enemy team time to stabilize.
So, classic execute coming in here off the back of the pistols. However, being well read, being well counter-flashed. And I think that might be it for this round. Not even going to break into the site cleanly, to be honest. Little Z, the only one left with nothing but a Glock. Bomb's not led the way this time, though. So that is certainly something that seems to be patched up, so to speak. But again, a few little things getting in the way where smokes go down. If you're going for a full execute like that, maybe you have to respect and let them go down. You lose a player very early on because she jumps out slightly early. You know, things of that kind just need tightening up a little bit, right? In a scrim, in a pug, you might get away with that. You might even find a frag here, but Furia are, of course, on another level, and they will be dialed in to this game. So, those kind of liberties that you can take against other players, other teams, not going to work here.
Yeah, as much as MIBR might have done a little bit of that anti-stratting, Furia just showing once again what a exceptionally dynamic team they are and how easily they're able to adapt to whatever MIBR are throwing into them. So once again, MIBR finally able to buy up again, and it's been really rough on the buys Yes, they've had loss streak bonuses, but because they just consistently are losing, it's very up and down. They haven't been able to find a stable advantage to try and press in on. With Olga being so low, maybe if they can get that one kill in. Again, they're doing a little bit of faking, making a little bit of noise towards one side. Now they start moving in towards A. It's far less heavily defended. If they don't stall out here, if the fake on B is good, let's see if they can wedge in.
They're getting a bit cheeky, getting a bit confident on that Furia side. A one-way from Olga there at middle. So we'll see here. And of course, a fair amount of utility remaining for Furia. Keep them at bay. However, this time we've got a good amount of time for MIBR. Mari in a deadly angle though. Oh, the Molotov is not spread. Are you kidding? It cannot get any luckier than that. Goodness gracious me. Little Z will manage to find Olga finally, but what a moment for Mari. I mean, you know, it just really could not be predicted. And I think that's unfortunately what's happened to MIBR here. They don't really know how to adapt because, you know, you've got two players swinging out thinking there's no one under belt.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's heartbreaking. I mean, it usually, those lineups come down to pixels. And if you're off by a sliver of a pixel and suddenly your molly isn't covering exactly where you need it to, so you think you've cleared it, as we just saw, and you haven't. And it's something so simple that can snowball a winnable round into, I mean, here it is exactly. This was so doable if they had spotted her under there, but unfortunately they don't. And it's just a massacre on the site at that point because they're taken so off guard. There's a chance it could have ended up in a trade, but again, we've mentioned how good these Furia players are. So they're very good at taking advantage of those small mistakes and leveraging them into round wins. And again, Made in Brazil found in a very tough position here. Okay, they can buy in, so that's good. But, you know, as we head into the next round, it's going to be really, really iffy. And very likely Furia will be on 7 rounds at that point. It's starting to run away from them. And they need to get themselves back into this. They need to start building up, or rather, they need to stop Furia from building up that massive buffer because, you know, once we swap sides, it could just be a little bit of a home stretch and not an uphill battle. And they want to avoid that as much as possible.
Too quick out towards B then. Just kind of chilling to get control. One going under, one staying above. It's nice to see Cars being pretty all over the place with this AWP. And not, you know, particularly flashy, but 12-1 right now. So I don't think they want to meet her early on in a round, you know, try and keep her at bay kind of thing. So a bit slower on the upswing this time, but MIBR, it's solid, kind of mid-control, you know, you have someone coming in from under, able to work together a bit better, because I think that's another thing that we've seen on a couple of these bomb site approaches. The spacing has not been as good as you'd like, right? They're maybe relying a bit too much on the executes and a bit too much on, okay, this molly is designed for this spot. Hopefully that'll push someone out and we can get an easy kill. When that's not the case, you got to be tight. You got to be ready to go on the trades. And reactively, they've not been as solid. 40 seconds left. It looks like an A hit here, and I think this should be a pretty solid one at that.
Oh, the fact that they're moving so far away from the AWP as well. Oh, but Olga. Stunning kill there. I believe that's Olga. Yeah. Wrong name in the kill feed. But again, I mean, we spoke about what a star she is, and look at that. How does she get that much value? Little Z is the last person left alive. And okay, we've seen her in these positions before, but it wasn't against Furia. And that's going to be another round in the bag here. Oh, it's looking rough.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, now we're getting more individual plays activated, actually. This type of play especially is just continuous facing. There's a flash in there, of course, but they're all dry. No real assistance from anyone else, and still 3 pretty crisp. The third one takes a bit of work, but 3 pretty crisp headshots. It's not the best of signs. And everything that we were touting for Furia, you know, they have these individuals, they have this kind of aggressive play style is all going right. MIBR, not so much, right? And this is their map pick again to remind folks. So the mid-rounding that we were talking about is looking a little rough. They're not really able to find a way into the round. let alone mind game a little. Quick boost up here could be problematic. Hera hidden away, and Kizia with a free walk up. Olga maybe not communicating cleanly. Little Z with a quick 1D of her own. See what goes down. Can they get the rest of the players up through connector? I think the Dink might just do it to get Izza off the angle. Sorry, trying to hold here and keep things clean, but the site is fallen. Bomb gone down. Going to be tough on the retake here. And they've obviously recovered some rifles. Tiny bit of utility available to try and get aggressive in towards CT. Now, the question is, do you necessarily have to go for this? They spin around, and it does work on the trading. Car gets overwhelmed, and there it goes. I mean, MIBR, it's certainly a way to get your first round on the board, I guess. The difficulty now is replicating that.
Yeah, I mean, it's always surprising when you see a team win on an eco. I mean, you love to see it, especially those 1Ds, right? When you get those like really crisp headshots, and that's what's so potent about a gun like that. It's not going to give you the spray potential that a rifle does, but if you hit that shot, you have an opening that you might not necessarily have had previously. Unfortunately, that advantage is very swiftly going to fall away.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. You've got to be careful with rounds like that, you know, because you have the license to get aggressive, the license to do what you want, and you maybe have to rein that in the next round. Now, they've not necessarily done that, right? And also, Furia have come back gun swinging, pretty passive for the first sort of 6-7 rounds of the game, and suddenly they need to do something a bit different. You got the double up setup, and you've got them getting in your face now rather than just letting you come to them. And it's something new for MIBR to deal with, and clearly they have not done so very well. So, yeah, it can kind of be a blessing in disguise for some teams losing out to the force buy, especially if you've got cash to work with. Keeps pressure on your economy, but I think in this case, it just gives them, you know, an invigorated spirit to go for it, and MIBR have not responded in kind, as it were.
Well, it looks like they're still making somewhat of a play for this, unfortunately. Gabby, oh, there you go. She's holding down that sight line. Valiant attempt there. Yeah, I mean, they pick up the AWP that MIBR dropped, so now we've got a double AWP setup, and we saw that last week and how absolutely devastating it can be here. You set up one towards B, you set up one in mid or over on the A site, and that makes it almost impossible to crack in, and for them to have had it, okay, I would say it's early, but it's reasonably early, and MIBR, who were really looking to start to claw back into this, who really need to pick up some rounds, having those sightlines shut down so quickly is going to make it that little bit more difficult to bolster their way in. That utility becomes so much more important now.
Yep,
No.
Gabby over the top of the fire, spotting an arm. Getting confident here on that AWP, and, you know, the B ideas again going to be thwarted. You know, they don't have too much of a contingency, it seems, where it's like, right, we're losing an opening pick and a move here into a bomb site or an execute or even just mid control, and immediately they go back to something else. And I think sometimes you maybe have to kind of just commit to your original idea. Nice connector flash comes in. Car gonna get clapped, in fairness. That's a huge frag, and we'll see what they can do off the back of it. Right, again though, they're not all together, not all in the best of positions here. Mari from underneath, it's a little dodgy, but the info is in for Olga to trade. 3-on-2, still got a bit of time. Not all the rotations are here as yet, and one of course in behind a smoke, the other at CT. Don't really have this information, and little Z goes for the dangerous cross and gets taken out. Fly not ready to trade. 1v3 now required. Certainly not going to be easy. AWP the first target, and the AWP will win out. Furia keeping them coming. 9-1 on the board.
A little surprised to see her push that. I mean, she knows Gabby's there. That's where the AWP kill just came from. And of course, you know that there's going to be somewhat of a crossfire. And speaking of, there was a great crossfire right here, in fact, just to give over that information to Olga so she's able to get the cleanup beautifully done there. And again, it's Furia just completely shutting down the map. And this is one of my favorite things about Furia last week, is they have such solid map control, and their rotations always seem to be so clean. And this is what's making things that little bit more difficult for MIBR, because they're struggling to read into that. And when we spoke about how important their utility was in the previous round there, and every single time, you know, they throw out a molly and it gets extinguished, and then there's a smoke in their faces. So now they have very limited information. Okay, you can kind of see where the smoke has come from, but you can't really glean too much more off of that. And now Fury are going for a massive information starving game. They've completely given up mid, and they're somewhat keeping themselves out of lines of sight. So MIBR have to make a relatively uninformed decision about where they want to go.
Yeah, I think they've done really well with that, right? And it can kind of be risky to leave areas like middle open, and you know, there's so many avenues here of maybe working your way up short, slowly into window is kind of an obvious one. Also allows that connector pressure, which I think is what we're going to get here. But the fact that Fury have been able to do it for so long is, again, another worrying sign, right? You can just let them walk into the site. We're confident enough in our setups that they will indeed work out. Now, we'll see. We've got kind of a variation execute coming in here. Just the one smoke towards CT and a few flashes over the top, but an AWP trapped in a triple can be a problem. They deal with it in one. And the site secure, so it seems. Little Z onto that AWP, trying to follow the traces through the smoke. Not the easiest thing in the world. Spotted out the boost as well. However, kill comes in and they get down. Smart stuff. 3 on 3. All coming in from the CT area. Got kits available. Maybe going to try and boost up again, but no, not going to be the case. Flash comes over the top and a leg lands, but they've started to make tracks on towards the site itself. Olga taken down on low HP. Trade is there. Little Z hidden away, trying to create some space. Into the smoke goes Mari, but not going to work. Ninja does not come off, and MIBR, it does come off the back of Little Z, picking up that AWP, right, and finding it, but that looked like a much more thought-out round. Go for it early before you've lost anyone, right, and they're able to break into the site at the very least, and then go from there.
Well, I mean, we talk about how important that mid control is, and the fact that Fury give up mid basically for free there. And of course, they had a 3-stack over towards the B site. MIBR, they don't really stall out in that one. They actually hit in onto the site, get in there as quickly as they can. And as you said, okay, they do lose one in order to gain that AWP, but they hand it over to Little Z, and she just shuts down that A main entrance entirely. We talk about how powerful and impactful an AWP can be in when it's actually getting kills, but very seldom do we mention just how the presence of an AWP can do so much to shut down a choke point, because you don't want to push that if you don't have to. Even with 3 people trying to boost up, trying to create off angles, you still don't want to peek that AWP unnecessarily, because you know how deadly it can be. And so because she has that in her hands and she can just shut down that entryway, she's able to secure themselves that round. Now it is only their second round, so they got to kind of pivot off of this.
Spam through the smoke, back at each other. We'll see Olga surviving on all but 3 HP. Meanwhile, Car once again running rampant with this AWP. Gets aggressive in towards the B outs. We saw Gabby do it a few rounds ago on the double AWP. Hera going to go down. Not having the best of games. It's been a tough time out here on Mirage for Hera. So, and it just kind of continues, unfortunately. They are very, very good, I think, at creating a bit of a distraction and catching these solo players on MIBR, right? The confidence that they have to maybe leave 1 or 2 by themselves is perhaps ill-placed, right? Maybe we just need to group up and go for it. And that is indeed what they're going to try and hit here on the B bomb site. Flashes over the top. It is simple. And Molotov splits them up, allows Kizia to go down easily. Izza, meanwhile, coming in on that rotation. Things looking very good for Furia once again. 1 step ahead of the game. Bombs being dropped and only 2 opponents to eliminate here. Gabby smells a rat. I think she did just spot the player. And here's the player getting out. Izza, meanwhile, finding another from that jail window. Things looking very, very good here. Little Z, the only one. Maybe indeed give us some respect. Saw in a situation like this. Bit harder this time around, though, I think, because they're not all coming at you. They have no reason to.
Yeah. I think at this point, you just kind of try and hold on to the AWP, and that's exactly what she's going to do here. 1 versus 5, as you say, we've seen it before, but a little bit more tough in this spot. I must say, Car has been incredible. She wasn't this standout last week, and she's really, really shown up today, and it's really, fun to see. They keep handing her that AWP, and she just keeps getting value. Another thing we've kind of spoken about how important that utility is, and something that you'd pointed out during that attempt at an execute. It's how the molly splits up MIBR, and that's one of those key factors when you're thinking about how to use that utility. How do you stop a rush from coming through? MIBR trying to be a little bit more, when I say inconsistent, I just mean creative, right? Trying to change things up a little bit, change up their pace a little bit. They go for an aggressive push in that round, but they immediately get stalled out by the Molly and Fury. Furia just seem to be so dialed in. When it's an aggressive push, they have the utility available. When it's a slower push, they are able to starve information.
Finding the first once again, going back in for more, and does indeed land a leg, but once again, completely different spot this time around. Meanwhile, Kizia, distraction, out through middle. They've got a nice crunch onto the A bomb site here. Mari has yet to be spotted. Only good for the one, though. Izza with a quick rotation in from short. They've broken into the site, 2 versus 2. Molly's a bit too deep. Gabby could, but decides against the peak. And that means we're in a full-on post plant. Plenty of utility here for the CT side to work with. Kits and the like, so certainly flush out a few areas. Lil Z tries, but the flames get in the way, and Arkinia, with only 15 HP, is in a tough 1v2. Made her way in towards Palace. Ready to go on the peak for sure, but, you know, you've got to predict it at this point, right? Does manage to take down the diffuser. Instant trade. And as I said, kits available, so no stress here for Gabby on the defuse. Even going to get to recover an AWP nice and quickly. So 11 rounds in for Furia. It's getting worse and worse as it goes on here for MIBR.
Usually this is a point where you kind of say, oh, well, they made it expensive, but let's be real. At this point, does it even matter? Furia are so stacked. We're so close to the half. This was a round that they needed to win. In fact, every round is a round that they need to win at this point. We're so close. I've got 2 rounds left until we hit the half, and things look so dire here for MIBR. And now Furia looking to get crazy aggressive, and this is an aggression we haven't actually seen prior, and it just pays off.
Yeah, it's a massive mid setup. There is Fly coming in from behind, though. Quick trade always does benefit that T side of things, so will they stick around? Will they go for more, or will they just hand it to MIBR here? Looks like they're going to try and hand it for the most part. And indeed, entirely in the end. So probably, you know, the best case scenario that I think MIBR could have hoped for there. You're putting a lot of resources into mid as well. If you are Furia, look down that all-important utility. There's not a lot remaining. Same to be said for MIBR. So it's a well-spent battle here towards middle, but it is indeed the T side coming out on top, I would say.
Well, we certainly hope so. We certainly hope so. They definitely need it at this point. Now, they are heading into a fairly stacked A site with that bomb. B might be the better option, but of course we have caster vision. They don't necessarily know this. And again, Fury have been doing very well to starve a lot of that information. So now we're going to see that execute come through. Can they make it in?
Mari loves this angle. However, the AWP of Car going to walk straight in. Flash comes round. They're expecting the A1S, and Little Z is going to frag them all out, of course. 3K comes in, 3 bullets, 3 kills, and Gabby now. I don't know. Maybe you just save here. We are going into that final round, of course, in the next. There's a bit of money for some of the players, but then some of them also relatively poor. Confident as ever, though, I guess, with 11. Going to give it a go. Doesn't work out. Little Z in with another 4K to win MIBR a round off of her own back. And like I say, the buy will be there, but I think an extra M4 to drop across would have been really nice here.
Oh, Little Z has been so good with these multi-kills. Okay, unfortunately, it's taken her more rounds than she would have liked to kind of warm up and get into that mode. But now that she's kind of hit her stride a little bit, she is so solid again. Huge boon for this team. Okay, aggression once again. Sure.
Hey,
if it works, it works.
Exactly. And it's similar, you know, to the previous round, but it's a slight variation. It's a little bit of conditioning, right? They may be ready for aggression, but they don't quite know where. Oh, and that is a nasty one, Little Z. With the molly, you know, not even sticking around that long, but gets spammed down. That A1S is so annoying. Is he trying to regain some control of middle here and, of course, get some numbers back for the T side. They're going to be tough. You're, of course, going to go for this final round of the half, but not going to be easy by any stretch. And, well, the peak is not coming in. Again, somewhat frustrating. Is going to get it in the back, I think. However, able to somehow make it across. I think a molly comes over the top that just obscures the vision enough. Car with an off angle on the unpreferred M4, of course, but creates enough space, getting the 12th in for Furia, and a hell of a half from them. MIBR, a lot of work to do now on their CT side. Yo, what up? Welcome back. Safe to say, rough first half for MIBR. We don't do much beating around the bush here at the ESL Impact League, but yeah, it's going to be a hard road back. CT side, dominant side at the moment, I guess. Starts here with the pistol, goes without saying. But for me, Furia, as you said, as you nicely put it, is the home stretch now, isn't it, right? That you just take it chill. Only 4 rounds required. It's not too much of a challenge in theory.
I must say that Furia's aggressive defenses were, I mean, to be fair, all of their defenses were pretty difficult for MIBR, but the aggressive ones tended to really knock them off balance. And now that they're on the T side, we're going to see MIBR go aggressive? Okay.
Pistol round's the best place for it. However, Carr has read into this. Again, maybe, you know, doing their homework here on the Furia side. Does get traded out, but a P250 in hand to better battle against the USP. That's a rough fight, and Hera can't get away. So eventually that Glock, the extra 8 bullets coming in handy. And they've kind of faked things out towards A here, so we still have presence. And Kizia has a Molotov. So on the jump spot here, hoping to slow them down if they do indeed go B, which looks to be the case as we can see. But Olga, you know, continuing to be annoying. They're trying to get the timing right here, and it looks like they might just Kizia kind of dropping back. Still only the one person, but executive voice maybe come in to call for the rotations. Meanwhile, she takes a reposition, but they've gained control of B and now getting very aggressive, trying to be the hero of the round. It's not going to work out by the looks of things, though, and not able to get that utility down either. Meanwhile, Olga, you know, proven to be a real problem for the rotators. Is it going to be only one player going down? It maybe indeed looks to be the case. Little Z caught off, finished off, and now it is dire straits if we're using the straight. But this time for MIBR, right? They've lost out on the pistol. Really tough road now.
Honestly, as much as that first engagement is a straight up trade, trades tend to favor your attacking side. It'll favor your Ts. So a bit of a misstep, I think, trying to go for that aggression. I see the idea behind it, but it does somewhat backfire there, and it gives so much map control over to Furia so early on in the round, and they're able to just kind of pivot off of that. Now, on the CT side, Little Z again on the second round, buying up into that scout. Hopefully this time around it does pay off a little bit better. We're seeing a far more subdued defense here, and well, it's to be expected given their buy. They're just going to wait it out a little bit. Sometimes we do tend to see that gamble stack, but I think they realize that at this stage in the map, it's probably not the best idea. So keep it split. Try and hold things off for as long as possible. Give yourself time to rotate in and hopefully be able to mount that retake.
Really just running the clock down, though. Furia, you know, despite a clear upper hand in a round like this, not trying to go for any super early peaks. They will just kind of contact their way into B, but not even acting off of that, right? It is just Izza spotting things out and not feeling it on that B side of things. So they're going to run it back towards A late in the round, not super late. Still late nonetheless. They have the sort of bare minimum utility if they want to go for the full execute here. Looks like they will go for something simple, but moving pretty quick off the back of it. Scout of Little Z in the perfect spot. Slight tag does indeed land. Crossfire's set up here. Nade over the top could be deadly. Flash to back it up as well results in 2 quick kills. This is not looking good. The cavalry on the way as well. These rifles have got to get in fast. There's also only 10 seconds left, for goodness sake. So the bomb is indeed isolated, and they are indeed walking into the meat grinder, panicking with very few seconds remaining.
And that's exactly why they didn't go for that gamble stack. They were hoping that they would be able to get that information across and maybe slow down a little bit of the ingress, and they toss out quite a bit of that utility. They managed to get 2 of the kills before the execute even comes through, and at that point, you're buying a lot of time for that rotation to come out. Of course, it was very touch and go towards the end of the round, but it does work out. Now again, we're going to see a nice flip, but look at this potential rush up apps. Okay, they do stall out a little bit. They've spotted, of course, that there's a molly. They've spotted the jump peeker, but it looks like they are going to commit to this.
Yeah, a lot faster this time around, so really testing the metal of the B hold, and well, it looks good. Fly in for 2. 1 stolen away, of course. That third also looked pretty good. Got the Deagle out now. Full arsenal available. Gabby upgrading slightly onto a Tech 9 here. And I mean, any damage is nice this early on into the half, but yeah, really solid hold from MIBR. And I think this is maybe a trend that we'll see across the course of a fair few teams, where I think we have a lot of really solid individuals who indeed can pull out these massive rounds. And they're probably going to have a bit more of an impact for you on the CT side these days. I think the T sides are where it is kind of tougher, especially on Mirage at the moment. You know, you have to have a real solid sense of timings and reads on your opponents. So MIBR looking a lot more comfortable is the point I'm trying to make.
Well, they need to keep that up here because, of course, they've only really got maybe one more round here of having a huge advantage in terms of weaponry. Maybe two. We'll see how Furia play this. But they need to kind of pivot off this as much as possible. And you start to wonder, well, maybe the CT side is what they were leaning into when they went for this map pick. But with such a huge deficit, they've got such a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, it's really tough. For, you know, any caliber of team, this is always a hard spot to be in. And you just have to ignore the score at the top, take it round on round, really. And mentally, it can be quite taxing, for sure. Ooh. Here we go, though. Little Z. Picking up a frag, of course. Spotting the information down below. Nice nade. Nice setup for the rest of the squad to come in. Just Gabby on the deke. And, I mean, yeah, fair. Not a bad shot at all. Any more for any more, she says. Feeling pretty confident with it, but early peek and takes a bullet to the cranium, of course. So MIBR, no real stress at this point in time. Like you say, I'm pretty sure they'll go for a buy here just to keep that pressure on. They've got so many rounds to play with. So, again, another test, right? And I don't think we've seen the craziest and deepest strat from Furia in that first rifle.
Well, now they're going to be back into it with a little bit more strength here. But, of course, they know that they need to kind of wedge themselves back in a little bit. That's an early molly, and while it does delay Little Z from getting into position, she is going to be able to. But, again, they're not actually going for that mid-push. They've got a little bit of a split here as the bomb kind of leans over towards B at the moment. Looking to see if they can find themselves a nice early pick and then kind of pivot off of that. The last round was, of course, a little bit of a throwaway because they only had pistols. Now that they're in on a buy, we're going to see a little bit more of that strategic depth that Furia have really shown time and again, particularly on their CT side. Hopefully they can bring that through here on the T side and kind of close this out.
These are just chilling. I think certainly going to be a focal point for this round. They're set up for an A split with more emphasis on the split side of things, right? Maybe get a player into window. This is dangerous as well. Oh, but Olga going to get away with it. Mari, meanwhile, finding another. Olga keeps on charging. Kizia, yes, indeed, gets a kill. Luckily, you would say, towards ramp there, but just caught out in the open. That frag, Car kind of giving her life away is for information, and indeed, they're able to capitalize off the back of it. Through the murder hole, called that for a reason, and there it is. Finally, Furia able to break in, get around. It didn't take them too long either, so MIBR, it gets more and more stressful. Yeah, that's a bit of tech that I think can get slightly annoying. When you're in the smoke, you can see out of it quicker than they can see in. I think that's kind of where that comes from. Olga
peeking or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Olga a bit sneaky.
Well, it works out, and it's something that Furia needed to get going here as MIBR look to take a little bit more of an aggressive push here. This is dangerous. I do like that smoke to try and deny the sight line, but oh, it's beautiful. A little bit of a one-way there. Great pivot off of that. And that's going to be Furia. Play it down.
Yeah, rough start. They tried to go for a quick run boost, didn't really pan out. And I think pretty much the perfect setup to deal with that. So MIBR, again, it's really great to see that they are kind of unfazed, right, by the score, by some of their aggression not really working. They're still wanting to get their trademark play style in, right, where Furia were much safer, much happier to let them come to the bomb sites. MIBR are always fiending for a fight. And here it's gone pretty well. Just all about capitalizing, of course. Arkinya give up mid, and well, they quickly bounce on that fact, right? Not really going to be anyone to pick up the pieces, right? A reposition towards jungle, or maybe someone to come in from ladder room to watch it from behind. So a nice little read to get a player in a really solid spot to cut off rotations.
Well, Fury are moving towards a relatively unprotected B. Oh no. Oh, that's heartbreaking. So many angles to check, but that's going to be the go button to start moving in towards B, which, as I said, is relatively unprotected.
Oh, Hera needs a bit of assistance, maybe, or maybe not. I think it's awkward for Fly. She runs out of ammo there. Only 7 seconds here for Gabby. Trying to find some kills on the way out, but the round not going to happen. MIBR back in, right? And Furia tough in the beginning, and a small idea gets cut off by that one thing that you hope doesn't happen when you're holding an angle. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm in a great spot here if a player doesn't come up ladder room behind me. And, well, that's exactly what happens. So, you know, the one thing you were hoping didn't happen does. MIBR, though, again, keeping at it and looking much more comfortable here on the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, you really start to think, well, this was the idea for this map. But, of course, because it was their pick, they didn't have to get a side. Well, they didn't get to pick their side. You start to wonder, well, maybe they should have let Furia pick it. But, of course, with Vertigo being their usual map, maybe they wanted to make sure that they get the side pick on that one. A lot of thought probably went into this, but with MIBR still having quite a bit of a battle ahead of them, and we're seeing such a huge contest here in mid, these opening kills, going to be so impactful.
Yeah, that one's pretty massive as well. Carl leading the charge here. Great flash in to allow Olga some space, and Arkinia on the reface, maybe arguably, you know, needed to stay safe there to just keep the numbers as even as possible. Still would have only been a 4-on-3. Furia, massive control here, and surely they can get it done off the back of this. Hera catches Olga with an over-aggressive peak of her own, so we'll see how it pans out. Left on low HP, right? It's still going to be very, very tough here. Kizia trying to find the right angle, the right timing to drop the bomb, cut them off. Molly comes in, sort of makes the decision for her. And Furia, maybe for once in their lives, have got a lot of time to work with. Bomb going down. Nice angle found from Kizia. Can't get the frag, though. Nade doesn't finish it off. That is even more heartbreak here for MIBR. Really, really rough stuff. Kizzy are going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. They're in together. They're ready to go on this retake, but never easy, right? And they're so deep into their positions, able to play off of each other in and around connector, planted for both these players. You know, it doesn't get much better than this at the end of the day. You're going to try and go for an injury. Quick find from Mari in a second as well. I don't think the smoke quite covered. 15-7 then, 8 to do it in as Furia. They keep the rounds coming. It might not be the cleanest of T sides, but they are getting more than their fair share.
I mean, you say 8 to do it, but look at the eco. Match point, and this is what MIBR have in the tank. So Vertigo.
Yeah, you would assume so, unless there's any major mess ups here from Furia. Okay. Here we go. Little bit of a lull in action. Thought it was all going to pop off for a second, but it was just a slow start, considering the utility. First head found. Little Z. Great angle. Flash comes in, but the tag is there. Looking for some more, maybe on the jump up. Go for the shot, just the information. Arkinia getting in behind. Can't quite finish the frag, but the damage keeps rolling in here. Minute and 5 left on the clock, and yeah, where are Furia going? What are the positions, though? Kizia caught nearly. Somehow doesn't take any damage from that, but I'm going to know exactly where she is. Meanwhile, the A bomb site is, for all intents and purposes, abandoned. Bomb going to go down, and this is where it gets a lot tougher on these 4 spies, right? You've got no utility. You've got one kit to get into the site, and I think Furia not going to let you take any space at all here. Nice shots are landing. They can't quite finish them, right? And they might needed to have indeed finished these frags before breaking into the site, he says. But here we go. Deagle's leading the charge and looking good. And Little Z finishes off Mari from an earlier tag. MIBR, they'll hang on.
maybe a little bit of overconfidence there from Furia. They get caught out so, I won't say easily. I think that a lot went into that round from MIBR. They play that, I mean, that might be one of the cleanest rounds they've had. Obviously, the headshots don't come through as consistently as we would like, but they're able to kind of use cover really effectively. So when they get a little bit of a kill, they don't get over aggressive, they don't get overconfident, they pull back. They know that they've done a ton of damage. Hopefully, you know, they were kind of relying on their ability to get some cleanup later on as the round progresses. They don't want to overstay their welcome on that initial peak that gets the initial damage. Now they're able to buy in once again, but okay, I was about to say, usually they win the eco and then they lose the next round, but with this being a Furia eco, okay, they're getting themselves back into this.
Yeah, these are your nice momentum builders, right? And it's very good to win a round like this without losing a single player. Yes, you're not planning on losing rounds when there's 15, but especially on the CT side of things, the economy still can come into play even when you're winning rounds. So just feels good as well, you know, not losing anyone. You can fully zone in, fully focus. There's nothing like, for goodness sake, why did I repeat that? Or what a lucky frag or something like that. You don't have to get hung up on what's happened in the eco when you find it cleanly. So, well, I mean, this is a pretty important round. If you think about it, we got 3 more rifles for MIBR to even things up to an overtime. That's it. So it kind of, again, begins here. And no AWP still for the Furia side. I'm intrigued. What MIBR have got up their sleeve.
Let's see. We got Lil Z posted up towards A, but with a pretty quick pivot towards mid if necessary. And that's really important when we talk about how a dynamic op can be such a huge difference maker. So that's exactly the position that she's putting herself into. Slightly lower defense over towards B, but with Furia kind of leaning over towards A, I mean, this could be the perfect positioning for MIBR. With Lil Z noticing that not much is happening over towards mid at the moment. Some of that utility is going to come over onto A, and that's going to call the rotation from her to get her into position.
This is where it gets tough on the A-bomb side, though. They've slowed down. They've gone for a contact play, right? Very quick couple flashes. That's it. No real smokes to cover off angles. They're getting those out now, though. Not looking panicked. However, Fly just goes flying round the corner. Just get taken down after one. Lil Z missing out on the shot, trying to get the wall bang here, but just an inch off the mark. Nade over the top, certainly going to do some damage, but, you know, you got to stay alive. And up on the boxes is, however, spotted out, and this time successfully wall banged down. Bomb once again planted for this connector side of the site. They're both here. They can both play around it. Olga with somewhat of an off angle. Flash comes in. It's ineffective. And Mari going to have her work cut out. Not on the mark. A little closer, but the defuse will be in successfully. And there's not much she can do about that one. MIBR, it looked kind of shaky, you know, working their way back into that site, especially this from Fly, you know. It was a wild play, to say the least. They get it done.
I'd been so curious about Mari's positioning in that, because she flanks all the way around through mid, and you can see that they're going for, well, a flank. But she doesn't push in with the rest of the team, possibly going for like a more of a surprise attack towards the later side of the round. But by that point, most of her team has been taken down. So, of course, she's the only one that survives at the end of that round, because she never wound up in the engagement. And you spoke about how important timings are for your T side, and that's one of those important moments. Maybe if she'd been there in time, she makes a difference. Hell, maybe she doesn't at all. But of course, she manages to survive that round. And this one's looking a little bit better for Furia as they get that opening pick. But the bomb's going to start hightailing it over towards B, it seems.
Yeah, maybe, again, a slight overthink. They have found another frag on this A-bomb site. And this is a much better time to go for the contact play as well, by the way. When, you know, you work your way into an early kill, you can then overwhelm with the numbers. But they've drawn all the rotations, which is one thing, right? It's so tense, it's so close. Surely not going to go for something as crazy as this. But then you create space for stuff like this to happen, where Fly gets a bit cheeky, able to find a double, does get traded back. So they've earned the numbers back in their favor once again for Furia. But the jig is up, right? They know that they're headed towards B, I think. Olga waiting, maybe, for the information to come in for Gabby. Certainly keeping the CT side guessing, to say the least. Oh, nice shot from Lil Z as well. Going to wipe out the B approach. And now they're hearing the nades coming out on the A side of things. Plant comes in. It's not necessarily planted for Palace, and Little Z's here pretty quickly. Olga holding and waiting, but I don't think she's going to expect them here. This early contact up is successful. And as I mentioned, that bomb is not quite in the perfect spot for the Palace plant. Maybe that's the idea, though, right? Time ticking down at the moment. Holding the angle on the edge of the smoke could be the move. Ninja attempt. But no, Gabby's read it. Beautiful stuff. Of course you don't go for the hold in a situation like this. Hera going to try it again. It's another fake out. There's not a lot of time. Knife is out. And we are running out of time. Gabby just trying to bank on that hiding in the smoke. There's no time for the defuse. And that's the way that Furia win it. I mean, it's one way of doing it for sure. Goodness gracious me. And look, you know, yeah, very, very chill, of course, after a round like that. But, yeah, wow. I mean, it felt inevitable at the turn of the half, but certainly had to work for it there, did Furia.
That knife at the end there, if that had resulted in an actual knife kill, I probably would have lost it, I'll be honest. All right, I was expecting MIBR to do well. We were kind of wondering if they were going to be able to win out on this one. It was their map pick, but we spoke about there were a lot of question marks around that and why you choose to opt into this when you know that Furia are pretty good on it. Maybe they were leaning into that defensive side. Maybe if they win a few more rounds on their T side, maybe we see a different outcome here, but unfortunately it was a fairly one-sided affair in the first half. They do well to drag it back as far as they did, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to turn things back in their favor. Now we're going to be heading on over to Vertigo. It is going to be Furia's map pick, but we do know that MIBR, I mean, Little Z said it last week, they have practiced that map to death. So maybe this is going to be the one where they bring it back to themselves.
Yeah, I think there's certainly this argument, isn't there, in DeVito, where you sort of have room to experiment. They know if the Vertigo is open, it's going to get picked, right? So maybe we come in with something slightly different, or the second map that we've been working on. As we kind of mentioned, Mirage, very, very popular in the women's scene as well. So certainly for me, it does make a bit of sense, but it's backfired for sure. And now backs up against the wall, so it's not going to be easy. And Furia, in that first half at the very least, looking on fire, certainly takes some work on the T side. They'll be starting on the T side here, so that's something to consider. But overall, a couple steps ahead in pretty much all of those CT rounds. So curious, very curious indeed. MIBR a lot more comfortable on the CT side. They'll start with it. We'll have to find out how things go, though. Vertigo coming up after the break.
Hey Future Pros! Taking mid as a T can open so many options while playing Ancient. Throwing mid smokes from spawn is quick, but also means you could be locked out if the CT's utility is on point. So these mid smokes I'll show you will be great for a slightly delayed mid take. For this mini execute you'll need 2 Future Pros, 2 smokes and possibly a molly to be safe. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the top mid smoke. To throw the smoke, position yourself so this wall meets the edge of this highlighted brick while crouched. Aim just below this dark spot on the edge of the shadow. Then jump throw the smoke. Not too hard, right? Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the donut, Lara, cube, whatever you want to call it smoke. To throw this, stand against the wall in the middle of this window frame. Find this gap in the trees and aim just to the left of the center of the opening. Then simply throw the smoke. Just like that, mid doorway and donut will be blocked. A note for these nades, it helps greatly if you have a fellow T somewhat holding the B lane so you can't be peeked from the ledge area. Also, if you don't have early info on the cutout position, lob a basic molly in there as a sneaky CT could really ruin your day. Hey Future Pros! We're on Ancient today and I wanted to show you a nice temple smoke you can throw on your A hits. To throw this smoke, stand over the corner of this broken brick. Aim up and place your crosshair just to the left of this brick section. Then jump throw the smoke. If you did everything right, you'll receive a smoke that lands in the temple and blocks off both doorways onto the site. I hope you all have a great day and don't forget to smile.
We can be heroes.
So, Furia have to work for it, but they do indeed snatch away their opponent's map pick. And now we move into Vertigo, which is their own. So looking very, very good here for Furia across the course of the series. MIBR definitely revigorated a little bit. The economy getting away from them in certain moments on that CT side, as it does. And individually, again, Little Z with some fantastic rounds, right? But I think there were a few difficult moments on that T side, giving too much space, too much information away at the end of the day, and on top of that, frags alongside it. So we'll see whether on a more confident map, it seems, right, at least in terms of what we've had out in the ESL Impact League, maybe that could be the angle for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, as much as this was their map pick on Mirage, we kind of expect them to do a little bit better as we move on to Vertigo. They played this map last week against QES, and they did really, really well on it. I think that was like a 16-3, if I'm not mistaken. It was a very decisive map for them. And it was the map where Little Z gets that beautiful 1v5 ace clutch with the AWP in her hands. So it's becoming a bit of an iconic map for this team. And I do like the way that they played that map. They tend to play a more patient game, particularly on their CT side. They like to allow the Ts to kind of walk in. And that was a bit of a weird one for QES because they played also very patient, very hesitant, and they didn't like to get aggressive. Now with Furia, we know that they do like to do that. So I'm going to be looking specifically at how MIBR are using that utility, particularly, towards ramp, to see if they can cut off some of those rotations, starve that information, stop Furia from having those super aggressive pushes, and hopefully shut that down. Because, juxtaposing to the previous map, we're kind of expecting MIBR to have a little bit of a stronger CT side. Here, it's exactly what they had in the previous map, but because the CT was their second half, they didn't really have a chance coming into a half with only 3 rounds on the board. It's so rough to claw back into it. So this is where we're expecting them to create a really strong buffer for themselves, and hopefully they'll be able to snag this one.
Yeah, and this is where the onus more on Furia, really. We didn't, again, same sort of angle. We didn't see as much of their T side, but it did look shakier for sure, right? And difficult for them to work their way into bomb sites, maybe thinking a little bit too much about things. And actually they started to find success when they were taking it kind of simpler, go for an early pick, boom, we've got that, and then burst into a bomb site off the back of it, right? Which is not the most in-depth, execute-heavy kind of play style, and that seemed to work for them, really bouncing off of the individuals more than I think going for these super drawn-out executes that we did see from MIBR. They were running the clock down, leaving themselves a lot more time. And actually, I'd argue that Vertigo hands itself to that a little bit more, right? You have the ramp fight that comes in, maybe a mid-fight if you want to take it, and then you can work off of that. You can burst into that. You know where your enemy plays, the spots that they are. If you find someone through a smoke or with an AWP shot over the top of the smoke, that's another angle, right? The fact that Carr here, I think, going to be able to pull the AWP out a bit more on the T side. So there's a few more of those types of avenues to get in. And I feel that Furia, actually, this map maybe hands itself more to their play style as well, where they're happy to take some early scraps, some early fights, and then work off the back of that. So MIBR, again, from what we've seen, it does seem like a pretty solid map, but again, it's not going to be an easy stretch. It's not going to be an easy road by any, stretch of the imagination. I kind of set myself up for that one, but either way, really, really rough ride on the first map, MIBR. One of the things they did very well that I think is super important here coming into Vertigo is just, you know, not looking super bothered, not looking super, that's maybe not the right way to put it, you know, not kind of down and out in the sense that they would maybe back off and they'd maybe play super safe, or they'd go for something crazy like a 4-person site stack or something like that. They were still pretty happy to get aggressive, pretty happy to take the faces. So I want to see more of that here on Vertigo.
Now, what I want to see is a little bit more out of some of the players from MIBR, because if we kind of think back to what we saw last week, it was Little Z and it was Kiza, in fact, who were topping the scoreboards quite consistently. And while Little Z did top that last map, and she was followed very closely by Flystyle, who I know that you are quite a big fan of at this point, but Kiza was crazy quiet on that map. And if we think back to Vertigo last week, she dominated. I think she had like a 30 bomb, I think, if memory serves. So she had a stellar standout performance. And then on map 2, she came in second place in kills, you know, only to Little Z. So I'm kind of hoping that we see a little bit more out of her here, because I think that that's something that's so important. We talk about how you have teams with star players that are built around, and then you have teams where everyone has a chance to pop off. And both of these teams have kind of leaned a little bit more heavily into the everyone has a chance category. But on that last map, it really was the Little Z and Fly show. And that makes it so difficult to claw your way back into. Yes, there are other circumstances that can play into why you're not necessarily getting as many kills as you'd like. But if your teammates are up in the double digits and you're still in the low single digits, you have to start kind of getting a little retrospective. So hopefully we start to see a little bit more signs of life coming out of those players, particularly a player like Kiza, who we know can do exceptionally well.
Yeah, and it seemed last week, you know, she was very much leading from the front. You got to bear in mind the in-game leader of the squad, right? Maybe that's still being toyed around with a little bit, but we're to assume that it's still kind of the same. And that is going to affect the way that you call, you know, if you're sort of pressing tab, trying to figure out what to do with the money, and you're seeing that perhaps you're part of the problem, and it's like you can call very, very well, but you still, in today's day and age of Counter-Strike, got to put those numbers up, right? We're not really in a space where the super sick mid-round reads can be enough for an in-game leader. So it's definitely a tough one, and getting that reset into the second map here is another part of the game now that they're going to have to try and find. But I think they should still be able to put up a competition, right? That CT side looks a lot more comfortable for them and still not super phased. We are going to take a quick break here, folks. Vertigo coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere.
I've been lied to, I've been cheated, but I'm never coming to my knees. Needing a way out, needing a way out, needing a way out, needing a way out. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. They tried to lock me in. They tried to lock me down, but I've never given up. I never.
All right, we are indeed back in and ready to go here for Vertigo. Looking relatively solid here. Of course, Furia are sort of the favorites getting into things. I'm a little bit, worried here for MIBR for sure. I think that certainly they should have a pretty good run at it, as we've kind of said. But Furia, straight out of the gate, looking really solid. T side maybe is where the vulnerability is, but I'm not sure. Like the speed and the aggression of this team and the amount of individuals that we saw coming into it, and of course, I guess the Twitch chat vote as well, giving them a fair run in, is relatively telling of how things may well go down. So I'm interested to see whether we can get MIBR back through, but I'm not quite sure at this point as to whether or not they can keep up. Are you with us?
I live.
Sam?
I live.
Okay, cool. We had a bit of a Discord drop in the middle, classic.
Yeah,
so
it did be like that.
But we're all
sometimes.
good. We're all good.
Glad to be back. Glad to be heading into Vertigo. I think that's going to be a pretty exciting one. Got to get back into it. You have a mild heart attack when that happens, and you kind of have to reset a little bit. Kind of like being on the back foot in a game of CS, really.
Yes, indeed. Furia early towards the B-bomb site, trying to see what they can find. Opting against it, though, I suppose, as an early kill doesn't really come in for them. Super heavy utility here from both sides as well, so I'm curious to see where that goes down.
Super slow approach here for a pistol, all things considered. Kiza's taking quite a deep angle here. She was one of the ones we'd hoped would show up a little bit more. She pulls back, gives over the information, does manage to live. No one notices Akina.
Okay, nearly got awkward. Gets there in the end, and it's Fly on the fade away, who manages to find a quick double. That's the start MIBR were looking for. Nice setup in towards middle. Don't really know that I've seen it all that often, right? A really, really solid distraction kind of setup coming in, and yeah, those easy quote unquote kills are often the ones that can go awry.
I mean, we've seen that.
Yeah, we have.
Holding on that trigger discipline, waiting that little bit too long, and not able to actually connect any of those shots, as suddenly 4 players turn around and look at you. But Arkina managing to get these 2 kills here. I mean, this is huge. And as you say, I love that bait play from Fly. She starts, I believe it was Fly, starts relatively deep in, sees the players coming out, pulls way back, gives that information over to Arkina, who's in this really odd off angle, and nobody checks that because why would she be there? That's why it's called an off angle. Works out really, really well, and that's going to give them the lead that they wanted. But okay, it's still just round 1. We'll give it a little bit of time here.
Oh, I don't think that's what that nade was supposed to do. The rounded poles of the scaffolding can often be treacherous. But thankfully, in a round like this, generally all good. It's not going to cost you too much. They are harder ecoing things out, looking for that early AK buy. And, well, they've got to clock onto this. They've got to be weary of their own buy on the MIBR side of things. Not a single A1S in play. Might come back to bite them in the backside. Certainly should be potential for some of the MP9 players. I'd love to see one here just to join these FAMASs. But I don't know. Players love a good bonus. They love to be cheeky. I don't think we're going to get one.
I mean, I was actually curious to note that Little Z didn't buy into the Scout. When we saw her do that on Mirage, and we know how dangerous she can be on Vertigo with some form of sniper rifle, but instead, gonna opt for a slightly lower buy there. And like you said, players do love themselves a bonus. But if they can pivot off of this, that sets them up massively for a little bit of a snowball here. So, a bit high risk, but the rewards could be massive.
They know as well that maybe they do need to get a bit proactive into this. You see the early nades, the aggressive presence, a deep smoke here. MIBR vying for something on the B side of things, right? Which is not always going to be the case in your rifle rounds. However, Furia not really giving them much to play with. So an interesting exchange over on the ramp as well. Olga trying to play the range of the AK here. Certainly beats out these two weapons on paper. Spam coming in. It's millimeters away, but not quite landing. A little bit of trading here and there in terms of the damage. That's a bit more, and certainly looked on if Olga had opted to hold the trigger. Doesn't do so. 55 on the clock here. And they're still sticking around on ramp on that CT side. Pretty confident with it as well. It's going to get deadly in a second, though. They're starting to walk their way in, contact their way in. And that might just be the mark for CTs to back off.
I mean, both teams, in fact, not a lot. They invest a lot of utility into that start of the round, and that boost is expected. It's huge from Olga.
Yeah, I think maybe a second earlier and it's a banger, even half a second, but the timing for Olga, perfect to find the frag. Does get traded out, but the A-bomb site, pretty vulnerable. Slight overextension of the smokes. It's a little thing, but certainly something that could come back to haunt them. This is where, again, things get very, very tough. You know, you've got a player on the flank for the retake. Fantastic, but she's got an MP9. Not as fantastic. So the retake, very tough, I think, when you're not able to spam as reliably, not able to take wide swings, fast fights that you need to pick up in a retake as reliably, trying to indeed work off of the distraction that's coming in, but it just doesn't happen. An A1S there, 100% a kill, maybe even another, but the MP9 is not your best friend in a scenario like this. All the kills coming in, and Furia get that first rifle on the board.
That's a good round to nab yourself, and I think somewhat expected when we look at what MIBR had into that round, but I think the Fury also played that really well. So as I was trying to say, and words failed me, they invested a lot of that utility very, very early on in the round, and Fury play a very patient game. They wait until they realize that, okay, the vast majority of that has been used. Now they can push in, and they'll be relatively uncontested, throw down their own smokes, block off the sight lines, and that's the bomb down. And MIBR would have been great if they had one out on that round. Unfortunately, they're not able to. And now they're forced back down onto pistols. Not ideal here. Looking like this could even things out. Get us, hopefully get MIBR into a better position in the next.
Nice flash. It does indeed, you know, work out, but they're just able to spam away. There's three of them ready and waiting. Izza with two very nice openers while under pressure. And continues. Lovely stuff. I'll just Kizzy and Arkinya ready and waiting, but, you know, Deagle's spamming away. No armor for some of these members as well. It's just not going to work out. Furia, though, I think on their side can be very, very happy if they get this round flawlessly. Immediate snowball, immediate pressure onto MIBR. You're already a map down. You know, it all comes flooding back just off of little moments like this where you want a return on your investment. You want a bit of action. And although we, as the spectator, don't expect you to really find very much in this round, I think on a personal level, you want to fight back. You want to look good in a round like this.
Well, looks like they will look pretty good here. Okay, they're not going to get that last kill of the round, but I suppose a flawless for all intents and purposes. All five of them do manage to survive, and that's very important. Of course, they're going to be able to hold on to that weaponry into the next round, start building up a little bit of a slush fund. That's going to be my new word because I get yelled at when I say trust fund, baby. So now it's a slush fund. And we'll see if they can maintain that going forward. Because again, MIBR still on the CT side, buying into that AWP. And okay, we've got two FAMASs, which isn't ideal. You would love to just have full M4s, but Yeah, the investment into the AWP should give them a little bit of leverage here. And again, hoping to see them not invest too much of that utility too early on. Furia have been so good at using that to their advantage.
I guess the nice thing with a slush fund is that we can kind of all have one, you know? Just a bit of money to throw away, in a sense. So I like it. And it rolls off very nicely.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have to borrow it from you if that's okay.
More than welcome.
There you are. All right, so in all that chatter,
Not much has happened.
indeed, which is always nice when you try and go on a cast for a bit of banter, a bit of back and forth, you know. When nothing happens, it's brilliant. You don't have to cut yourself off mid-joke or whatever. So
Yeah.
thank you very much to the players here. However, as we
considerate.
get into the final 50 seconds, maybe you want to see a bit more action here because Furia, I was going to say, starting to get a bit restless. I think that one actually comes their way as Mari with some nice utility here to set things up in towards that A side. Up the ramp they will charge. Little Z is here with the AWP in a forward-facing angle, but does need to be very, very careful. A smoke that, in a way, can kind of help the T side. Flames are in the way, and it affects your reaction times a little bit, right? Olga clearly on the settings for it or whatever, just the angle around that fire working better for her, and that facilitates the bomb plant here. All on top of each other, unfortunately. Yeah, not for want of trying, can't find a frag through the smoke. In fact, gets taken down through it, and it's just fallen apart here. Fly, the only one left, not really sure where to go. I think was looking around for the AWP, but could not find it and gets her head pinned to the back wall. 3-2 now. Furia starting to pick up steam.
Oh, it's not good news for Made in Brazil. That was a round that they really would have wanted to come out on top of. Again, we spoke about that all-important buffer, and for them starting on the CT side makes it that little bit more important because their T side was a little bit lackluster on Mirage. But they had a good T side on Vertigo last week. Hopefully they can channel that a little bit. And that was a solid round from Furia as well. I mean, the pacing was just so good. And again, that use of utility to open up those avenues. Oh, Olga, how are you so good?
Yeah, it just keeps them coming. Really looking confident here. It's definitely a map where, you know, Mirage was kind of all about the AWPs. For the Furia side of things, I think Olga on the rifle can start to rip some heads. Is doing the same. And Hera's in the wrong place. I suppose in the wrong time. At the very least has a life to battle with, but no assistance, no information, and as we know, no one really on this side of the map. So probably I could see one if they mess up a little with some of these low HP players, but looks like the AWP's holding behind. The hand up, so, you know, anything can indeed happen, but not going to go too deep for it, actually. Just going to make his wait, and it's kind of futile, and you're in this spot where it's like, let's just hold for some exits and use this time to maybe chat about the next round as well. Don't end the round too quickly.
Yeah, it's like a free tack pause. And I think that they really need all of the time that they can get at this point to figure out what their next steps are. We haven't gotten into a situation where it is completely a mess, right? There are still a lot of opportunities for MIBR to turn it around. We're only 6 rounds in, so there is time to find a way back into this. I do find it somewhat ironic, comic, that exactly what they did to QSE is being done to them here on this exact same map. So if they can bring this one around, as Little Z, who has been pretty quiet so far on this map. She's now picked up the AWP once again. And this is a very aggressive pusher from Furia, consistently changing up their pacing and putting MIBR on the back foot. But with Olga down, that opens up some options.
Yeah, you got rounds, you got money, you got confidence to work with. I think certainly makes sense to me. You just want to test how it looks. Are they a little flat-footed? Are they sitting with nades out for a bit too long, right? Can we get away with a good spawn play that they were trying to go for? The answer in this round is no, so they'll probably, again, put a type of play like that on the back burner. But Execute coming in, they know as well on a map like Vertigo, a bomb site, you can get that bomb down pretty easily. Is indeed going to be the case here. And as well, maybe another read on the slightly stringy economy is that they don't have a lot of utility on that MIBR side to answer back with and to indeed mount a super clean retake. There's a good couple of CT smokes you can throw that are sort of the reverse of what you see from the T side to allow yourselves into the site. But they don't really have that option. Hera's here on the flank. All comes down to the timing. The one thing, of course, MIBR have is the power, is the advantage. However, the hits are all coming in for Furia. Only the one for Fly. Hera, again, that good timing does come a bit close because they're pretty low there. But when you're losing the full frontal attack so quickly, it's hard to master that timing. Furia with another round, and that one starts off well for MIBR. So this is kind of getting worse and worse as it goes on.
I mean, that was rough. They had a huge advantage in that round in terms of numbers, but like you said, they had very little utility to kind of work with, especially towards the end of the round there. And Furia have such a good read on it, and then the timing was off. They try to swing out together to try and get those trades, but the timing is just so iffy that they're not able to actually capitalize off of it. They just get taken down 1 for 1 for 1. An early peek there from Arkina will get shut down. This card just shows us again and again what she's capable of with that AWP in her hands.
Yeah. Looking pretty comfortable in most of the rounds, to be honest. Obviously, these anti-ecos, anti-half-buys, however you want to categorize them, looking a lot quicker and a lot more confident. And stat rounds where they're able to get a few more kills and get a nice feel for their own mechanics. Speaking of, though, Hera with a fantastic headshot. This time gets a reward for pulling off a good flank. Maybe something to watch as well, actually. It's a good number of rounds, whether it's with the deagle or the rifle, that Hera's managed to get in behind. So you feel like eventually it's got to pay dividends.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, the
certainly
problem with that
something to
is if you wait too long for it to pay off, not much is going to come out of it, right? So you again, that it comes down to those subtle timings and how important those are. And this is the first round that in one of those odd kind of flanky positions, she's able to get one of those exit kills. In previous rounds, she hasn't actually been able to pull that one off. So yes, something to look out for. But I mean, Furia have been so good at shutting down the rest of MIBR's forces that Hera hasn't really been too much of an issue. And when she becomes the last player left alive, oh geez, come on, ladies, like give them a chance.
Yeah, really starting to run away with things now. But these faster rounds, it's wearing up. Little Z can maybe come into play. Does find one. Misses out on the second narrowly. Meanwhile, Kizzy finding a player completely isolated. Got to be careful, though, yeah, because Car is not afraid to keep rolling. Just creating space on her own. Molotov towards Bridge to isolate Little Z. Gets aggressive, catches her, not respecting the angle, and now it's just Arkinya. So again, even though there is kind of chaos that maybe MIBR can make something out of, they're not too foreign to that kind of idea on the Furia side, right? It does indeed go awry for just a second, but they recover it back, not overfacing, not crumbling, and indeed a good recovery. MIBR, though, it does look, this game at the moment, Furia just in full control, right? They can do no wrong.
Mm-hmm. And that rush did so well to unbalance MIBR because yes, LZ is over on the B site. Yes, she does get that opening pick, but no one is expecting Car to push out so aggressively. So no one is checking that angle, and it's a slight misplay, but you also have to factor in how much time it takes to rotate in once that call has come through. And again, it's because Furia play the aggressive game. The smoke and Little Z, I mean, that was her first kill of the round. So she's been very quiet here. She's one of those standout players that we're kind of expecting to be topping the board round after round. And she did really well on Mirage, but here she just hasn't been given a...
Another early opener coming in. This time for MIBR. So they have had situations like this in the past. Furia have recovered from them in the past. This one comes so early, and it's out towards middle. Difficult stuff, and even a bit of team damage in there apparently onto Olga. Maybe would have found that kill without it. So two super low players for MIBR, sure, but Furia battling back really well here. Car, nice find coming in. Oh, and the A-bomb site again looking very, very vulnerable at the moment. Fly trying to spam through, but is a little late on it. Smoke comes in deep, certainly going to help out towards Ivy, so we'll see the retake again. Going to rely on the numbers more than anything, running out of utility once again. And the setup is really solid here. AWP on high, AK down below. Ooh, trade isn't there. The flick lands from Car, but she's going to be the only one left against all four. It's looking a little shaky. There's not a lot of time left. Can't get the 180, and Hera went back to get on the bomb as well. So luckily things pan out. Third round in for MIBR.
As well, of course, those opening kills make a huge difference. And I was a little bit worried about the push in from Furia here with the AWP. You kind of think, well, maybe you should swap over onto a rifle if you can. And I suppose they weren't able to find one, or maybe they thought that they would go for it even with the AWP, try to make something come out of that. But with MIBR having that numbers advantage, makes it that much more difficult. So now they're going to try and push little Z off of her position. The nice little smoke there to shut down the sightlines. And Flystyle takes a lot of early damage.
Yeah, it becomes harder again. You know, we've said this a few times, but you need to string the rounds together. You can't just get one, especially on your CT side. So you have indeed set yourself up for success, but you really have to hope that you've not set yourself up for more failure to come. So a lot of pressure on a round like this. MIBR looking a little better as it goes. Not losing a player early on. Also not gaining one. Going for the boost up here. Way ahead of time. You give a lot of control for this, so you definitely have to find something with it. And well, Gabby over on B, I think it was Izza on A, is able to find the head at the top of the totem pole, ready for the angle. 5-on-3 then with B pressure, you know, never nice. Fly is aggressive, but not able to spot out Izza underneath her. And I think you probably have to save here. Kizzy is in the spot, ready to try and battle, but there's just too much utility coming in at the end of the day. Bomb going down above the smoke, she will fall. Izza with a hell of a round here on the 3K entry on that A-bomb site. And that's an 8 for Furia.
Starting to look a little bit like a repeat of Mirage. Bit rough. Okay, it has been, I won't call it back and forth, but MIBR have managed to find more rounds than in quicker time, I suppose. There isn't a lot of time left here. So these next few rounds, they kind of have to start stringing together if they can. Look are they hunting this off. Oh, what a shot! Oh, she can't get the second, but wow, that was a pretty disgusting no-scope. But that's important. So they take that AWP away, and now MIBR, there's just no way that they actually, I mean, maybe we see like one of these weird little half forces, but I don't realistically see them actually investing too much into this round. And that's going to be a little bit more of a runaway here for Furia once again, because, well, that slush fund we spoke about, they've got it.
Absolutely. I mean, they're kind of thankful, I think, to lose a couple players towards the tail end, because you start getting inefficient, you know, when you hit the cap. So the fact that they've got these super rich players investing maybe could have been maxed with Izza dropping an AK across instead of, you know, Olga buying or whatever. But they are very happy with where they're at, of course. It is indeed going to be a few deagles out. A nade, a flash, a smoke. So something to work with. Quick out middle they will go, but the setup is solid in behind the generator, and a really, really tough angle for those deagles to win. You can kind of just spray wildly, pretty thin walls and whatnot for the AKs. So first kill comes in, and they thwart the rush there. Pretty confident with it. However, Fly creeping in, drops car. That's the AWP. I'm sure she wants that. Meanwhile, Olga's pushed up Ivy down the side of the site, and there's so much weirdness going on at the moment. She did indeed get the AWP, but for me, the question is, does she make it out here? Now, it's getting a bit weird. If they just wait patiently, surely there is no way she knows that Olga is here. But Olga's not really clearing it. You can see these ramp players getting a bit restless. Okay, here we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
She gonna knife this?
No, yeah.
Surely. No.
Yep. Oh, that is disaster. Because, you know, Fly is like, here we go. Huge round, guys. I got the AWP. I'm going to pop off. And somehow Olga managed to get in behind with all the carnage going on. Eagle's trying to pick up the pieces, but it's just not going to happen.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. I mean, it's somewhat to be expected. You don't have anyone watching your flank. So
It's just kind of like the timing, though, you know? I think Fly had pushed in just as Olga had started creeping, and they didn't see or hear each other. So, yeah, she'll be a bit frustrated.
That's so sad. And it would have been nice to have taken the AWP into the next round. And, well, here's Hera once again. Last person left alive on her team. And look at that. I mean, she has the least deaths on her entire team. And this is why. She, like, so often finds herself the last person left alive, and she plays a slightly more passive game, tries to maybe get some of these extra frags if she can, and okay, well, there you go. Manages to snag herself an AK as well for her troubles, as this is going to be around. Oh no. We're really going to relive this? Ooh, pain.
Everybody loves a knife kill.
The BM.
Yeah, nasty. And yeah, no, she knew. She spotted. She was like, "All right, here we go." There was no, panic or no quick thinking. It was definitely an idea brewed for a good few seconds. So yeah, tantalizing would be the word, maybe. MIBR though back on a bye, and 100% need to make this work. Right, it's looking indeed like a repeat of Mirage.
Devastating to say the least. At least Hera didn't have to buy up in this round, so she'll have a little bit of cash into the next if they don't win this. It's not going to be enough to get them onto a solid buy. I mean, I think they're that should be almost at max loss streak at this point. Rough.
Yeah. Furia, though, charging in, making it look easy. Frags keep on coming, Little Z. In behind the generator. We've been here before. Slightly different situation this time around, but at the very least, it's found two and made the round. Look, doable. Oh, and bar the flash, and it's a team flash as well. Oh, that's rough. She was going to go through it, and they were crossing each other. I think there was a chance, actually, she gets through and drops the bomb, but the flash comes in. Probably called for it, in all fairness, but it did not meet the mark. Leaves her blind, and yeah, just dead as a dodo, really.
Oh, man. And that seemed so winnable as well. Especially with, you know, Little Z survives. What? Ooh, what a nade. Alrighty. Furia, like, okay, guys, we're not going that way. We're going to go somewhere else.
Getting aggressive here as well. Looks a little problematic in towards the ramp. There's so many bodies. Bomb's going to be dropped. Low HP all over the shop. Nice find from Carr, though. Maybe gives him the space. Flash comes in from the CT end of things. But Little Z can't really stick around. Just going to be her and Hera to fend off. Mari, meanwhile, had pushed in through middle. Gets a nade out at the worst possible time. And now it gets a bit more interesting. Hera on the flank, of course. How are you not expecting it? But unfortunately for Furia, Carr is not. And now Olga the only one left. And they both have AKs. So this is looking very, very doable with only 14 HP.
But Olga's right on top of the AWP, right? So she's probably waiting for the end to maybe pick that up and... Oh, nope. All right. She's going to go for this. She knows she's got time. But with 14 HP, do you go for this? I mean, okay, they're in no danger economically. And bearing in mind that we came into this as an eco for MIBR, this was a solid round. It's not the first eco we've seen from them play out very well, but it's good. It's good stuff. Let's see if they can actually win out this one. Olga opting to push this with her sliver of HP, in fact.
20 seconds. Maybe trying to bait them out that she's gone B. They're really not taking any chances here. And yeah, as soon as she shows herself, I think absolutely dead to rights. Even if crazy headshot comes in, the trade would have been there. So the fourth round in, it's... certainly an unorthodox way of getting it. The ramp, rush, and of course, the flank looks solid from Mari, but just gets screwed on the timing, I suppose. Even then, maybe a bit of a mistake, just scrolling down your mouse wheel, not got the jump on mouse wheel, so they will be kicking themselves for that one. It would have been a stellar half now, with the potential of a pretty damn good one, but I'm sure they would have liked the easy, quote-unquote, round of the two.
This is so rough, because this is the half that we were expecting MIBR to do well in. I'm really hoping, given how they performed on Mirage, given how they performed last week, maybe this is where they give themselves a running head start into the map. But no, it's just not playing out like that.
Oh, Akinya trying to get away, left on 20 HP, and Kizzy around the smoke looking for something cheeky, not going to happen. Furia back to their winning ways. It looks like Car with another on the AWP here. Slight gaps in the smoke, maybe intentional. Molotov will take Mari out, but she gets the bomb down. Sacrifice for the plant. If there was one more member, maybe I could see a well-placed nade could end a life prematurely here. Car somehow missing out on that one. You know where she's at, but even more smokes available here for the T side to keep them at bay. So it gets very, very difficult, and you're trying to do what you can on high. Car still managing to stay alive, just buying a lot of time at this point, and there come the frags. 11-4 on the half. Furia tearing it up here on Vertigo. MIBR, again, another uphill battle in half number 2.
I've seen it all. Got my scars down the road. Been working hard to the bone. I'm moving on and heavy load. Life is long and don't you know? Takes a toll. Wear you down to the bone. The things you love, they keep you going. Hold that brake, crack that whip, ride like lightning, go on big. If I reach the end, find a place to rest my head, travel far down the road.
Feels like more of the same for Furia here on Vertigo. Certainly a few hiccups, especially
More of the
towards
same
the end
winning?
there. Well, I suppose, but very, very one-sided way of doing so, especially in the rifle rounds, right? MIBR, you got to say, won the pistol. That makes a big difference here. So it's certainly, and then just winning with pistols. I think they got 1 rifle round in that first half. Pretty rough stat to bring up for sure. So Fury are looking really solid.
Dual Berettas. I like it. See if it pays off. Good position as well to try and catch someone off. MIBR not going for the hard and fast play. Again, we're seeing far more patience out of them, and kind of suspecting this could be it. Spots out one. Going to be forced off position, but just going to be able to call that one out. And do they press this? Yeah, it looks like... No?
They're thinking about it. I mean, just kind of waiting to see if a flank was coming in, something along those lines maybe. Gabby going to take a nasty one to the face. Block not able to finish you off, however. So see if that comes into play. It's a great angle to peek here, right? Especially when there's 2 of you working in tandem, spamming away. Olga still somehow alive. Nade finishes off Gabby. Hera going to be left low. Olga caught out in the open. So many low HP players on the MIBR side of things, but they just can't quite capitalize. The Julies spamming away will indeed find one. In comes another for Mari. Flick across, doesn't quite land, but the Julies are keeping it rolling, running them down, but Fly with the big double at the end on the Glock. Don't need no Julies, I suppose, to find the heads if you are Fly, and MIBR once again getting the pistol.
Fly is indeed super Fly. Good way to end up the round there. And again, I mean, these 1v1 peaks are so dangerous. You kind of think that maybe you can catch her off guard. Maybe you can follow up for the trade. And she somehow wins that. Isolates it really, really well and comes out on top. Now there's some serious firepower here for MIBR. They're opting not to play this too cautiously. To try and pivot off of that could be pretty big. Again, disappointed that Little Z isn't buying into the scout like she has done before, but I think this is probably the better choice. You want to make sure you're not overplaying your hand.
Problematic, though. First kill comes in. Mac 10 as well. Can be pretty nice. Oh, on some of these closer angles. Olga going to overface and go down. MP9 doesn't get checked, but Fly with the flick. Looking good on the entries here. 4 on 3 coming in. They will do a small swap. Arkinya with the upgrade, and they've kind of slowed things down here. And it could be the right move, could be a shaky one, because as you can see, aggression is coming in. They're looking to close the gap here. The Mac 10 that's been retrieved looks pretty solid. Trade isn't quite there. Fly nervous while low. Flying Mac 10 comes in. Now it's an AK. Uh-oh. This is problematic. Trade is there. Gabby tries to spin around, but can't quite find it. Into the 1 versus 1. And, well, Mari was miles away on B, so going to take some time to get here. Little Z unsure of where she can be coming from. Does have the bomb, and unbeknownst to her, relatively open A bomb site, but that opportunity is closing. Smoke will go down, trying to play it safe behind, default box, nice and easy. Mari, though, has a chance to close the gap and can use the smoke to her advantage. Little Z will not spot her out. Oh, and the force by 1 this early into the half is massive for Furia, and you can see it does mean an awful lot. Oh, goodness, that is a real kick in the teeth.
That round was surprisingly scrappy. It just kind of speaks to how tenacious MIBR are, and to consistently try and bring themselves back into it, find those openings, try to make it work for them. But, I mean, they came into that round at a much better position in terms of what weaponry they had available to them. And Furia, I suppose, just as tenacious, not allowing that to happen. They don't want a repeat of what happened on Mirage. They don't want to concede a bucket load of rounds unnecessarily. They want to clean this up, They want to secure themselves that win. Off to a really good start here on the second half. They do lose that pistol, but they win the force. And that means that in this round, well, MIBR haven't really got anything.
No mercy play style, isn't it, from Furia, really? It's tough to be on the end of, for sure. One of those rounds where any damage is good damage. I don't really think it's going to work out. Ramp is kind of a no-go when you've only got the P250s. I mean, it would be insane to even find one kill, to be honest with you, when it's this open and, you know, you're trying to play the headshot game. Gabby has to be a bit careful here. Spotting out for it, and does indeed take a bullet to wake her up, but be left alive. All good. Flash comes in for the repeat. And the MP9 kind of struggling a little bit, but of course they've got no armor, so it's all good. Get the pistol, get your teammate, and keep it rolling. Nothing coming for MIBR as expected.
Yeah, it turns into a little bit of a shooting gallery there, but yeah, pistol rounds, or eco rounds, however you want to phrase it. They do tend to end up in that fashion. Furia getting very close to that match point situation. So these next few rounds are going to be very important for MIBR. They kind of have to win, at the very least, this round. And given that they are at a massive advantage, you know, I always bring it back to that weaponry, and we know how powerful some of these quote-unquote lesser buy guns can be. But, I mean, there's a reason that the rifles and the AWP cost that much more and why they are the go-to. So you're kind of hoping that you can pivot off of that, but Flystyle just gets wiped down by some util and a nice little bit of cleanup there, and not a good way for MIBR to start the round.
Yeah, super deep ramp control for Furia here as well. So it goes from bad to worse, really, and they can do what they want. They can stick around, they can run back. So, you know, reaggress for MIBR. It's going to cost you utility and time. Really rough indeed. Jump spot comes in, and Furia not messing about. No overfaces in this round. They know how important it is. They go back for a bit of a different spot. Gets one, spots them all out, and gets traded. So it's a pretty positive play. And once again, MIBR. What do we do? Stuck for ideas. Player on the flank. They don't quite know this, but it's another thing that they're going to have to deal with, and they do so cleanly. And now the B bomb site looks pretty enticing. Car's ready to go, though. Smoke goes down, buys some time, confirms the fact that they're coming in. They're just going to go for it. Car is in the perfect spot at back 90 here. Mari with another, all down to Little Z, and the shots are missing. The gap closing here. Certainly not going to be easy, of course, when they're that close. Car to find the final one, and it's looking pretty good here for Furia. You know, a really clean round.
I mentioned that MIBR kind of needed to win that round, and taking a look at their economy, yeah, you start to see why. We're inching so much closer to that deadline. Okay, if they lose this round, then they're at mass loss streak bonus. They'll be able to buy up, but they will be on match point. It's rough. They do get a trade out of this. Let's see. Maybe they can get a little bit more out of this. Maybe pick up some of those guns and hold on to them at the end of the round.
Yep, especially with timing like that, and Little Z with a spin around. Oh. What is happening? Kenya on the deagle here, finding another. And Little Z's now got an AWP in hand. Bomb will go down. I mean, this is already a fantastic round in isolation, but, you know, you got to argue. You kind of have to say to yourself, look, we need the rounds. Sure, we weren't expected to win this one. Now we're in a position to win it. Great flash for Gabby to close the gap, though, but a super difficult, two-person setup to get through, and Little Z on that first angle finds it. So 6 coming in for MIBR, and one that they had no right in getting. They're going to break the bank. Brilliant stuff.
I mean, color me impressed in that round. Wow. For them to come out on top of that one was beautiful. And can we see more of that? Like, that's what we need, you know? And they've managed to hold on to a little bit of cash in the bank. But bearing in mind, if they lose this round, they no longer have lost streak bonus, and they're on match point. So this is the knife's edge for MIBR. They cannot afford to make a mistake here.
100%.
Oh no!
That angle is filthy. Car saving it for a rainy day, and rightly so. A round like this is definitely one of those days. So brilliant opener comes in. Kizia going to eat some damage early on as well, and they've also got deep B control. Whether they hold on to it is another question.
It's heartbreaking. So they couldn't afford to make a mistake. That was the mistake. Little Z off the board. Okay, she's had a slightly quieter map, but she's picked it up towards the end, and that's the AWP off the board as well. They haven't been able to recover that. Tough spot in what is probably the most important round in this whole map.
Certainly feels that way.
Mm.
And, you know, they don't know what to do. They don't really want to approach the or P250 has to be traded. And it will be. Doesn't give you the B bomb site, but you've, you know, made a bit of space and creeping in through middle eventually pays off. Bomb's going to get dropped, though. 20 seconds. And nobody else with it. Oh, that's really rough. 15 seconds, so you've got about 10 to get the bomb down here. They can just play around that fact, and, well, they're going to get it done. 15 on the board for Furia. MIBR, they lose that first player, and they just look flustered.
That's it. Spoke about the knife's edge. Should have... I mean, Lil Z can obviously buy up quite nicely into this one. But what do they opt to spend that little bit of cash on? It's, of course, going to be a force. There's literally no sense in saving at this point. So, forcing as much as possible. Kiza and Hera don't have much to their names, and Isolachi is going to get them so low. They do get the first kill of the round, though, because it's Fly. Again, so big for her team.
Yeah, looked pretty solid in some of those moments flying forwards, but it is, of course, the 2K coming in from Arkinia after the space created. Fury have come back from some pretty nasty rounds, but this one, so early on, doesn't really look doable, does it? We've got a push in here from Izza that at least is information, but the kills just keep on coming. Little Z's managed to find Car, I would imagine, on a deep angle. Olga and Izza having a cracking game, but to find 4 on her own, I think, is going to be a bit too much to ask. And she kind of knows it. Just save the M4, give it a shot in the next round. You know, financially, it's not going to set you up for anything or whatever, but it just, as I like to say, has that element of futility to it, right? So, hold for an exit, maybe upgrade to an AK, but it's MIBR once again hanging on.
Yeah, Hera's actually managed to upgrade to an AK. Oh, they both have fantastic... And for them to have won this round with so many still left alive, I mean, obviously bearing in mind 2 of them come into this with pistols, they knew that their economy was really wonky. And yes, they do win this round, so that helps out a ton, but you want to make sure that you've got a little bit of a slush fund, you know, in case something goes wrong. Of course, with this being match point, you can't afford to let anything go wrong. Everything has to be perfect. And that's another reason why you just want to make sure that going into the next round, not only do you have the full rifle setup plus AWP, but you also have your full armor, your full util, everything that you can possibly need into the next one. I mean, they have to string so many rounds together to take us into OT. And again, I mean, we're seeing pretty much what we saw on Mirage. It's almost like a carbon copy. And eventually it was Furia with some really shenanigan-y plays that managed to win out in that last round. See if they can repeat that here. Although, on a full pistol, just about full pistol. Not sure if they can.
Well, you've said it now.
Lost the curse.
Indeed. We'll see. MIBR, I think, taking it slow. I want to see what they're up against. Oh, and Car, this is a fantastic angle. Goes a bit early. If only she knew what was waiting. So that will be the first kill coming in. It's a slight trade of information, I suppose. Mari down with another. Gabby to follow. Izza on the A1S again. And actually swapped sights up, playing over on A. Double deagle of Olga. That's the bomb. Again, MIBR. You know, it really does need pulling on a leash, this bomb, for goodness sake. Because now you've set up Olga to just end the game on her own. Little Z, the only one left. Oh, my goodness. Little Z, unsure of where they're coming from. Going to get her hands back onto the bomb. Wins the fight onto the first. Is not able to finish her off. Slows her down. Leaves her on 3. And Little Z, confident. Maybe thinking twice. And rightly so. You got to win the round. You know, there's no caveat here. No nice bomb plant. No nice damage. It is the game that hangs in the balance. The nade's so damn close as well. Somehow able to survive a little while longer and trying to fake things out. Oh, Molly coming in. Can't take a single tick of that one. And the defuse as well being pulled off. Is it just going to hold? And Little Z not banking on that fact. And that's the way it finishes. Gets the kill for good measure as well. and Furia coming away with the 2-0. Again, another wacky round to finish it with. Olga with a hell of a run on that AK when she retrieved it, but goodness me, a stellar showing throughout from Furia.
Cast a curse or cast a bless, you decide. But Furia do come out on top of that one. And again, like you said, it's Olga who has been so good on this squad so often. She doesn't really have these rough moments where she kind of needs to warm up a little bit. We saw that from Little Z on Mirage. We saw it again here on Vertigo, where it takes her a little time to get in stride. And when she does, she performs really well. But Olga is just constantly on it. And it's insane how she's able to do that so consistently.
Yeah, very true, very true. I think that there's a number of players that do really well while they're under pressure. Little Z is actually one of them, where, 1vx scenario or left on a bomb site by herself. She does seem able to pick up a couple of kills pretty consistently. It's difficult in the confines of the team, though. Maybe, they need to work out how to facilitate her a little bit more in the beginning or in the middle of the round. But Furia had, again, way more control, much calmer. It would have been over a bit quicker as well if they hadn't lost some of these slightly sillier rounds on the T side of things. So ultimately, across the board, I think they just looked like they were the winners throughout. You know what I mean? Believing in themselves a bit more, able to pull out many different rounds where they go aggressive, play passive. We saw in the very final round there that they're happy to just kind of set themselves up for a bit of a bait play, like here it is. And MIBR, once again, the T side spacing not as tight as we'd like, right? It's a tough way to lose on both maps for sure. And again, individually, I think really solid MIBR, but they are clearly still working out some of the kinks of this newer iteration of the lineup.
Yeah, it is a bit sad. I mean, we came through on their map pick, and it was reasonably close. I believe it was a 16-10, the final score there. And we come in onto Vertigo, which we thought was going to be their map pick. It actually winds up being Furia's, and they start on the CT side, and we're really hoping that they can create that buffer. I was really hoping for the Ancient, but unfortunately, they're just not able to clutch that one out. And we can see here why Furia have been their biggest rivals in this region for so long. You consistently finding themselves in the grand finals together, and consistently Furia coming out on top. When we talk about like a rivalry, and at this point, I don't even know if rivalry is the right word, because usually that implies a back and forth. And this just feels like MIBR, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and trying so hard to be the team that can come out on top. And yes, those last minute roster changes definitely make a big difference. They've still got a little bit of a ways to go before they can bridge that gap, before they can really bring the fight to Furia. But I still have high hopes for them, especially for that playoffs. This is, of course, the double round robin, so they're going to play everybody twice. So there is a chance to come back and maybe topple Furia in a later game. But I think that in this particular group, it's going to be Furia and MIBR. I can see it happening. So at least all hope isn't lost just yet.
Yeah, Furia coming into it, though, were definitely the team to beat, right? We all kind of knew that. I think all the other teams, of course, going to know that. Proving it heavily in the first couple of weeks here, where MIBR, last week, we kind of had them as the favorite over QSE, but there was still an overtime in there. Furia really looking clinical. Little more work indeed on Mirage, as we say, but Vertigo just almost perfect, right? You got to bear in mind, it's like the 11-4, sure, but in that first half, but it's a little rough because they only pick up the one rifle round, so the score line is sort of under some asterisks and whatnot. So we'll see here. We'll see. It's definitely a decent running, I think, for sure, from MIBR, and I'm hoping that next time out maybe they pick something a bit more out of left field, but for the time being, Furia just looking really, really solid. I believe we've got the updated group standings here to just sort of, set things into context. Of course, Furia at the top end of things, as we would expect, looking really solid. But I don't know, maybe the midfield has a little bit more space for one of these other teams, W7M, to come back looking improved.
Yeah, I mean, the big question mark, I think, is going to be, can QSE or W7M kind of mount a little bit of a turnaround? Of course, they're going to play each other, or they were playing each other. So there's potential here to try and claw their way back into it. And as we said, then they're going to have to replay. So they'll have to play the opposite teams to what they played previously. So QAC played MIBR. They're going to have to play Furia and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm hoping maybe we'll see some signs of life out of those two teams. Unfortunately, they come into this one as the bottom two seeds, so to speak. So it's going to be rougher on them. And we're all kind of expecting Furia and MIBR to top the group. But hey, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, very true, very true. I just feel, after today, Furia for me looking the most solid, the most consistent for sure. And I think they can kind of rely a little bit more on the individuals to bail them out in some scenarios, right? We had Little Z with some really nice rounds for sure on the MIBR side of things, but the Furia side were, I think more flexible, as it were, with allowing an individual to creep in and find some space of their own. It's kind of the juxtaposition to that was like Hera on the CT side got the space, didn't quite know what to do with it. And I think that they maybe need to find a bit more confidence in that sense, or just work their timings a little better. Communication, perhaps it's like, right, I'm in behind. You guys need to make some noise, but also not die, so that it's all in vain. And it's hard to pull off. It's hard to pull off. And Furia had a little bit more of that. Maybe they're individuals that do that looking kind of stronger. Maybe just the fact that they have that sort of unspoken coordination as well is something that we love to go on about in team play, where it's like you can look at the minimap, you can see Iz is in behind or whoever. I know what I now have to do, whereas maybe MIBR still talking a bit too much to try and get that out, right? And it takes away, obviously, when they're coming at you, you can't be micromanaging the flank and everything. So yeah, definitely a tough one, but I think Furia more confident to give some of their players autonomy, and that's really effective.
And the big thing that I'm looking towards, we talk about those mid-round adjustments, and it was a theme that had kind of come out a few times over the course of these two maps. And I maintain, I said this at some point last week, and I maintain that whichever team can, maybe not perfect, I don't know if you can really perfect anything, but whichever team can have the better ability to stabilize in those mid-rounds, that's going to be the team that consistently comes out on top. Because when you find yourself player down, you're in a 4 versus 5. If you're able to get yourselves back together, set up those crossfires, and make sure that you're able to retake with whatever utility you still have available, retake, execute, whichever the case may be, you are always in a better position. So hopefully we'll start to see teams work on that a little bit more. And I understand you can get a little flustered, particularly, the game starts, you lose a player. What now? You kind of get into your heads a little bit. And that's where that calm becomes so important. You spoke about it, Little Z, a player who plays so well under pressure. When we get more teams doing that, then we see a lot more consistency across the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we do have some good news here for you folks. We've got an interview ready with Carr, of course, from Furia. First of all, thank you very much for giving us some of your time, and of course, congrats on the win. I wanted to kick off very simply with the way that the AWP battle looked on Mirage. You were very dominant, I think, in that sense, right, Little Z, with some nice moments is what we kept saying, but I think you were more consistent with your openers. Was that how you were expecting things to go in the sort of head-to-head?
We were very prepared because they changed the 2 players, so we had the advantage against there.
Makes a difference, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, that actually brought me to my question, because I was very surprised seeing the veto. I had expected for you ladies to pick, the other way, to pick to pick Mirage. My brain just lagged for a second. I expected you to pick Mirage, and then for MIBR to pick Vertigo. So when they wound up picking your map, what was the thought process of, okay, well, we'll go Vertigo? Is that just one of your better maps? Did that catch you? Did it surprise you? What was the thought there?
Actually, we were going to pick Vertigo always. we think they would pick this too. So when they picked Mirage, we felt confident.
Yeah, fair. I mean, I wanted to ask you about, coming into this tournament, there was a lot of talk of you guys, being the favorite and particularly into this group. Is that, something that you like? Do you deal with that kind of pressure well? Does it spur you on, or is it just something that maybe you don't consider, going into the server?
I think we try not to consider because we're on top of Brazil for 2 years, so we're getting used to it.
Wow. I mean, I love it. I love the confidence.
Yeah, we try to play game by game and don't disrespect all the teams. So we play our games every single map.
Well, that's the way to stay on top. And so my last question is going to be, obviously, you have now beaten your biggest rival in this group. And I know we've still got a few more weeks to play out before we get to playoffs, but you will likely be playing one of the teams from the other group. Is there a team there that you think might be a tougher challenge, or are you kind of expecting this to be fairly easy?
We were going to be prepared to Black Dragons and Libert. We think Libert is going to give us really more rough time because they won 2 games, 2 cash cups from Black Dragons. So we're expecting that things go nice and we win to represent.
All right, yeah. Brilliant stuff. Well, I think we've picked your brains enough. Thank you very much, Car, for giving us all your time, and once again, enjoy the win. Hopefully catch you again soon.
Thank you very much.
All right, there you go.
Sweet.
Yeah, I mean,
I love her.
She's fantastic on the server, fantastic out. So
there you go.
Exactly what you want, especially from a broadcast perspective, gives us a lot to talk about for sure. But yeah, I think for me, things are looking really good for Furia now. Seems like the mindset's in the right place there. Talking to Car as well, not too overconfident, but definitely backing themselves. And looking ahead to the future is a nice look as well. Any kind of closing thoughts here, Sam?
Yeah, just with this being what we had said, the most anticipated matchup of this group. And okay, I was kind of hoping for the 2-1 for MIBR, but there is a little bit of time before these two teams are going to come up against each other once again. And of course, we've got a few more banging games. It is, just a reminder, double round robin. So each of these teams going to play each other at least, twice before we get into the playoffs. So there's a lot of good matches still to come. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we all are, right? It's starting to heat up a little bit, and as the players get more and more experience, more and more comfortable, I think certainly the games will keep on delivering. Want to see that Ancient next week, though, maybe as a pick. That would be wacky, but I'd love to see it as a decider for sure. Either way, that's going to be it from us here in the South American region. Of course, North America getting kicked off in about half an hour's time, 45 minutes, somewhere along those lines, pretty soon. So make sure you don't go anywhere. The stream will stay up, so keep it up and be back here ready for that game. But from us, thank you very much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow.
my pace. See the look in my eyes. I'm bringing back the golden age. No stopping when I'm on you.